This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Los Angeles. Let's do it again. Los Angeles, baby. Say it with me, everyone. Los Angeles.
I've never seen someone so excited by a freeway interchange.
Hey, guys, Mimi's back.
Springfield from the very beginning, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Stage 2 Playoffs, lower bracket final, live from the Riot Games Arena. Where are we at again, team?
California?
Los Angeles. You didn't listen.
California.
The Angels, Los Angeles. Let's do this, baby. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, just yelling needlessly. You got Sideshow, Brand, Mimi. We're going to talk about some things. Mimi, glad you were able to make it. That's nice.
I escaped the airport. I didn't think they'd let me out.
Good to see you didn't get crowd-striked entirely.
Yeah. I was just on my phone trying to watch the games yesterday at like 1:44
Sick.
Like I'm in the 1920s listening to Woodrow Wilson on the radio. Like, oh, 100 Thieves has fallen again.
War of the Worlds, thinking that we've actually been invaded.
Well, good
There's
news
actually
is
100 Thieves.
you won't have to watch it 180p here because we got like good screens. So let's go ahead and talk about what happened yesterday, shall we? Because we started the day off with 4 teams in the playoffs and we ended up with 3. We kicked things off. We got Leviathan versus G2. You can see the results there. And coming into this game, look, we were excited. We wanted to see what LEV, what G2, what these teams are going to be capable of. Is LEV going to get tested? How's G2 going to shine going up against the likes of Ospas? And it turned out being, Bren, a 2-0 win for G2.
Yeah, I mean, LEV were trying to set speedrun records, I think, as well, with the match versus KRU, and in this one, just trying to end it as soon as possible with some of it. But honestly, full credit to G2. These guys, I think, are playing fundamentally well in almost every aspect of VALORANT.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-rounding was just impeccable there from VALORANT. It was an absolute masterclass. But this second series was a big surprise. I think 100 Thieves came out looking pretty good to start this series on Icebox, and so many situations where they were up, and then it ends in this tragedy of a map 3 where they lose 6 rounds in a row to end their year. But for KRU, I mean, what a massive win.
Yeah, it's phenomenal that they've managed to make another Champions, but absolute heartbreak on the other side. 100 Thieves, they are Stage 1 winners, and they're not going to be here. Had a good run, only lost to the finalists in Shanghai. Won't have an opportunity to have any revenge narrative at the end of the year.
That's nutty. You know, like that crew, because honestly, I don't think.
Choke.
Yeah. What was that, Josh? What was that? You want to say it again?
They kind of choke.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, and you know, it certainly stings for those guys, without a doubt. They're gonna come back next year. We're hoping to see, you know, big things out of that squad. But KRU lives to fight another day. But on the topic of 100 Thieves, look, we're gonna miss Boosty. We're gonna miss the squad. He talks a big game on stage, doesn't lose a step online. So figured we ask him to walk us through his internet posting history. What could possibly go wrong?
I was on EG for a long time, low-key, from 2021 until beginning of 2024, which is a really long time in esports. Potter being my longest teammate I've ever had in esports, and Jagamo a close second. So I just made a tweet, this first one, Potter and Jaw are my longest standing teammates and friends, so the honor to eliminate their dreams of champs fills my heart with great pleasure. Let's be great today. I mean, I'll be honest, every tweet I make, I just want to farm impressions. It's just funny, you know? Me saying, being super sweet, and then me saying that I'm gonna ruin their dreams. I think it was funny. I try to make funny tweets. It says, me and the world champ, and it's with Shanks. And like, he's on EG now, so I'm just doing a funny joke about, hey, he's the world champ. So I said, me and the world champ. That was a good night. I also made this one. If I lose today, I retire. I don't even know who I'm playing, to be honest. That was versus Furia. And I put a picture of the the Kickoff Furia. So that's from 2 years ago. Or from not this year, but last year. So I'm saying in the tweet, I don't know who I'm playing, and I'm purposely, as a joke, putting the old Furia team with, they have like 2 of the players from back then. So it's just me just like doing little funny things like that. I thought this tweet was hilarious. Shanghai is one of the best cities in the world. I did this tweet, I think the first night I was in Shanghai. If you ever go to Shanghai, you'll instantly notice if you go to downtown, like the skyline of the city where all the skyscrapers are, there's no city like it. Like even Asuna, he's from New York City, he said even this skyline is better than New York City, and New York City's skyline is crazy. Like you'll literally go into downtown Shanghai and we'll just see buildings forever, and they're huge. So it's super cool.
Oh boy, oh boy. All right, well, you know, you hear there from Boostio. Of course, we'll see what he could do as we move on to the next season. But for now, though, let's reflect on our bracket and see how things played out. Because, oh wait, actually no, that's Bren's bracket. Yeah, that's right, Bren's bracket.
Some kind of bet around this bracket?
I don't recall making No. I don't recall at all making any sort of bet or talking about
It's
this.
difficult to recall, honestly.
It's really hard to recall,
Was it some
actually.
kind of costume?
Yeah, it might have been, yeah. It's funny as well, you had Sentinels going through all the way. I mean, you were right about the team that was making it to champs, yeah?
They did make it to champs, I will say.
Do you have a cold?
It's pinching my nose quite a bit, and it's causing the... It sounds a bit nasally. I'm not sick.
Sounds great.
No, I'm not sick.
Keep going. Keep going. So what possessed you to make that bracket?
To make that bracket? Well, it was going to be correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it should have been correct.
It's very incorrect.
Honestly, what I was expecting was 100 Thieves would have thrown the initial match so that Sen could go on the run and 100 Thieves could make it as the 4th seed or champs points, but they kind of screwed themselves. They beat Sen. So,
yeah, by winning.
I don't even sound like myself right now. I sound like somebody's doing a voiceover. It's like, how have I got more high? It's like a cartoon character.
It's a little transatlantic as well.
You look like a freaking like Raggedy Ann, but if she was like in the Bronx, you know what I mean? Like, so
I'm British. I don't know what you just said.
I feel like he's about to like commentate the fall of the Hindenburg.
Well, here's the actual bracket and where we are right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, outside of the G2 one, though, I would say Bren nailed that, but we're mostly clowning on him. Well, he's the clown for, you know.
Massively different as well. There's no shot that Bren thought KRU or C9 were making it to champions.
Going on a run, KRU. Go on a run.
I've got that trademarked. I will be suing you.
All right, well, and as we had mentioned, Sen, they qualified because of championship points, but that leads us to this game here today. You got Leviathan versus KRU Visa. Both of these teams had already qualified for Champions Seoul, but now it's about firstly getting better seeding and also winning this trophy, winning this region. Let's not forget how important it is to be able to walk away as the VCT Americas champion. It's a massive achievement, right? Loud did it last year, and now we're looking forward to seeing like who of these 4 teams can take the cake. It's been a fascinating tournament so far.
It would be a hell of a run if KRU were able to go through the lower bracket. Frankly, G2 look uncontested at the top of the mountain right now, but yet to see what happens in the grand finals. That is a sick trophy as well, though.
Yeah, it's really good looking. And honestly, I think these teams care more than people give it credit. I think a lot of people just bring up, oh, seeds for champions. But really, winning that trophy, I think, has a lot of meaning, especially there's a lot of new players, a lot of rookie players who have an opportunity. G2 especially, if they could go from winning Ascension last year to winning Americas this year, it'd be sublime. What do you think about it,
To
Brad?
claim the best in your region is something that every player, I think, is going to try and
just
achieve.
saw Fnatic, right? I believe achieved that in EMEA, isn't that right?
I can't take myself seriously, let alone the discussion points when I'm like this. I don't
I just want to hear what you
talking
think.
here. Yeah, I think all the players are going to be aiming to win and claim the fact that they are the best in their regions, like, no matter what.
I love working with Bren because he adds gravitas.
He truly does. He adds so much legitimacy.
A real seriousness to the last 2 days. Exactly. We're landing the plane at a show, and we're really ramping up the seriousness the deeper we get.
We really are. Well, let's continue to ramp up the seriousness, shall we? Because this is a big week. And last night we hosted the prestigious AME Awards. Say it fast and okay, recognizing excellence across VCT Americas. And here's what went down. Welcome back to the AME Awards, the 71st annual. Unbelievable stuff. Now, of course, they told me to bring a suit in today. I hadn't worn one since 2018, and I came prepared for work today. Our next presenter has TikTok brain rot. Here's Brent.
Skibbity Riz impressions are important. For instance, you don't want to have a wrestling-pilled madman introduce you every time you do a cast. It does wonders for your confidence. Take it from me. Today, we're here to recognize the best walkouts. The nominees are Maverick, KRU Visa, G2 Esports, Loud, and Mel. And the AME goes to... Drum roll, please. Mel! Wow, what a walkout this was. Stage 2, week 1, day 1, the door opened with such ferocity, so much power, so much aura. It entered the arena, the lighting was messing up. I think Bala just dapped her up, I'm not too sure. There was so much going on in this match. I remember it like it was yesterday because MIBR versus LEV was playing. It was a very memorable match, and accepting this award on behalf of Mel, the presenter, Golden Boy. Why?
Thank you so much, Brennan. That's right. I'm accepting this for Mel because she's currently climbing the K2 and couldn't be here to accept the award. So I will accept it on her behalf. And see, here's the thing, Brent. I think it's important that we have pro wrestling intros for everyone in esports because it is absolutely the best. Brent, get out of your shot. You're bothering me. You're bothering me. Get out of here. All right, now it's time for our next award. Here to present it is Brent's better half. Please welcome Sideshow.
Thank you, thank you. I'm here to present the award for something the Golden Boy knows nothing about. Aura. He lives on r/politics, bless his little heart. The nominees for Best Aura are Aspas, Shandi, Leaf, post-haircut, and Jorgamo. And the Amy goes to... Shandi! Oh. What a worthy winner he really is. Came into Fury, absolutely changed the tide of this team. I'm thinking about getting similar tats, but my wife won't let me. I've been asking her for a while, but she seems to think it won't work so well for me. Thank you, thank you. And accepting this award on behalf of Shandi is Golden Boy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, that's right. Look, guys, Shandi is just way too cool for this show, so I'll go ahead and accept this on his behalf. And I'll be honest with you, I want to be him when I grow up eventually, you know, all tatted out, just looking like a badass. That's really all I want to do. In any case, so here to present our next category. It's Esports Desk Analyst of the Year. It's Mimi.
Okay, I'm dressed up and I'm ready for this. So here's the best mid-match moment nominees. The nominees are Boostio for water bottle flips, Aspas for reclining, Oxy for potassium consumption, and Boostio and Shanks for staring at each other like domesticated animals trapped in their respective apartments but still wanting to appear threatening and assert dominance. And the AME goes to... Boostio and Shanks. Congratulations, Boostio and Shanks. Look at him, he's standing up, showing that he's got those legs. He's in the air and not sitting down, and that's so beautiful that he had this moment with his good friend Shanks. Unfortunately, Boostio is not here today to accept this. They're doing something that I'm sure is more important, so accepting on their behalf is not again. You don't deserve another one.
Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Boostio and Shanks are currently making money at Twitch. Get out of my shot. All right, and look, they couldn't come here to accept the award. But here's the thing. I think it's important that we take an opportunity. Don't you dare take this away from me. You didn't even bring a suit to work today. I was told to bring a suit. Listen, give me the awards because I think that there's an important thing. Wait, don't play me out. I'm the host of the show. I'm the whole effing show. Come on. Don't take the mic from me. You can't just think. Don't take it. Make comedy over here. Unbelievable stuff. The absolute disrespect.
Amazing.
Performance.
I mean, you guys couldn't be bothered to bring a suit?
I don't own suits.
I'm not a boomer, so don't own a suit.
He's wearing his Sunday's best. These geese.
Yeah, instead you just wear geese all the time. All right, let's go ahead and get into today's lower final. Talk about Leviathan. Now, this is a squad that was on a roll. Perfect stage 2, #1 seed, champs locked in. They look great. They have hair, and unfortunately, they ran into G2. It's unfortunate.
This game was such a hard read of what LEV like to do on the defense side. Valin had an immaculate read on them. This is the first time all year that LEV have been clean swept in a series. They've at least got a map in every other match they've played.
Yeah, and you heard in the coach interview after this game, Ido Padre was saying that he felt like map 1 came down to like individuals taking fights, things like that. I think, like you, that this was just an incredible read by G2. It felt like they were one step ahead. I think of the rounds on defense where Valen is fast flanking before the players on LEV are even hitting into his sight. It was, I think, the peak of G2 this year in this game. So I don't know how much to glean from it for the side of LEV.
They also, on bind, Comtex and Mazzino went negative against every G2 player on the second map. They just lost too many of those important fights.
Yeah, I think that the individuality that LEV lean on so much, where they can sometimes have these heavy hitters, there's no team better at dismantling individualism than G2. They are literally the K-Comrade team. They are always sticking together. They are always a part of it. Listen, they're trying to, what the hell do they say? Like, grasp the machines in your hands and maintain control and rip it away from the execs and whatever else. I don't...
Yeah. Like, eat the rich.
That's the thing that they say.
Grab the machines by the cogs.
Grab the machines.
And really just get
Wait, by the cogs?
I don't know.
What's a cog?
I don't read. I don't know. But listen, G2, all you need to know is G2, very, very good at dismantling teams that go for a lot of flashy hero plays. LEV have been leaning on that individuality a lot. G2 will be happy to dismantle it every single day.
They really seized the means of capital.
They did. They seized the means of production.
Absurdity in the comparison aside. So are we saying, then is that what went wrong there with Leviathan? Was it simply just that it was individuals just trying to make something happen, but G2 as a unit were just so well constructed, well put together, because it really felt like G2 were just working that map each and every time.
I think a lot of what LEV does is really individual heavy. I think about the way they play Icebox. They're really often going to have Tex alone there, and he's going to intentionally be trying to find gaps in utility, get ahead, find a forward fight. You think their last game against KRU, Osboss, Tex, these guys were all finding those opportunities. They're a crazy confident team. But like you were saying, Brent, I think KRU is the best at having thorough util, thorough clearing between the players to shut those moments down, which no one else has been able to do.
Yeah. Wow.
This is brutal. I mean, only winning 56% when you're up a player, that is rough.
But I look at something like that, and I gotta give G2 all the flowers in the world, man.
Sure.
Because that is incredible to constantly be in that situation. That 24 times and to be able to find that success.
Insane credit to G2 obviously as well, but I think there's elements of Leviathan's game plan where they love to set up Aspas as an operator. I don't think they were able to do that as much because they weren't even losing pistol rounds. They weren't able to keep the economy snowballing. They were still making attempts at it. Josh. And they were still making attempts, but they couldn't get it in his hands often enough for him to even have that much impact.
He wasn't even succeeding when they did.
On bind, he got the op in his hands 3 times, and I've actually got a telly to break down 2 of those.
Okay, cool. I wasn't ready for this.
I want to take you over to the telestrator here. Because I think that G2 put on a masterclass of how to counter the Aspas op. So 3 keys to trying to counter an op that you can apply to your own games. First of all, follow any unbroken utility. If there's a dog going up or something and it doesn't get broken, you know the op isn't there. If there's smokes on a part of the map, the op is not going to be playing behind it. So you can follow through the smoke with some utility. The other thing is jump peeking everywhere. And if you manage to go in the opposite direction to the op, you're going to force Aspas to play 1vx situations. He got 22 kills. 6 of them were in unwinnable 1vx positions. So I'm going to take you through one of the examples, which was round 7. He's opping towards short. Look at the jump peaks coming out here. You have a Viper wall on one side that the Viper could be walking up, jump peak on the other. You're pushing Aspas back. Do they go into the op, though? No, they don't. They have another read on what Leviathan are up to, and it's to do with this pit. The way that Lev like to play their defense setups, they have a pit on one side and the op on the other. They expect teams to be afraid of the pit because it's a crazy ult. So normally that drives people into the Aspas op. But G2 have come up with plans to deal with the pit instead. They've got the read that King likes to play inside his pit on his own. They use a dog to be able to push him out of the pit if we speed things up. And then they've already got Icy in a good position to be able to counter it. The sum total of all of this is basically that they're going away from the op, choosing to take more difficult fights. And if you speed things up to the point at which Aspas is getting his kills, he's getting kills in this situation where it's utterly unwinnable. He's in a spot right now where he's in like essentially a 1v4. And even though he gets a few kills and boosts his stats, boosts his rating, he's not going to win rounds like this for you. You're just not putting him in positions to thrive. You move things on to round 12, and it's actually a pretty similar story again. Pit goes down, nobody playing with King. Oh, there's one player with King this time, but there's a Thrash on the other side of it. Thrash into the Brimstone ult, and look at where Aspas is. Aspas is in a spot on
hookah. He's in hookah right now. He can't help. He's got the operator in his hands and he is out of the round. So I think KRU can pick up a few different things here in their game. Make sure you're integrating jump peaks. Try to go through smokes or try to go into areas where you're confident the op is not. Try to head in the opposite direction from Aspas, and if that means dealing with stuff like King's Big Viper's Pits, then you gotta come up with ideas, because you don't want to go into Aspas. Go into anything else, but do not walk one by one into Aspas like you did last time you played against Leviathan.
You're gonna lose your mind. He's gonna lose. He's gonna lose his mind so much.
It's unbelievable.
He forgot to throw to the interview.
Yes.
So let's check in with Rim, who's standing by with Coach Itapata to talk about how KRU might actually go into Aspas's shot. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I am standing here with Itapata as they arrive before their game today. Ito, it's been about 2 months since you moved from the assistant coach to the coaching position. Why do you think your coaching style is so effective with Leviathan?
I think it's because I'm really adaptable as a coach, and I'm usually trying to make my players comfortable and play into their strong suits. So everyone on the team right now feels pretty confident in what they're doing, and I think that's why it works this well.
All right, before I let you go, I got to ask, this will be your first champs. What are you taking as learnings from previous masters that you'll bring into the competition?
I think the fact that we're away from home and we need to work a little bit extra is something that you know you get only on an international event, and yeah, that's basically it.
All right, great insight, Ito. Thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
Now, Leviathan was in our Stage 1 lower bracket final, but fell to G2 in the 5th and final map. And this Leviathan team, they've been in these positions before. They now just need to clutch up here and be able to move past that next step, potentially.
But this was such a different team, it feels like. To me, this was the low for Leviathan. Playing this map, relying on incredibly sloppy, messy rounds. It was individual moment after individual moment. It felt a far cry from the Stage 2 LEV, who have improved their fundamentals, have improved their team play, and have been flawless, except for the last game because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree with pretty much all of that, because this is the evolution of LEV in Stage 2 and beyond. But there's a new narrative brewing at the back of my mind, and I'm almost scared to unleash it, because...
Unleash it.
Say it.
Unleash the beast.
LEV might have a choking problem when it comes to high-stake matches.
You put it out there in the world, you jinx them.
There's something about it, man. They have just consistently underperformed when they're in these playoff picture moments. Shanghai, they had absolutely abysmal performances, I think, across the board. There's something that's lacking for this team, and I think the fact that, listen, G2 are probably our best Americas team right now. I think they're currently the heavy favorites to win the entirety of Stage 2 in Americas, but there's something about LEV just absolutely demolishing KRU, and then as soon as they go up against G2 with a chance to cement themselves into the finals, just failing to adapt and get it over the line. Just, I don't know, there's that narrative brewing, and all it takes is one upset loss today to KRU to just cement it in my mind.
Do you think there's causation there, or is that just the correlation of it's happened twice
That's
before?
science. I don't have a clue.
That's science.
I'm just going with
I feel like
vibes.
it's happened twice in really similar situations, right? I think the same issues of Stage 1 playoffs were the same issues they were showing at the International. We're talking about that messy lower final. Think about the round in Shanghai where Mizuno's teleporting away from the team. I feel like they've looked much cleaner, even in that loss yesterday to G2. There were mistakes, but it wasn't the cataclysm of Stage 1 in playoffs, which makes me think that it probably won't happen again.
Yeah, no, of course. Well, let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents on the other side of the field. You got KRU, all right? And this is where the science starts to come in to play here. Now, this squad, I mean, what a roller coaster of emotions.
I mean, you're saying science. It feels like magic that this team has seemingly done it again.
I mean, they got absolutely slammed by Leviathan, and I thought, that's it, they're out. They're
I thought they were cooked, man.
And somehow picked themselves back up and had a phenomenal comeback with 6 rounds in a row to be able to get to Champions again. And Kesnit, he's like, every piece on KRU has changed around him, but Kesnit's there every time, making it to champs.
That's 4 times, right? 4 times for Kesnit.
Has there been 4 champs?
That's maths. I don't know.
Yes.
Don't go maths, don't go science.
Yeah.
Well, public education system failed both of y'all, that's for certain.
It was 4 times.
It was 4 times.
I have 4 fingers.
What are you, a nerd?
Nerd.
Nerd.
I'm actually really self-conscious about it.
So mean.
Well, while we go ahead and sort out our differences here, let's go ahead and send it back over to Riv, who's getting a word from yesterday's hero. You got MTA. What is going on?
I am here with MTA from KRU as they get into the building. I have to ask, we saw you during kickoff, and then there was a bit of a break for you, but coming in mid-season, what was it like adapting to the team again? Do you feel like you even missed a beat?
La verdad es difícil adaptarse, agarrar el ritmo desde el comienzo porque fueron varios meses que estuve sin jugar y todo el equipo venía entrenando mucho, pero siento que el equipo me ayudó mucho a agarrar el ritmo de vuelta. Pero en unos partidos no.
I think it was difficult to get the rhythm again, to get the pace again. It was not only just a couple of weeks, but it was a couple of months that I was not playing, and the teams were practicing and getting better. So it was difficult, but the team helped me out a lot.
And final question for you, Kesnet, this guy's been to every Champions. What are you kind of taking from the experienced players on the team as you guys head to that, it being your first champs?
Bueno, yo creo que donde más se nota que en los partidos importantes intenta más que nada siempre mantenernos arriba y como calmados. De los momentos más difíciles estar tranquilo para poder terminar las partidas y todo.
Where we notice it the most is in those important matches and those close matches for everybody to stay calm, to play as a team, and that's when you notice the experience the most.
MTA, thank you for your time. Best of luck in the match today.
If there's one thing that I know about this guy, MTA, is that he's got aura. Because what we didn't even see in that interview just there, Dan had a little chat with him as well, and he said that when EU completed that 1v3 clutch, he saw EU just giving it all a chat from across the stage and just felt anger and channeled that into consecutively clutching these rounds to punch their ticket to champs, to knock out 100 Thieves. This guy, he gave him the business. He gave them the business and delivered his team a win to get them into champs again.
KRU won 6 rounds in a row to make it happen. I think 3 of them you can chalk up to MTA and individual performance in clutches. And it's ridiculous, the story for this guy, disappearing for an injury into stage 1, being gone from the team for so long, and then coming back and having to play so many different roles. He's on the Cypher, he's on the Sova. Previously, he was almost only playing that KO role. And I think that growth of a player has really shown in the growth for KRU.
Yeah, well, let's actually hear what Coach Adam had to say. We talked to him in the post show yesterday, and this is what he had to say about MTA.
I think that everyone got their moments.
Yeah, okay.
But ones that I am really proud of is MTA.
Yeah.
Because he's the new guy on a different role, having a different match, a difficult match, and he was really pumping his teammates.
And I mean, that clutch, that 1v1 clutch with the 2 shock darts.
Yeah.
That was huge. We saw that happen. We're like, well, I think this is it, if they keep playing like this.
And he was, hey guys, we're going to win this. And he was so calm.
Yeah.
Because usually new guys, or when they're too young, they suffer much of anxiety.
Yeah.
But he was calm, saying, guys, we have advantage, take it easy, just breathe.
Wow.
We're going to do this, and we are going to do this. And in a blink of an eye,
it happened.
It happened.
This team has so many different reasons to win. I mean, you can see what Kesnit's talking about in terms of winning for LATAM. Atom also, on top of just talking about MTA, tweeted that he likes to keep the memory of Davies with him as well and be winning for that guy who tragically can't be with them at the moment because he died during the last off-season and would have been here to play with them this year.
Yeah.
So they're keeping him close, trying to do best by his memory, keeping them motivated in spots like this, and they've been justified. I mean, all of these different reasons to win, and they perform when it matters.
Yeah, the motivation. I think this is a team that really channels their emotions well into their play. It's what you're talking about with MTA stepping up after seeing EU getting up on the other side of the stage. When someone makes them angry, when they have something they really care about to play for, I think they really level up, and you've seen it now in 3 different runs that this team has made, and this is looking to be another one in playoffs.
Yeah, I think the pressure is now kind of off this team's shoulders now that they've made and earned that slot at champs. And at this point, the world is their oyster. I think they're going to go into this matchup not even thinking about the last time they played against LEV, which was only a few days ago, where they got absolutely smashed. The KRU that we saw in that match compared to the KRU that we saw the other day, completely different team. Mentally.
Absolutely.
Completely different team. They did a 180. And I think that it is only going to be beneficial now. They have shown that they can perform. They've shown that they've got what it takes. They're not going to be the same KRU that went up. I think Atom described his teams as sheep, basically. He said, we weren't sheep. We want to be wolves, but we were sheep in that match versus LEV.
And I think this comes back to talking about how you counter the Aspas off, because they were just contacting into it repeatedly in their previous match.
Yeah, I think it also came down to Texas' side anchor. I think that KRU, the way they were playing, they weren't quite tight enough on their team play, and there was a lot of angles where they were taking liberties on these peaks, not using utility, not having a double swing setup, and LEV is the team that is guaranteed going to punish that stuff. Their individuals are so good to get those opening kills.
Yeah.
If those mistakes happen again this series, I'm really worried about this one snowballing.
What are the 3 rules that they got to follow, KRU?
They got to be jump peeking a lot, using utility and following it when it doesn't get broken, and going through smokes with util because they know Aspas is not going to be there.
There you have it. You got the breakdown. Let's see how this all breaks down. We got one match today, and it's time to get this day started. Leviathan versus KRU. Let's kick it off.
El movimiento de Musera y el castigo ahora en contra de King. Muy bien, Tex respondiendo. Yeah. Vamos, Crew, que tienes armamento. Buscar la retoma, sangre y fuego, lo que sea. Melzer y Kevin. Y ahora aparece Melzer.
Vamos a ver cómo la juega. Motita, Motita. De frente, amigo. Diga, 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 diga.
Ya ha sido un Real duro, obviamente, pero siento que tenemos ahora mucho, o sea, nada que perder prácticamente y mucho por ganar. Esa presión de clasificar ya se fue. Vamos a salir a jugar y literalmente, de verdad, ahora sí vamos a jugar porque el último match prácticamente ni jugamos, entonces vamos a intentar como remediar eso y que gane el mejor.
Sigue en el espacio, va a aperturar la puerta ya con el anochecer para que no nos escuchen. Soy con la doble baja, quiere la tercera, se vuelve demasiado importante.
G2, they've toppled Leviathan here, who were yet to drop a map.
It definitely sucks to end the streak. I think we have something to prove still, that we're still the top team in Americas.
Look, even the dart coming out, Tex is just free to play aim labs again.
I'm guessing it'll be harder this time to beat KRU. Once like a rematch happens, they kind of learn how you play, so I'm expecting more from them.
Riot Games Arena, todos los caminos llevan a Latinoamérica y hoy, por el pase a la gran final, que se escuche para su primer equipo, Leviathan. Y en el otro lado, el que sigue sorprendiendo, sigue clasificando y ahora buscan ganar contra un oponente conocido, KRU Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, play hard. Work hard, play hard. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play.
It's now time for the lower bracket final, and KRU brought the Gators, so you know things about to get serious out there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leviathan, the focus, the pressure that the team is feeling. Going into this situation, you got a KRU team that just genuinely feels on top of the world after qualifying for Champion Seoul when no one gave them the time of day. Meanwhile, their opponents on the other side literally created to win a championship, and they find themselves here in a lower bracket final match.
I think Shai said it best in that piece that we saw just before these teams walked out, but he said the pressure is off of us. We've already qualified. That was one of the biggest goals for them, and at this point, they feel like they're
playing with house money, baby.
Exactly, playing with house money. Leviathan, on the other hand, still has to prove, I think, that they are a team that doesn't just roll over teams that are a little bit weaker than them, that they're not just this untested squad that just falters in playoffs all the times. Leviathan are the team currently with all the pressure in this match.
I love to see that Abyss is going to be featured in this pool. They're going to ban Lotus Bind, the classic maps that they've been getting rid of. We may not get there because it's the 4th map, but God, I hope we do, because I want to see what that looks like from LEV.
For KRU, this is a revenge match for them. They got owned by Leviathan in the upper bracket, got sent down here to upset 100 Thieves. And the 2 maps where they got smacked, Icebox and Sunset. Both are going to be starting really early in the pool here. And Josh, you were talking about it. I think these maps are the test of how much KRU has improved with their game plan to deal with Icebox.
How much did they go back, watch the VODs, and actually realize, hey, these are the things that we need to fix?
If they're giving away the same opening kills they were in that last series, this BO5 is probably just cooked. Like, that's the biggest thing we need to see out the gate from KRU.
I believe the sides are swapped heading into Icebox, so we're going to be seeing Leviathan on the attack side to begin with. So that might offer a little bit of an opening, a softer beginning to the game, before you have to worry about that guy there with an op in his hands.
But you know what, though? We mentioned Icebox, but let's not forget on the other side of the freaking field, you got Kesnet, a guy who's been consistent all year for this KRU team. If he gets activated on that defensive side for KRU, it could potentially be a problem.
But he didn't find that performance in the last match. He needs to improve that here, absolutely. Leftor is still dangerous on attack. They're one of the few teams sticking to this Harbor Viper composition. Despite the loss to G2, I think they tend to look pretty good on this attack side. They have a lot of ideas with the Cascade to get early space in their respective mains and go for these kind of late contact plays into pops that they're super potent at.
Yeah, if I was Adam, I would be burning the rule book, burning the playbook. Maybe not the rule book, you might get banned for that.
Don't do that
ban the rule book.
But at least the playbook. Listen, throw it out
Seize
the
the means of
window.
production.
Complete anarchy. Man, because genuinely, I think a lot of this is going to come down to form and whether or not you can actually stand toe-to-toe. Whether or not KRU have that discipline to punish heavy hitters like LEV in the way that G2 do, I don't think so. That takes hours and hours and hours, thousands of hours almost to practice together and synergy as a team. But what they do have is that firepower to potentially battle back. And it's all about confidence in my eyes, I think, as we open up.
And there's the Reyna for Kesnet. There's no better way to get the confidence going.
And also a good tool to use against the op.
Absolutely. Both these teams play a really contact-heavy style, especially on their attacking side. And so those first engagements, when teams are walking into each other, are going to be so important. If KRU want their revenge, they need to be in peak form.
Oh, baby. It's now time to get this lower bracket final underway. Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise as we get ready for this one. They've been training to go all 5 maps if needed. It's their time to shine. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, if you are just tuning in and joining us, this is not Deja Vu. Yeah, we saw them play a couple of days ago, and yes, it was a brutal end for KRU, but any dog can have their day, and maybe we're going to see something different today. We've already seen KRU make some of their adjustments.
Yeah, in terms of the team composition, they're going back to comfortability now. We got Kesnet back on the Reyna, and I think this was a way better look for them than what we saw with the Jet. I mean, they won 2 rounds last time around. Now, they do start on the defensive side, like the analyst desk said, so maybe there's a little bit more time to warm up, but the only problem I have is now Leviathan can set a pace on this attacking side.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as we have conversations about Reyna, it's often spoken of as being very feast or famine. So if Kesnet can get going early, yeah, there's the potential to have some momentum, but not only just when it comes to the Reyna conversation, but for KRU in general. If they start off slow, Mimi said it, I mean, it's washed.
Yeah, we saw what happened last time they started off slow, so they're definitely going to want to avoid that here, but this is a fast pace already from the side of Leviathan. A convincing A hit is about to come through in the mix once this Viper wall comes down.
Heat already got tagged, spammed through the walls. Aspas is taking a little bit of damage in exchange, but Mazzino is on the prowl. Look at the pathing that he takes. Goes around 410, manages to get around the site. and then strike. That's a really nice setup.
Yeah, and from the frenzy buy as well. Shy, he's back. Sight, though, he gets 3 to the round. Salvation, it's down to a 1v1 now. Melzer on a quick flank here. Aspas, he should be aware of this, though, because he just cleared out all of CT.
He's got a ghost, no armor. Aspas is so weak, and Melzer cleans it up. KRU get the pistol.
Wow, and Shy, he's bringing that all-star performance he had yesterday into today. So already a strong start, and that's what we were saying KRU needed to do. Who other than Shy, who, I mean, he had a phenomenal series yesterday to bring them to champs.
It's often one of the quietest members on the squad, but often also having some of the most impact, especially when KRU seems like they're at their best. We talk so much about Kesnet, we talk so much about Heat, and yeah, for good reason. But man, the impact and the value that Shy brings KRU is really impressive.
Yeah, it's always been, when is that value going to come to fruition? When is he actually going to be able to show that? And he did it at just the right moment. Nice little cheeky default lineup dart there from Calm. I haven't seen that one yet. A new lineup for all the Sova mains out there to steal. Gets you full control of that E-long area. And now a freeze to the round, it seems like. Ooh, a little bit of jitters from Azino. Oh my gosh, Aspas takes out Kesnet in the head-to-head. Sheriff versus a Bulldog.
And honestly, that was a fight that went the way of Aspas almost every time when we saw these two teams clash last. So we'll keep a close eye on that and see who's on top in that duel. You see LEV starting to take back yellow. They've got Harbor walls up. They've got Viper walls that can go up as soon as those go down. They've got a lot of layers to this. And then remember, this is an eco for them. They only have sheriffs.
Yeah, and I like the slow approach as well. And they're only able to do that because of the, you know, rechargeable walls that you were speaking of. They're able to layer their utility, get onto the actual site, make it very deadly with these classics up close and personal.
Yeah, I really like how they did that. They realized that the Harbor wall was going to be going down soon. They take a step back, they throw a freeze on the round, wait for the Viper utility to go up, and then commit. Aspas already getting one is Shy, who was the hero in the previous round, is looking to do a bit of the same.
And these positions right now are very good for Leviathan. Crossfires around the whole site, Doug.
You definitely don't want to start this series by getting eco'd in the second round, but it certainly seems like that's the case. Heat's left alone in a 1v4. He has a Guardian, and 3 members are so weak. But can he pull it off? No. That's a rough start for KRU.
And honestly, a near flawless round, a near flawless thrifty round, eco round from the side of Leviathan. Aspas, he did so much work into that round, getting the first blood, and then going top site, getting a kill onto the kitchen. Oh, look at these shots, amazing.
Little double tap, just like that. And then the pen.
Insane, and then yeah, once you have all that sight, it's just too hard to retake at that moment. All the close boxes, now the classic becomes so deadly. What an insane round from Aspas, Doug. That was ridiculous.
And you take a look at the investment from Leviathan off of that, one person bought. Other than that, they've been able to carry over the spoils of war from the previous round into the next.
Yeah, and also have a Harbor All into this A-hit as well, if they want to use it. That's a slow A default and a freeze to the round. This is something that Leviathan seemed to want to do in this half. Do an A default, freeze the round, wait for some type of aggression from, you know, the Reyna. Any type of likes.
And he's been known to do it. They've invested the Reckoning. Again, Harbor Wall goes up. And Lev push forward. Shy's been spotted. The spam from MTA is nice. And so Aspas is now down. A weapon has been upgraded. Now 2 Guardians on the side of the defense as the spike is still trying to work its way through out onto the side and get planted. On the swing, Kesnet falls. MTA continuing to cause problems. He was good yesterday, but Tex with 4. That'll do it.
Tex, he flanks around the back, cleans it up. No one was really looking at him in that moment. At least the last 2 players weren't. So a good pinch right there, but the spacing initially was kind of rough. Look, Aspas is alone here on an island. No one's running through to help him out. Good work for Leviathan to slow the round down after they get picked 4v5 and then take engagements together. But it's something they're going to need to tighten up in these future rounds, especially on a gun round, because if you drop 4v5 like that, how many more chances are KRU going to give you?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We have seen that approach twice, though, right? We saw it in the previous round. They froze, then they hit when they got what they wanted. They did the same thing in round 3. And so now in a round 4, with ears perked, we'll see if that comes up again. An Outlaw in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah, understanding that the economy for KRU is kind of in shambles. A lot of players might be on that light armor. You can eliminate a player instantly with this gun if you get a body shot onto that light armor. And so far, it's been back-to-back A, B defaults. You know, we saw in the eco round, it was a B default, similar wall, and then a freeze. This time, proactivity from the side of KRU. They don't want any of the space to be gathered.
That's really nice timing on the Dizzy from Heat.
Oh, but that's a really nice timing of a headshot on an MTA. And now that's a free A site, but I don't think Leviathan know that.
No, they're so concerned about it. They're going to try to rotate back, and they've cut off the contain. Shy is now dead. Mid is wide open. Killjoy utility is rendered useless. And now LEV have the entire map to their own.
Right there. Yeah, and you just want to group up now. It's a 5v3 no matter where you go.
Right.
Group up, make sure your trading is on point. You can still use rechargeable utility if it comes back up, like that Sova Dart. Speak of the devil. And yeah, they're going to know that this site is free, and this might just be a save from the side of KRU.
You don't really have a choice. I mean, you look at their economy, it's rough. Light armor on 3 members. You got eco'd already. And so really what you're trying to do here if you're KRU is avoid 2 days ago as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
You can't have any hint of that coming back into your minds, coming back into the conversation, because that snowball gets really big very quickly.
And I'm wondering then, just off of what you just said, are we going to see a timeout already? Is it maybe time to already hit that that panic button? I don't want to call it a panic button yet, but is it time to maybe hit that
concern button?
Yeah, the concern button.
Yeah.
Because, you know, last time around, it was around that 4-round mark that they used it, and honestly, it was a little too late.
It looks like LEV are starting to move around the map and try to find any stragglers that are trying to keep weapons into the next. And other than King, it seems like they might be able to survive with this. Posted up in garage. Seems like they'll go through undetected, so the weapons, barring again, King dropping one at just the right time in the waning moments of the round. One will fall, so they will carry 2 into the next, but LEV have a really big advantage.
Yeah, it's all that conditioning they showed previously. When they showed that B default and that same harbor wall, they were already pushed up in the open of yellow. That's why you saw the instant reaction of KRU trying to be proactive, trying to catch the players out in that transition period where they're moving from, you know, the B default orb to the yellow box.
Oh, and I think you also see an instant reaction out from KRU here, and it was exactly what you mentioned just a few moments ago, Dre. An early timeout call, not the panic button, yes, but the caution button.
Yeah, and it's because they have a thrifty buy. Keep in mind, they only saved 2 guns going into this round. So it's a perfect time to, you know, get your gatherings and just put something together for the next gun round is what it is going to be. So right now for KRU, it's been the defaults that have been kind of destroying them so far from Leviathan. I wonder if we're going to see them just take aggressive space on one of the extremities and maybe play a retake on the other side. Something that we see Leviathan do quite well on their defensive side is, you know, get an op on Osboss, have him control an entire lane, and then play a little bit heavy on the other side. It's very common for teams to do that on a map like Icebox. But the key difference is, you know, Kesnet isn't on Jet. So it's kind of more risky in that way. You don't really have that, you know, get out of jail free card.
Right. Infinitely more risky. You know, we were having a conversation at the beginning of the map about how Kesnet needs to start off on strong footing, given that he's playing the Reyna. A quick check-in. And it hasn't been the hot start that he was looking for or that KRU was looking for. But he does have a rifle in hand. Shy is gone already.
Yeah, that's quick too. Usually when you have 2 rifles invested into a round like this, you kind of want them to take the forefront of the action. Have them get in the mix because it just gives you more of a chance. You know, it's more likely for those rifles to get a pick than a sheriff, but you know, more aggression from the side of KRU, and they're just getting punished across the board here. This should be a free kill as well onto Heat. So many angles he has to look at if he actually wants to peek out into spawn. Oh man, Leviathan are so ready for this.
They've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot mid, they've got a couple of players back towards spawn watching it. They just have the whole map so well considered.
It looks so easy from the side of Leviathan right now on holds. Tex, he's looking to get a third into the round, build up towards that lockdown, and he will get it. 3 for Tex into that round, and it was easy breezy pick'ems. I mean, after that pick in mid on Shy, it's likely that there's going to be more aggression somewhere else on the map, especially when you're down 4v5 on the defensive side. And it was flawless.
He's currently sitting at 8-2 right now. It's another hot start for this guy.
Yeah, he's unbelievable in these moments. His killjoy on this map has been phenomenal all year long. Obviously, Ospas is ridiculous as well.
Ospas who, man? It's been all text these last couple of times. We'll see how it continues to play out. Again, KRU in a desperate need to start to at least try to get a 5v4 numbers advantage, but Ospas continues to cause problems. Shy's in a really good spot here. Can he get out? No. Ospas with 3 on the round with help over the top, too. He was not able to get out, not able to survive. Nice movement there from Ospas, too. Getting high ground, avoiding the damage on the shock dart, which surely would have been lethal.
Guy's sitting at 30 HP. He needs to give that spike to somebody else. Not sure what's really going on here from the side of Leviathan. Trying to feel out this B site, perhaps.
Which I think is again, one of the things they do so well. You know, you and I have talked about this a fair amount. Not just today, but in every other time that we've seen them play. They love to play the map. They love to slow things down. They love to force errors out of the opponents and then really capitalize on those and punish them wherever they find weakness. And we've seen it a couple of times today already, and this is another example of that. You're up big on numbers right now. It's a 4v2. You've got guns, you've got ults, you've got everything. The temptation to just brute force your way in is really high, but they're so disciplined in their approach, even in positions like this.
And wisely so, because if you give a team like KRU the time of day, they're going to execute right back on you. So if you want to play a disciplined game against a team like this, that's how you take them out. When it gets in this chaotic, scrappy moments, KRU seem to thrive in those.
Yeah.
Their mechanical talent is honestly known around the world. And they just seem to be such clutch players. I mean, look at what they did yesterday to 100 Thieves.
MTA getting a little bit forward. Oh, 1-for-1 there, but again, in a 4v2, those numbers just don't add up. You'll lose that every single time.
Yeah, good on Leviathan to trade out numbers there. Use the advantage that they got early from Ospas, getting 3 on that A main default. Honestly, nobody was really ready for him in that moment. Kesnet got instantly deleted.
It was through a wall, too, if I remember correctly.
No, the first one was just straight up boom.
Oh, yeah.
No chance in hell for Kesnet to get that kill. He was trying to move out of there, trying to get out of dodge, but Ospas was too quick. Frustration.
Yeah, building already, you're right. Face of MTA, who again was a massive highlight yesterday.
Oh my gosh, the 3 rounds that he got on that ascent. I mean, it would be 100 Thieves here if it weren't for him.
Yeah.
And he struggled, honestly, getting into the mix of things, but now they can say that they're a top 3 team right now. It's confirmed on paper. Ooh, King, another punish on the walk-up. Leviathan, they're so dialed in right now on these approaches when they're just holding these weird off angles. Sometimes it can be hard to hit those shots. The bullets just can't quite connect, but today, they're connecting for sure.
Much like they were a couple of days ago. It seems Shy with the Guardian in hand. The only, well, Heat has a rifle too, but they're both sitting over towards A. It's just Melster by himself here with the Sheriff. I mean, he's been droned around on one side, he's been walled up on the other. They know exactly where he is. He's just a prey that's waiting to be hunted down, and that's exactly what happens.
And there's even a follow-up Harbor ultimate too, if there's anyone else on the site trying to help him out.
Yeah.
So no turns being unchecked right now from the side of Leviathan. Good fundamentals.
Is this another save? It has to be a save, surely, right?
I don't know. The money's looking kind of rough right now. I think these Guardians just want to get any type of kills. That Sheriff kill from MTA is good because they have a full buy in the next round. They got rifles on the board.
Player standing.
Kesnet at 350, Shy at 400. Heat not able to find a second kill. Meanwhile, you take a look at the other side of the stage, and they've got money, I mean, for days. They're in such a comfortable position here. And again, I want to point out that just a couple days ago, we saw them play on Icebox, and it was on different starts, right? It was KRU who was starting off on the attack, and they were running into the brick wall of Leviathan on defense. Now the sides have swapped, but it really feels like a lot of the same game.
Yeah, I feel like KRU are pushing it a little too much right now. They're trying to make something out of nothing. And I feel like maybe just see if you can do a sight hold against Leviathan so far, because we haven't even got to a point in this map so far, this half so far, where we've been able to see that. We haven't been able to see a retake really, like a 5v5 or even like a 4v5 retake or even a sight hold in general. It's just been first blood after first blood after first blood from the side of Leviathan on a KRU who are playing aggressive. And I get it, you're running this Reyna comp, but it's too contacty. You can still use utility at some parts, you know, like kind of. I like what they did when it was that yellow reclear, you know, where they had the dizzy go up and
yeah, sure,
you had players swinging clear in that space. Just got to play that 5v5 retake a little bit more clean, a little bit better.
Or at least try to get into a 5v5 to begin with.
Or at least try to get there, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, but
so
right now.
The second timeout has been burned. Again, very much on forecast. I can't help but feel like that's crawling over their skin, man. The memories, the deja vu-esque of a couple of days ago, because so far, I mean, if I didn't know any better because we were wearing different things, I think it's the same match. I think it's the same day.
Yeah, it definitely looks the same. And the comps might not be the same, but the way that they're playing them is definitely resembling it. And right now, there is a lot of ultimates online for the side of KRU, so this could be a little bit of a saving grace in the mix of this half. And if they could bring this one back to even just a 7-5 in favor of LEV, that will be a win, which is kind of rough on a map like this, but still, it's something to work with, right? Better than what happened last time around. What, it was a 11-1 or something like that half? Going into a 13-2. Yeah, it was absolutely brutal. This might be a punish on a Melzer here if he's not too careful. I wonder if Aspas will get this pick. He does have that attack operator, and he knows he's jump peeking this angle. There it is! What a heads-up play from LEV. I mean, if you're going to jump spot that much, okay, it buys time for Aspas to bring it on over. Everyone else is holding for a push.
Placing swarm grenade.
A beautiful pick, and he's been so quick with that operator. I feel like it's something that he kind of went away from for a little bit, in NA specifically, but now that he's bringing that operator back out, he looks super confident on that. Tex knows there's a turn in mid. He's going to find a timing if
30 seconds left.
Shy comes down. Oh my gosh, there's the timing. He snuck on right past everybody here.
He's got to hear all of that too. Oh, settle. Only able to find one. I thought there was going to be more to be feasted upon. And the truth is there was, but he just kind of makes a mess of it in kitchen. LEV managed to get the pit down. Shy and MTA, the only two that remain. They've got an ult to play around, but I don't know that they really have any comfort to be able to invest into it. Meanwhile, it's Calm, who's really just buying time at this point.
Oh, and he gets a tag on top of it. Yeah, this round is over. Shy gets picked off. LEV finding that classic, you know, late flank, this time using the Sobalt on it.
Here.
So I guess from the side of KRU, it is good on them that they baited that Sova ult out. It's something that they don't have to worry about in the future rounds, but still, it's 7-1 right now. And yes, the narrative from last time these two teams clashed is in full effect once again, Doug. You're 100% right. It feels the exact same. KRU are kind of getting just dipped right now on so many levels.
I mean, in every single facet of the game. I think they're losing the micro, they're losing the macro. They aren't really able to get Kesnet online. He's 1-7 right now, and it's just been tough sledding. The truth of the matter is the timeline tells the story, and it does so in a very accurate manner. This has been all LEV.
God, and the pistol round was so great from KRU too. It's just, you can't convert that second round. You make it so hard on yourself, and now you just having to do crazy pushes. You're getting punished back and forth. I mean, if you peek this, surely you drop. Yeah, it's just, it's too easy right now. Oh!
Oh, not like this, bro. Not like this. He just geared all over him. It's unbelievable. It's a slaughter.
That was absolutely alpha from Aspas. Wow. That shorty can be so deadly. Sometimes you just feel it in those moments when you're playing Jet. This guy has whiffed way too many shots on me. I might as well just dash onto him. If he hits it out, whatever. We're up 7-1.
Variable removed.
Shy continues to be crispy.
Yeah.
He's hit a couple of really nice shots today.
So far, it's just been just like the last time around, where the only rounds that KRU can actually accumulate are off of heroics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Shy in that pistol round. He's back sight. Probably shouldn't get 3 in that spot, but he does.
Nope.
You know?
Alarm bot.
And that's what it was the last time around. I remember it was Melzer who got a 4K to win a round. I think Kesnet got a 3K to win a round on Icebox, and that was all they got.
Yeah, that was their only 2.
Individual heroics. So we need to see some more of that team play, the team play that we saw out of them in that 100 Thieves win, to try to get a couple more rounds into this. And that was a lot of swinging together, not getting picked off first like that.
Yeah, Shy snappy today.
Yeah, he was awesome yesterday as well. I think he had 59 kills, plus 12 in the series against 100 Thieves. Sitting at the top for his team, and it was actually Kesnet who was at the bottom in that series. So that was an impressive win for me just for that reason. But I mean, Kesnet's gonna have to be online if you want to beat a team like Leviathan, who are doing things like this just in your face.
And that right there is why you play high sense, because if you're playing against Aspas, who's gonna do that to you, you fall behind, you're dead. You're just dead. Kesnet shaking his head with no real answers to be found.
Yeah, it's tough. He's tried to peek in, he's tried to take these engagements, but without a right and proper setup, I mean, you could get insta. That's the worrisome part about having to peek into a player, right? There's always the chance that they can insta you like that.
Well, and I think it's also, too, a testament to how thoroughly sound Leviathan are as a team.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there are so many other teams that we've seen crumble at Kesnet trying to do that exact same thing, right? He's just going to alpha swing you, and he's probably going to get the kill, but LEV do such a good job of maintaining these protocols at the beginning of the round that deny that level of aggression, and they deny that success.
And it just happened here again, even with utility this time from KRU.
Yeah.
Leviathan were ready.
Meltzer's now dead. The defensive side doesn't have any smokes to play around. Shy looking to make a play, creeping all the way down tube. He's still just waiting on the other side. Getting in, he info that he can. Turret cleared. But again, LEV with a heavy lean towards B, and there's not a lot here as far as defenses go. A couple of rounds ago, it was Meltzer. This time it was Heat. The outcome's the same.
Doug, that was such an insane kill from Aspas. We gotta see that over in the feed. He kind of like puts his head down and then jumps onto that box so he can't see him right away. And then he instas him. Kesnet can't quite connect the shots onto Aspas. He's not warmed up whatsoever into this match so far. And MTA, he's just on an island. He has to save. It's just been an absolute stomp, Doug.
I mean, they just, yeah, this has become a save simulator for KRU, unfortunately.
You know what, though? It is a best of 5. They can afford to throw a map away and build momentum.
They're just saving for the next map.
Yes.
They're like investing in their 401k.
Yes.
So they can cash out on it. Map 3, map 4.
That's exactly what they're doing. And MTA, I know he's saving this weapon, but he needs to give it to Kesnet, and just Kesnet, you need to make something work. You got to get warmed up into this.
Yeah.
Oh, he might not save that rifle. Tex will take him out because of the dart from Com.
Well, I think part of the problem, though, Trey, is that I think Kesnet has tried doing that. I think they have tried to put him in a position to go and get kills and go and, you know, kind of force something and rely on mechanical prowess to make something happen. But he hasn't been able to find success there either.
Yeah, and this was actually that's that replay I was talking about.
That's gross.
As soon as he goes up on the box, right?
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah, I think what it is though, it's the timing in which they're trying to do these plays to set him up.
Sure.
I feel like it needs to be more of like a flood when the actual sight is coming out.
You think it's too telegraphed?
Yeah, it's too telegraphed right now. Like even in that fight with utility on B, Aspas was the only one ahead of everybody else, and he just has a dash already procced and he's able to get out, right? So they were actually, Leviathan were baiting that aggression from the side of KRU. I think it needs to be when the sight hit comes out. I think once the sight hit comes out and LEV are investing their utility and it's okay, they're definitely hitting this sight. Now we use our utility back, and amongst that chaos that's happening on either A or B site, that's where Kesnet will find kills in the mix. But look, it's just random timings they're going for this re-aggressions. But this might be good for them, actually, because you have a delay now on the side of A site with Shy playing here. This might be the first 5v5 retake we get.
They've managed to avoid death so far. And you're right, we might be due for a 5v5. Meltzer has his ult, Heat has the second dance of his. Meanwhile, Tex has a lot to play around. If he can get into a post-plant position here, they're going to have a lot of room that they can buy and a lot of time they can bleed off this clock. A tap is just a threat. KRU realize they have to vacate the space. And now they're going to attempt to refill on it, but again, the spike has been ticking this entire time. What can KRU do to force their way back into this? Kesnet is weak, Shy's already dead. Try getting a little bit of high ground as King snaps onto the second. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. The guy just continues to deliver. Borderline flawless. LEV get to 10.
And the beginning of the round was great for KRU. Honestly, yeah, they re-cleared all that B space. They actually ended up being 5v4 up into that retake after getting a pick, but it's just too much right now. And I think we can see a little breakdown of communication, because even when that retake wall is falling there, no one's aware and holding this little angle. And this is a very obvious spot that defenders of the post plant like to play in.
I mean, especially when you know you're being flooded down in a 5v5 like that. Like, you know that that's where the hit's going to be coming in from, and you know how things are going to play out. It's just been really tough sledding for KRU this entire time, man. And I don't know where I see a bit of a difference. You've got these setup protocols at the beginning of the round, just like this. Com hits a nice dart. Heat's the one who gets the kill. That 1-2 punch is sending him back into the corner.
This is so brutal, and now it's just going to be easy pick'ems for Aspas. This is where he reigns supreme, and yeah, he's alone right now, but I imagine he's going to kill everybody in the server. Well, look.
Mazzino, suppressive fire over his shoulder.
Yeah.
They continue to roll out, and they continue to stomp on Icebox.
So insane. What an attacking half right now. One of the most dominant we've seen. Last time around, the 13-2 map of Icebox for Leviathan against KRU was the most dominant map win of all stage 2, I believe, Doug?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Or all year, maybe?
Yeah, I said something like that.
Sort.
I said something like that on the desk the next day, and I was corrected. Space said I was wrong, and then I was embarrassed, and Twitter made fun of me, and you know, all that stuff. So I'm trying to avoid that one, but yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
I mean, this feels like it could be the most dominant one. It's 11-1. Have we had a 13-0? Yeah, we had one, right? I don't know who it was, but either way,
I think Bootsy was on the receiving end of it, no?
It's up there in the top 5. What a flick.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And you're right. The supporting cast this time around for Leviathan, making sure Aspas isn't alone. It's impressive how this team is able to bounce back after the way that they lost to G2, where it kind of felt like they just got outclassed.
We'll see if the second half tells a different story, because right now we're reading the same book we saw a couple of days ago. We'll be right back.
Ooh, finally got straw sack. This is crazy. Sorry. Let's have a look at the last time that these two teams played. This is Shy getting caught when the sides swap and Leviathan move over to defense. The reason I wanted to take a look at this is because I feel like KRU, first of all, have a bit of a mental block playing against Lev. You see Shy failing to make the right decisions, but also how well they set up the Com lurk. Pay attention to what Com is up to here as I speed the round forwards. If I just pause it here, he thinks about going for the flank and he realizes, I'm Com, I always flank, and I've got to disguise it somehow. So how do they make it feel like Com isn't flanking? Well, Com throws a piece of utility here that we're gonna have a look at. This dart, if I just scroll back, you can see he throws the dart and then he immediately goes off on the flank. And the fact that this recon is coming through makes KRU think that Com is with the main pack of the team, and it allows Com to go for the flank undetected. Kesnit was watching behind, he's not anymore. It allows Com this perfect timing, and if we come out of the full screen, you'll see that he is able to have huge amounts of value from behind. It's all about disguising where players come from. KRU aren't stupid, they're gonna be thinking about where is the Sova. He loves to go for flanks, so that's how Com is being able to make these work, even after everyone knows that it's his MO. So let's see whether he does that in the next half.
Thank you so much, you silly goose. Leviathan continue to roll. KRU, that's what, 11 rounds in a row after the pistol goes the other way.
Yeah.
I think he makes a really good point on how KRU should be able to make some of these adjustments around Lev and how they like to play, particularly Com, but I think that's probably the smallest of the things they have to consider right now.
Yeah, it just feels like it's too little too late. And if you recall last time around, Tex was an absolute destroyer on this A site, getting so many first bloods onto Kesnet, onto everybody on the side of KRU. So let's see if KRU will able to be good and ready to break through the defensive wall that Leviathan are able to put up.
I mean, there are a lot of bricks to this wall right now, bro. They've got 4 people here. They have the Harbor wall. They have the Viper wall that cycles. And they haven't done anything to clear back sight.
No one's looking at Calm whatsoever. Calm takes a shock dart in the middle of 4 players facing him. And that's his demise into that. That's 4 kills for the side of KRU on this A execute.
Aspas is going to rotate over with the Sheriff with a couple of weak targets on the other side, too. But he's at such a distance. The one benefit is the spike did just go down, so he's got some time to try to navigate this to his benefit, to his advantage. But he's got so many corners he has to clear. I mean, every single thing has to be so well considered, and now with position given away, he's trying to chip and prod at whatever he can. But this seems like another pistol the way of KRU. Kesnet getting a couple kills. KRU get their second. You imagine, barring another anti-eco, that they should be able to get to 3.
Yeah, that was a smothering A execute from the side of KRU. The timing on it was really good, and the way that they were taking the engagements, it was together. That's the key difference in this side than the last side they played. The defensive side, there was too many isolated 1v1s that were happening across the board. Now, pack mentality, go in together, smother the A site players that like to play back site after that Harbor wall is up, and profit.
It doesn't really seem like LEV are concerned about investing very much here. Just one Sheriff. And I believe that was all they needed the last time. But this is a much more formidable buy from the attack side. This is much stronger from KRU. 2 Vandals, 2 Guardians, and a Bullrock. They're fully leaning into this, as they should.
Yeah, you have to, and you have to win this round flawlessly as well, so you can have those guns into the bonus. Give yourself a big buffer of your own. Give yourself the best chance you can to win that bonus, but it all starts with this round. We saw them get eco'd last time around. A lot of players getting chipped low.
Yeah, but no kills found quite yet. King finally gets on the board in this round, but there's not much else that's going their way. Shy, an unfortunate casualty in a situation like that, feeling it himself. Is all he could really do. He gets through on the round. KRU get their 3rd. And they've, well, I was going to say they got what they were looking for. And yes, it was in the round coming through, but they lost 2 rifles with that.
They did, but they do end up keeping the 2 Vandals, which is probably the most important part about it. And Kesnet, he can actually afford to buy another one for one of his teammates. I feel like right now for KRU, you kind of just have to go for it. You have to try to win this next round. You fully invest into it, you win. If you lose this round, Leviathan are sitting at match point for how many more rounds? It's like
too many.
Yeah, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, we'll let Sliggy do the math.
Go for the win. Go for the win. But Shy opts to not buy for MTA, so it's a little bit of an investment into this. I don't see why they wouldn't do that.
3-11 on Icebox. Shy feeling some of the pressure already. Aspas and Tex have denied so much of that space, and Shy's the first to fall.
And this is what happened last time around. They kind of bullied Shy, who was alone at A for a while in that A default. They kind of just ran him down. If you recall, there was 4 players that did it previously. This time, all it took was Tex and Aspas, the destroyers.
It feels like what they were doing in the first half. They were bullying Melser behind back yellow. This time they were bullying Shy A main. Heat's down.
Can this spike be defused? Sorry, Doug. Can this spike be defused from behind the wall? Is this a...
I don't know.
Is this a bad plant? I have a feeling it might be able to.
Let's see. That angle is tricky. And if Calm's kind of holding over the top, you're right, it might be disaster, or it might not matter. We might not even find out.
Yeah, you don't even need to.
Melser gets his 2 parting kills on the way up, and Leviathan gets him at point.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the spike plant spot or not, Leviathan, we know that they're insane on the retakes, and they made this one look easy as well. Getting that first blood onto Shy at A makes it so, you know, KRU kind of have to speed up. But I feel like it's just the same reactions from the last time these teams met and faced off. I feel like I want to see something more from KRU. I want to see them actually double back and challenge that A space again, slow the round down, not just do, you know, the common reaction of speeding up into B. Because Leviathan are willing to play for that. We saw that last time around. So right now, KRU maybe just trying to play their own game plan, not really thinking about what LEV are doing.
We see some of their financial decisions in the previous round having impact on this one. You got 3 Vandals, 2 Guardians.
This bully on A main again. Shy sitting all the way back in spawn this time. But
Yeah. And the thing is, they aren't even really investing very much to bully him off the angle. It was just a drone.
there's no way. He's just going for it. Oh my.
He spots him. What?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, a little graphic where we see the zoomed in crosshair on the replay. That's a good one for that one. I imagine that'll come through here in a moment.
Just sees a pixel at the top of the head. But again, look, they go back and kind of half challenge Osboss, but Osboss is still holding this ground. So it's just Leviathan giving all sight again, and they're just gonna get free picks left and right once more.
Dude, Tex just like plays his space. He just played his time, waited for the wall to go down, and he was there to greet. They've invested the harbor wall on the other side to section off the site and to section off the spike. Calm on a tap and the cove is up. He can stick this if they don't respect it. It's already come through, but he's gonna hold it the entire way. There's nothing to stop it. There was nothing to stop Leviathan. It was a stomp 2 days ago. Icebox was the exact same story.
KRU getting one more round this time though, Doug.
Progress.
13-3.
And
the change of comp was a W of one more round.
Maybe they can build off of that, but Dre, I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, man. It really feels like there's a massive gap between these two teams right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And you know what? VALORANT can be at times a game of matchups, and it might just be a thing where Leviathan just understand how KRU like to play, because that's what it looks like.
Sure. It was also Leviathan's map pick, so, you know, maybe we can kind of lean into that a little bit. Haven, this next map that we're going to, it will be a little bit different. It was Sunset the last time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Maybe Haven will show us something alternative. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. We still have a lot more VALORANT to play. We'll be right back.
Drawn. They're picked to pieces.
Cloud9 are so good.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
Está el movimiento de Musera y el castigo ahora en contra de King. Muy bien, Tex respondiendo. ¡Yeah! Vamos, Crew, que tienes armamento. Buscar la retoma, sangre y fuego, lo que sea. Melzer y Kesden. Y ahora aparece Melzer.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and wow, okay, Leviathan absolutely trouncing KRU. History kind of repeating itself here. There were some things that we wanted to see KRU try and implement to, try and avoid a result like this, but at the end of the day, this is just Aspas.
I mean, they got stomped on a different half than they did the last time they played Icebox, but I think it was similar mistakes cascading again. Lev would show early presence, and then KRU would overextend, make mistakes. A player would peek out and take a liberty, and Lev is so good at punishing any opportunity. Aspas especially was sublime this whole game.
Yeah, one of the big differences that I'm seeing between when Lev play against G2 and when Lev play against KRU, it's all about who has the better read on what the other team is doing, right? A read on what your opponents are doing. Because when, like you were saying, when KRU were pushing up on defense, Lev are destroying them. And then they know exactly where Shy is playing. Aspas is plucking him out when he can only see a pixel. They just have the read on what their opponents are doing the entire time, and the stats tell the entire story, really.
Yeah. And also, I think it's fair to say, too, that KRU were pretty, transparent in, what they were doing in that one. It didn't feel like there was much opportunity for them to get creative, because the moment that they did, Leviathan was just waiting them out constantly.
In theory, I feel like the defense side Reyna is supposed to be unpredictable because you don't have to play next to cover. You can play any angle you like. But when your defense side Reyna has one kill at the end of the half, you know something has gone very, very wrong.
And I think a big part of it is just how thorough the util is for Leviathan and everything they're clearing. They have really good protocols on their attacking side of how they're scaling together, what util is in what place. They aren't really giving any gaps for Kesnet to take advantage of, and on top of that, he's whiffing a lot of the opportunities he had, quite frankly.
Yeah, an absolute shutdown through and through from Leviathan. KRU certainly going to need to have to figure something out as we get ready for map 2. But for now, though, we got Brennan standing by. He's going to break something down for us. Brennan, what you got?
Illustrator as well for Haven. The last time that Leviathan played this one was quite some time ago, but I want to revisit this one, and it was a bonus round strategy that they have cooked up just to show the depth I think that this team have on Haven as a map. This is going to be an uphill battle right now for KRU, already starting one map down. Josh said earlier about hiding the intent of Com, right, and kind of hiding his intention with flanks. Well, this is a set play that crunches here into A lobby. Pretty standard stuff for Haven. We've seen this countless times in the past, except they make it feel like it's only Com playing here. They do a delayed lobby crunch, which if we play this out, they start with the dart, which the past 2 rounds have been conditioned that it's only Com playing here. And then, as the drone gets used, here comes the second wave of util. Nobody's expecting this on 100 Thieves sides when this match was being played, because it's just so delayed, and they've made it feel like it's Com the entire time just playing here solo. They crunch him through with the fault line. In comes the paranoia. The stuns rattling in as well from Aspas. It's all combined to just completely overwhelm the A lobby hold, which 100 Thieves have been baited into, thinking there's just one lonely player there. This is one part, really, of the Leviathan playbook on Haven. Only one small section, and honestly, they have a lot more to show, and a lot more that they really didn't show because they ended up rolling this map. We can keep playing it out. You know how it goes. They won the round, but this is going to be one of the pieces of the puzzle, I suppose, that KRU are going to have to figure out live, and from what we've just seen, I don't know if they've got that dog in them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can even see it in the setups there, and thank you for the breakdown, Bren. Excellent job there. You can see it in the setups. You can see it the way they play, and when I see something like that, if that happens to 100 Thieves in that capacity, I mean, what the hell happens to KRU here, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this whole thing breaks down, but this one is a best of 5. Let's not forget that, and it is far from over. So let's go ahead and get ready for map 2. We're going to send it back to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay, for the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we've turned our attention over to Haven, where we're hoping that KRU's going to be able to find some of their footing. Dre, What are your thoughts on Haven in particular as we think about these two teams and their matchup, and what do you need to see differently from KRU here?
I just want to see more team play from the side of KRU, you know? And you know what? Haven looked good for KRU last time around. They played C9 on it. They won like 13-6 or something of the sorts. And you want to know why? They were doing retakes very well.
Sure.
Their executes were awesome. They were helping Kesnet out. Kesnet wasn't overheating too much either on the attacking side, which is really easy to do on the Neon. The problem is you're running against a Leviathan who, like, Aspas has looked phenomenal on every single agent he's played all year.
Right.
And now you're going to have the Breach, right? You're going to see the Breach from the side of Mizzino, and that's going to be brutal to play against because them in tandem, I mean, look at Sunset. They've looked phenomenal together as a duo.
The Neon matchup between Aspas and Kesnet, the desk, I believe it was Josh who mentioned it on the desk. I mean, Kesnet had a dreadful start. On Icebox, I believe he was 1-7. So I think the interesting thing is we've watched KRU through some highs and then we've seen them through some lows, is that when they're behind, it feels like it's riddled with desperation, and it feels like things are being forced into trying to make plays happen that may not necessarily be there. So I think if you are KRU, it's much like the Icebox conversation that we had. We've got to find a way for them to start on a bit more stable of footing, not just in the half, but in every single round. You find yourself down in 4v5s every single time. That gets real old real fast.
And I think that a comp like this Neon style with the Breach, it kind of forces you to play more as a team and take less individual risks, right? So I think this is a really good opportunity for them to display some of that teamwork, display some of their own fundamentals that we didn't see on that Icebox map, and maybe get a map, like their map pick win, right? So they're going to want that going into this best of 5 if they want any resemblance of coming back. And it looks like Kesnet's alone in garage. But there is a follow-up trade because King overheated peeking outside of the garage. So with the smokes being down, there's a good opportunity here for KRU to take B site.
The fact that they were able to equalize means that we still have a shot at this. KRU have a fighting chance in this round. Melcher's going to commit to getting the spike down. What kind of retake utility did LEV have? Mazzino's got a frenzy. And he's got a stun back online. Meanwhile, look at how far back KRU are playing on this. They're not really concerned about playing on site, and that's very different when you think about the round that we're in. Oftentimes, you want to see him play a little bit closer. You don't have the same utility. You don't have the same spam ability. Mazzino's already gotten it to half. Aspas dashing through, all attention drawn that way. Now you've got a couple swings coming out from LEV, and they're ill-advised as Melcher's able to get a couple of kills. Aspas still stuck. Tech's trying to draw as much attention as eyes as he can, and he cannot. KRU get the pistol.
Yeah, that's 3 pistol round wins right now in this series from the side of KRU. So it's not like they're not starting off hot. It's now this next round where it all kind of tends to crumble. Now on attack Icebox last time around, their anti-eco is honestly awesome. This is that overheat I was talking about. But just to talk about your point, Doug, the whole reason why they decided to play back was because they know they took out King. And without having any smokes for the retake, it's really hard for the defenders to take those engagements, take those fights, because you can one-way the spike and whatnot from your own smokes player of Melzer. So job well done so far, and for now, and with KRU, it's how do you avoid getting eco'd again? You don't want to get eco'd this time around. You want to be able to build up some type of lead going into this, get some type of momentum on this map pick of yours.
Interesting decision that was made there. We can keep a close eye on it. It seemed like MTA was the one who was going to be scooping up the war, but in the closing moments, they handed it over to Heat. Obviously prioritizing getting that Rolling Thunder online. Shy has crept up really far here, and I don't think they know.
No,
He's managed to get past the cam, and King is dead. This is really nice timing from Shy once more.
Good job.
That's a two nicer shots.
Oh, spacing is not too good right now from the side of KRU. It's getting scrappy.
They're all lit up, but the spam from Heat keeps them back. For a moment there, it was sinking in once more. Wow.
Hey, pop shots going off, but that was a close round. Leviathan almost did that with what, just one sheriff invested or a couple sheriffs invested
it was
in
just
classics?
one. Yeah, it was just one.
And now the economy is not looking too good for the side of KRU. Only one rifle saved. They might have to invest fully into this round. The start of the round is great, but it's these moments when like the actual execution comes through, how, you know, Shy is a little bit too far ahead of the players coming out main. There needs to be more coordination and sync if you want to be able to take out a team like Leviathan and basically secure that second seed no matter what.
Kesnet accelerating, trying to navigate through the fault line, and that's a really nice opener onto Aspas.
There.
It's a nice default. A long control there. I like that slide rollout. Gets you into that little cubby, allows you to slide in back and forth. And now a freeze to the round. This is what we saw Leviathan doing very well on the last map of Icebox after getting a pick. The thing here is they have no info on the other side of the map apart from that camera.
Right.
So there's no pressure being put on anywhere other than A site right now. Calm. Takes a little bit long to break that drone, but he will do it at the end of the day. Kesnet is sliding into the back side. Good util.
Mazzino's stun should be up soon. Yeah, it's up now. Kesnet getting aggressive. King getting cleaned up, but they hold him back. What a heroic hold from Mazzino and Com. Mazzino with Forest Lever on the board.
Yeah, just bunkering in short A at the top right there and allowing the fights to come to him, allowing him to get 4 into that round, the Collat lineup, and now he's 1 off a breach ult himself. They were down 4v5. It was looking so promising once the 3v5 came through.
There was just nothing to clear short.
Yeah.
There was no pressure being applied there, so Mazzino and Colin were able to post up.
And KRU, they did a really good job of taking engagements on the actual back site together, but once it came to that short A fight, they just weren't on the same page.
Yeah.
Kesnet ran in too early. He dies for free, basically. He was still Omen Flash, keep in mind. And then the 2 players swinging default were way too late. So still some coordination missing from the side of KRU, but it's looking better than Icebox, that's for sure. This time more pressure being put on front B from the side of Shy, and the same A default coming through and a Gib.
They're just hanging out.
Yeah, they're just chilling right now, waiting for any type of re-aggression. Trying to give Leviathan a taste of their own medicine, but if Shy decides to walk into this garage, there's a good chance he falls.
I mean, there's a judge on the other side.
Yeah, the judge is so annoying to play against.
And there's really nothing he can do to clear it out. So instead of even flirting with the possibility of danger, he decides to opt back over towards A, where the rest of his team has taken all of this space. Kesnet's really far up. Com has his dart. 1 invested, still has the recon to play around.
Jeez, he did so much damage with that dart on MTA. He's sitting at 75.
Spike planted.
The retake utility is about to come out.
Com's got the dart lined up, ready to go. When does he pull the trigger on this?
A double layered approach on this retake.
Oh, that's nice. They're going to try to flush him out of hell.
Yeah, they're still stuck behind the smoke, though. The cage pops up. Graffiti gets taken out. Ospas traded. There's trades across the board. It's left to Kesnet alone in a 1v3, and he can't do anything. He gets swung by 2 players, and a nice retake from Leviathan. Doug, that approach on the retake was so sick. They used Ospas's Neon Wall to bait out utility for the delay. That's why you saw Heat use that breach utility in screens, in CT. But it was the double-layered approach on the retake. You're going to see a lot of teams do this, a lot of good teams at least, you know, try to bait out a lot of that utility on the post plant, and then, you know, just win that battle, win that exchange. I mean, at this point, look, Melzer, he's stuck there with no utility, nothing to help him out. And it's just easy at that moment.
We often talk about a flood in a retake attempt like that when you're dumping all of the utility and everyone's swinging at the same time. And the fun thing about how LEV do it is it's not an instant response to what the attack side is doing. It's like they choose to break the dam and they choose when they flood. Exactly. And I think that's what makes it so difficult for KRU to be able to navigate.
Something else that's going to be difficult is these 2 trips they're going to have to navigate through. I say that, but nobody gets punished.
Oh, they've invested the Rolling Thunder too. Kesnet was the only one who kind of found some safe passage, but he gets cleaned up. Now the spike plane has been denied. KRU have to find another option.
But the fighting squad from Leviathan, 4 members sitting and facing KRU head on, winning the trades. It's up to Heat alone.
With a stinger in hand, 1 point away from having his ult online, gets his first, but Mazzino with 3. So KRU will have the Rolling Thunder going into the next round.
Yeah, that's going to be a good ultimate they can use to get a sight, or maybe hold it for the post plan as well, but I have to point out, Leviathan, they were ready for that. They had 2 trips from the start of the round on B site, allowing Tex to creep in here in the back amongst the chaos of that Hunter's Fury from Calm and snag that kill onto Kesnet, who oftentimes when you're playing a Neon on this map is going to be isolated a lot.
Gotta go.
Couple of key ults here. MTA one away from having his Hunter's Fury too. As you see the exchange of utility at the beginning of A main, often commonplace, but this time there's a little bit more behind it for LEV. They invest the paranoia, they invest the stun. Kills are traded 1 for 1, and that continues to be the case. But they overcook, they overheat, they feed Calm as LEV gets his 4th.
What a sick A re-clear from Leviathan. The Breach Blast clearing out Melzer in the TP spot. The Neon stun off the wall to dissuade Kesnet, who's been doing that rollout to get to that box a lot. And then, yeah, you're isolating fights in the actual A lobby and no one can follow up. Kesnet got absolutely destroyed by Calm in that moment. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was
ridiculous.
That was insane. Cosmetic stun. He killed him stunned while Kesnet was sliding. What is that? Might be one of the nastiest shots I've seen.
Smoke out towards A main, the shock dart, the spam.
Geez.
Calm gets a kill.
Yeah, he's not falling for that lurk smoke, Doug.
No.
He's going for more, feeling it a little too much. Slow down, buddy. Now you gave Kesnet a rifle, but it's all right. It's 4-2. You won the first map. I get it.
Aspas has an op. The paranoia comes through. There's a Rolling Thunder that we mentioned. We'll tag up a couple. Do they try to fill him behind this?
Big investment. That Rolling Thunder.
This is often where we see Kesnet push the pace. And against most other teams, he finds success with it, but this time, a bit more of a tempered approach. Takes a step back, Tex with the op now. Do they try to force their way into this site? Aspas has already gotten out. He's in the corner. Kesnet with 3 on it. Make that 4 as KRU get their 3rd.
And now for the Leviathan, maybe a timeout of some sorts, maybe trying to slow it down, make sure you go back to that disciplined play. Calm, he did a great job getting that first blood there, but the overheat on the short A, the overcommitment on this fight is what gave Kesnet the rifle to just pop off and get a 4K. You cannot be giving Kesnet the time of day to warm up in this series, because when Kesnet is online, it's a whole nother story of KRU.
Already cut some conversation in the Leviathan camp. Does not look like they're pulling the trigger on the timeout, but I imagine that's a note that will be brought up later.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too overeager, a little too overconfident. You can get punished by teams when you are playing in that way. We saw it on the pistol round as well from King. He got that first blood on the Kesnet, decided to peek outside a garage, got traded. All of a sudden you lose the pistol round.
It's a very different approach from KRU here. We've seen them try to force A main so many times, but a different look. They've invested the dart towards garage, made a ton of noise. Now they're having to put the drone in there too.
Let's get broken with no follow-up, but that will have King back up out of that garage area. So now there's no more info in garage. There is still a camera that can see the cross though from Tex. That's why he's just AFK on it right now. But he has to worry about front B after that trip is broken. So KRU did a good job of creating gaps and kind of spreading the defenses thin. But where are they going to end and how are they going to end?
There's that cam you were just mentioning. With a little bit of help over the top. Mazzino also looking over shoulder from, Mazzino looking over shoulder from back B to make sure he's not getting pushed in garage. Now KRU looking to get a little bit more pacey with this. They've invested the Hunter's Fury. They've invested the paranoia. King tagged down to almost nothing on the swing, and the smoke somehow stays alive. Finding a second lease at life, but Kesnet continues to light things up. 2 on the round for him as KRU gets the spike down.
And Calm is doing this late flank, but he's going to be met by a trip. He does break it. The reaction for KRU needs to be instant, but it's not instant enough. Aspas gets the trade on to Kesnet.
Shy's left in a 1v2, and remember, Shy's been really good for KRU here.
Oh, but who has a drone this late into the half? It's a post-plant scenario for Shy. He's stuck here. The stun comes out.
Not quite deep enough, though. Shy's able to take a step back. He's been isolating it down into 1. Now dropping the camp, but against Aspas, this is going to be such a difficult fight to win. Do you call the bluff? He's holding it all the way. You've got to get on the swing. Aspas swings at just the right time.
Wow. And after map 1, I saw a comment from Twitch chat saying Aspas is the movement god. I mean, it looks like it from what he just did. That little sidestep after getting off the spike was too cold, too clean. And Shy, he just couldn't connect onto him. But that round was set up very well from the side of KRU. The retake, calm, the pressure that he put from behind, that was so nice. But these rounds, they're kind of coming down to the wire. That was a 1v1 there.
Standing ahead.
Aggressive dart here. Gets another kill set up for Calm. And he's going to find it, isn't he? The tag on the MTA. The third shot splits the uprights.
A rare miss on the Sovalt. Usually Calm's always good for one, as I like to say. He will be using the drone to re-clear the garage info. Trying to check out if anybody slipped in while he was using that Hunter's Fury. Doesn't see anybody though, so gives a little bit of peace of mind, allows him to rotate back to A to help out Aspas. But right now, the macro game from KRU has been great. Smoke there to delay any type of info on shorts. I don't know if Aspas heard the cue. Maybe not. So this might work against KRU in a way. But again, the defenses from the side of Leviathan, they're so spread. If there's another C-split that happens, the Flood might not make it here in time for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, there's not a ton of help here. I mean, King's on an island, Texas close by, sure. And I don't know the timing on Mazzino's stun. If he's at a good place, he might be able to impact the play from there, but it doesn't matter now. He's dead. He's caught on the rotate. Caught in motion. Kesnet getting dropped by King as he gets 2. Make that 3. No. I thought he was done, but Melser's able to trade. A 2v2 now on the side. Melser trying to get a little too cheeky, but again, a magnetic snap from Aspas. How does he do it?
He's so quick with it, Doug. He's so fast. The instantaneous flick after that smoke fades. He's insane. KRU, again, they set up the round great, though. Like that lurk out of garage window, the timing was immaculate. But King, how does he get so many kills in backside? Look at this. Off of the slide, he's 5 HP. He did so much work, so much damage.
I mean, he almost gets a third, too. Yeah, that's just so snappy.
It's ridiculous. How do you beat that guy, man? Gotta ask G2.
Yeah, because KRU haven't been able to solve it. A much more competitive. Whoa, easy.
I thought he was going to go for the slide. He surely would have gotten punished if he went for it, so wise to not do so.
They've made a fair amount of noise here towards A. They know that Neon's close by.
Yeah, most of the time they've taken all this real estate as well. It's been a commitment, so that's why you see a heavy lean here. 3 members right now from the side of Leviathan set up, waiting for this. That dart will give even more info after the jump spot.
Good night. 3 of them spotted.
Yeah, you can't commit anymore. You gotta show pressure. But while all that was happening, look at C-Site. Look at this guy. How is he here?
Shy is so far up.
Yo.
How does he keep doing this?
I don't know. He's finding every single gap possible. From Leviathan, he could do some mad damage right here. Oh, he gets the first. That might be a little bit too early. I say that, but the poise from him to sit in window is great. Now Texas on an island, Doug.
Yeah, he's got no help anywhere near him. He's going to have to hold this back on his own, and another falls at the hands of Shy. A little bit clumped up there as they commit to getting the spike down, now forcing into post-plant positions. They didn't have much of a buy going into this round. Kesnet playing up close with the Vandal in hand, and then 2 Guardians surrounding him. No Rolling Thunder.
Watch out. I'm out.
No Hunter's Fury. No big ults here. And Kesnet's already down. He was the only one playing on site, though. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot. But the TP out from Melser. He tries to buy some time. Manages to stay alive for a little bit longer as MTA tees off. KRU gets a 4.
Yeah, MTA cleaned up that kill on the Aspas, who had the Neon all pop primed and ready. So clutch. Those were the plays that we saw him getting ahead of in the series against 100 Thieves. I'm glad we're seeing it here today. But Shy, what an absolute animal. Finding that lurk timing. Getting all the way behind the defenses. Popping that Cypher ultimate, allowing KRU to have full info on the site. Tex, he had too many angles, too many sets of utility to be worried about. He got absolutely rinsed. So it will be another A default from the side of KRU. And another freeze to the round.
This is a much lighter lean towards A that we've seen from the defensive side. Look at how far King and Tex are.
Oh, cage triggered.
take a little bit of damage, have to take a step back. But now the thing is, if KRU decide to try to re-clear C, they're going to have to invest utility to do so. But now with everything that they've dropped in towards A, you imagine this is where they want to end. They put the wall down, they've dumped almost all of their arsenal into this site.
They're so worried about short A after what happened to them in that previous round. Shy is going to face calm. He wins the 1v1. KRU are in a good spot in this post right now.
A much more competitive half.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really no way for LEV to get into this.
No, this is so difficult. The guns aren't in your favor. The utility game is not in your favor either. So KRU, they've put up quite a fight.
And it looked like for a moment it was going to be a rough half again.
Yeah.
But some really nice adaptations from KRU. I think the way that they've been showing different looks, again, Shy, getting all of the space he's been able to get, has been very successful for them. And we have a map on our hands.
No, we definitely do. Ospas will be the only one that saves a Vandal going into the last round of the half. But yeah, and I can't help but go back to, some of the mistakes that we saw Leviathan make, in the pistol round overheating, palm overheating top short.
Taken out.
It allowed KRU to get 2-3 rounds in succession after that. And that's why you see them putting up such a great fight. You're seeing Kezen have way more time to warm up now. And it's a best of 5. You're going to go the distance, or you could at least.
I'm out of here.
And you don't want to do that against a team like KRU, who,
Go, go, go.
honestly, the story of this team making champs every year is something special, Doug.
Aspas is taking a lot of space down short here.
He might be able to do something special himself right here alone.
Yep. A snap onto the first. Heat is dead.
So ridiculous.
And just like that, that little kill is enough to throw a wrench into the plans of the attack. Now you don't have reach utility to play around, but also, more importantly, now you're forced to reset the map.
We'll see if Shy is able to break that trip to relieve some pressure on these players in the back of A. Surely somebody from Leviathan wants to cheat over.
Mazzino on the jump spot almost gets his head taken off.
Yeah. KRU didn't let that cook enough, that trip being broken. Had they had done that, maybe waited, 10 more seconds, maybe what you see Mazzino doing now on the minimap would have happened, and now you go into a 4v2 on the actual A site.
Instead, they're forced to go back C. They know that no space has been taken beyond long because of the trip that they have up.
And this might be the first time where they actually go back on the default. Going A, taking all that space, going back and ending C.
That certainly seems to be the case with the Hunter's Fury, with the dart over the top. You saw Shy try to get a little bit of space to relieve some pressure in through Garage, but is unfortunately met by King on the other side.
Yeah, he ended up going in way too early there. Now it's a 3v5 with 10 seconds left. And the utility game is all in favor of Leviathan. They're already flooding back site.
Fully disrespecting the smokes, but it just wasn't enough. I thought for a second there LEV was pushing the pace a little bit too fast, but they're going to get to 7. The defuse comes through. Still a good half, all things considered.
Yeah, it was back and forth, honestly. A very competitive half. No team is clearly in the lead right now. It's all going to rely on this next half, this next pistol. Who's going to dictate the pace of the next half?
And remember, KRU have won every
single one.
Yeah, they've won 3 pistols in this series. So if they're able to maintain that streak, we're going to have something good on our hands. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
I think if we win the Americas trophy with Leviathan, it will be a different achievement for me, because this year has been like a challenge for me that I wanted to face. I wanted to play in a team that speaks English, so it's a new language for me. I'm communicating in a new language while I'm playing and tracking, and it's different cultures as well. So it's been a really hard challenge for me, and I'm loving doing this. So if I win trophies this year, win Americas this year with Leviathan, it will be a different achievement. So maybe it's going to be a different feeling as well.
Aspas managing to find success on two different language-speaking rosters would be something really freaking cool. And they've shown a lot to be able to pull that off, but there's still work to be done against KRU.
Yeah, it's just crazy that he's like, oh yeah, I just want to give myself a handicap. I want to see how I can do on a mixed roster. like he's that good that he could just do that. Like that's ridiculous, no?
I mean, he's shown it. He shows it week after week.
He's like, yeah, I wanted a challenge. I wanted to test my English out. You know, see if I could, hang in an NA on an NA team. You know.
But again, his medal has been tested, and the truth is that Leviathan's medal is being tested here up against a KRU that's putting up much stronger of a fight. 2 rounds separating the two squads. And it's really, it's Kesnet who's leading from the front for KRU.
Yeah, all off of that round where he was able to...
That 4K.
Yeah, snag that Vandal, get 3 more after that. And this defensive side for KRU last time around against C9 was great. They played a lot of good retake styles, and you kind of have to do that on a map like Haven. There's 3 sites. You can't really hold everything. You have to play retake on one of them. Otherwise, you might just get punished if you're the solo site player.
And they have a lot of really good tools when it comes to retake. They've got Sova's util, Breach's util. There's a lot to play around. And also it helps when you're able to clean up one of the members on the other side. Tex is dead, Aspas half health.
Yeah. And KRU, they were playing a 1-3-1. Something that's also very common on a map like this of Haven, because it does give you the option to flood C or A if they go there. And obviously, you get a pick front B like that if they do try to walk in.
And so this is the retake setup that you were talking about, because they can't fully invest on having everything on every single site. They've left A.
Yeah, and oftentimes it'll just be the queue of, utility being used, and then you know that you win the exchange because you have the utility now.
Melser just got a smoke up. MTA has a start up too. I imagine they'll wait to use those when the retake is in full effect.
Wow. A big shining light right now for Leviathan is they were able to sneak into the site with only using 2 Omen smokes. They didn't have to use dart, shock darts, or anything for the side of Leviathan. I say that, and Aspas gets picked off by Kesnet.
The paranoia was a little early. It's not going to tag onto anyone. The shock was a little early too. Now KRU just going to try to force their way into this. Mazzino trying to hold things back from Graffiti, only able to find 2. Calm left in a 1v3. His position was really nice to be able to strike on the 1. Oh, it gets down to Shy with 40 HP staying alive. Another pistol the way of KRU.
Yeah, they almost lined up there, but being up 5v3, you play the numbers game, and there you go. Yeah, it came down to a 1v1, but Shy is there for the trade. Kesnet getting 2 first bloods into that round. 1 front B, 1 on Aspas, who got stuck in the front of A and got stunned. This is where we see KRU shine on this defensive side. Utility was great. The macro game was great. Aspas was stunned as that smoke was fading and spawned.
Cool, he dinks him.
Yeah, it was so close. Just through the body. Sheriff in that moment would have done the job.
So the streak of success for the pistols continue for KRU. That's now 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
They've got that figured out, man.
When you have the individual talent that KRU has, it makes it easy on those pistol rounds to hit all those shots. That's where you see a lot of the mechanics shine through. A little bit of RNG, of course, with some of that first bullet inaccuracy on the weapons, but most notably that Sheriff, it shoots straight.
Unless they fully force into flood out here, LEV should be able to get the spike down.
No need to, honestly. Just play the correct fundamental game. Play the disciplined approach. You can flood in together with all this set utility. Shy just needs to hold garage window.
Yeah, Kesnet backside, plucks Calm out of the sky. A really nice shot there. As garage falls too. They're going to try to overwhelm him. but there are too many targets to deal with on both sides. Heat is going to get the defuse to have 3/4 of the way. LEV falls apart, and KRU tied us up at 7.
Yeah, great, again, great macro gameplay from KRU. They give up all of C, they play to their advantages. They're looking really good right now. They're looking very, very good right now, actually, Doug. They saved 3 rifles into that round. Nice flicks from Kesnet.
Remaining.
And it's been relatively easy so far in these last 2 defensive rounds. They weren't really pushed too hard, other than the retake on A, where they just play the numbers game. But a very, very convincing retake on a C site there. And another 1-3-1 approach. They just want to they want to play this flood. They want to be at every site as soon as the execute comes through.
It becomes a game of timing as the first dart comes out. The orb handed over to Com. And that's some of that site for Util already cleared out. They're committing into this, aren't they? They've got the paranoia out. The cage goes up, and it doesn't matter as Kesnet falls. Shy trying to stay alive. Dash stun through. And LEV might take a quick step back here, but they have so many members invested out onto the site. I don't know that they can cut their losses and get away.
Cover going out.
And I also don't know that they know that there are 2 members on site. Oh, yeah, they're right under them. Now they know. Now they've been found out. All kills going the way of LEV.
LEV do such a good job of freezing the round on their attack executes. It's something that they like to do a lot on Icebox, especially on that A site. You know, we see them use that harbor wall to cut off back site, and then they just kind of wait and fight back together, see if anyone runs into them. And oftentimes, you know, when defenders are starved for information on the actual site, that's when players will get exposed like this, and it gives you the window of opportunity to just punish the defending players who are trying to get that info and see if you're still there on the site. So putting doubt in the minds of KRU, but some decent damage done from the side of KRU as well, and Kesnet gets his head taken off. I don't know how Com hit that shot. It was probably insane.
Com is quietly putting together a really nice series so far.
Yeah, him and Mazzino.
Also, look at how proactive KRU have gotten here mid. They've taken all this garage space. They've slipped past the shock dart that came through B, and they're all the way up into spawn at this point.
They might be able to catch the spike in rotation to going A main if nobody checks it.
Yeah, they're not looking.
Break this. Oh, they're gonna break and swing. Com, he gets punished.
He was in his util, and they flood off of that. As soon as the trip goes down, the kills go up for KRU. Aspas on the swing, able to punish Heat, grab the spike, and instead of swinging back out, they want to take the fight, and that's exactly what they do.
Wow.
So now with Spike in hand in a 2v1 situation, MTA is left in a brutal spot. He's going to try to win this foot race, and he's gotten here ahead of time. King has to be ready. That's exactly what he was.
I can't believe King got that kill. It's so hard to kill somebody wide swinging into you like that. But wow, Aspas, what trades in A lobby there. Had it not been for him, this round surely would have gone the way of KRU.
Well, and I think even seeing them decide to turn around and fight.
Wow.
Yeah, that was very pretty.
Yeah, that was an insane shot.
Yeah. Going back and deciding to fight and push the pace on the other side of the smoke, that's one of the things that... yeah, I saw that too, guys. Tex just got scared, apparently. But that's one of the things that LEV does so well. Those decisive snap moments. Hey, we're fighting together.
Yeah. The coordination you have to have and the communication you have to have in order to do so is unparalleled. It's so tough to do so on this mixed roster as well.
And the trust. And you've got to trust your guys. KRU back on the broken by, a couple of sheriffs, a Bucky. Well, we haven't seen that in a little while.
Yeah, and it's so rough for the side of KRU too, because that was such a good instant reaction to getting down, you know, Kesnet dying early and dropping, and you had the man advantage. It just gets squandered by this ridiculous, like, mid-second moment, you know? Aspas sliding in with King swinging at the same time, like you said.
We've seen a couple of moments where I thought MTA was going to get punished, man. But there's nothing found there. Instead,
right there,
LEV decide to explore the rest of the map.
Yeah, MTA is doing a good job of just jiggling this A lobby, seeing if there's anybody walking up on him. It will be a front B execute. Kesnet, he has the only gun here.
But look at this. I mean, they just used their utility so well to get out onto sites.
Yeah.
You got the aftershock back sight, you've got the cage, you've got the neon wall. There's so much that makes it, I mean, borderline impossible to hold the site. And then they continue to scale past it, not just satisfied with getting the site. They're hunting you down, buddy. Kesnet on the trade, able to get one, but that's the only success they find.
Yeah, doing things together is the playbook of Leviathan right now. Even just getting into that C-Link smoke, it drops, you have a bunch of players fighting with you, you had a stun to follow up. Beautiful work right now from the side of Leviathan. Not dropping early on the actual site, execute, and just fighting together. Looks so good, and a big, big investment from NTA. Using that Hunter's Fury on what was a thrifty round. You only had a Bucky and a Guardian.
So we do see a timeout called here.
First one.
Yeah, from KRU, and I think understanding that this map is well within reach, I think makes a lot of sense to pull a trigger on this one.
Yeah, they've looked good even on this defensive side. A couple of those rounds, yeah, they didn't go their way, but they set them up really well. Kind of similar to the attacking side as well. They probably could have snagged a few there as well. Tough, but if there's anybody that can settle the nerves and settle everything, it's a team like KRU, man. They've done this run so many times before, Doug, no?
Oh, that was cold, man. What did they do? They didn't deserve that. Take a look at the ults on the side of KRU. They've got a couple that are well within reach, too. It's not just Kesnets and Shies. I think, it makes a lot of sense to call a timeout here, given that they're within 3 rounds, given that this is, I mean, this is probably the deciding round. If they can get Heat's ult online, if they can use that for a retake, they've got a shot at this.
Yeah, and I think that's why you do see this heavy lean towards A. Breaches, when they start top short A like this is a fighting stun.
Yeah.
It lands fast. It could actually hit the Neon. There it is.
And it does.
It's Neon, but no follow-up this time around in Calm. Oh, he's going for a lineup play. Doesn't connect again, but maybe can do some damage.
Meanwhile, Aspas bringing out the finger guns to swing out, and a clean shot from Melser. MTA's in a really nice spot here, too. He's going to spot Tex, trying to find safe passage across into the smoke. This hold is beautiful from KRU. You can't let this one slip away. KRU gets 8.
Yeah, what a great hold. What a great flood. That's the benefits of playing this defensive style that KRU have been playing. You're able to flood in fast this time around. There's so many isolated fights. King fighting a 1v1 in hell. Aspas with the finger guns. He has to slide into 2-3 players, face checking. A lot of isolated fights here onto the actual site.
Oh, I think that shot from Melser probably is what secured them that round.
Yeah, disgusting.
Because then MTA is not able to find nearly as much value on Texas trying to contact out onto the site. Aspas continues to run amok, and then who knows? So big round there.
Wow.
And a really nice start from Mazzino on the other side.
That's not something you see every day. The attacking side getting the spam on the front B player.
KRU are trying to be opportunistic about this, feeling the pressure that's going in through B. They try to push out towards Garage, and they find success. Now keep an eye on Melser. He's been caught. Shy was pushing it too. He finds Mazzino.
This was such a disgusting round from the side of KRU, Doug.
Spike down mid.
Unbelievable round. A telestrator-worthy round from the side of KRU. That was beautiful. The instantaneous reaction to push outside of Garage and the breach ult to push all those players into those players, that was ridiculous.
And that was off the opener.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, Mazzino getting the best of, getting Kesnet there.
Oh. That was such a beautiful round of Valorant.
Dude, and we've got to talk about Shy again. Man, he's just been so steady for KRU.
All year long. And he's looking as confident as ever, too.
Yeah. 2 timeouts in quick succession here, 1 from either side, and still 1 to invest from both. We'll see how things slow down here as KRU, again, opportunistic in the way they played that round, and really the previous one, too.
Wow. You go, girl.
What are the adjustments out of LEV here on the other side of this timeout? Because I think you've mentioned a couple of times, Dre, how it feels like KRU have been spread out a little bit because if they want to try to play the entire map, that's what they have to do, or they lean into this retake attempt. So, I mean, is it more about drawing utility out at the beginning of the round, or what's the approach?
The exact approach should be, you do your default, do whatever, which they've been doing a good job doing.
Sure.
But you need to contact more into these actual sites, identify if KRU are actually playing there or not, and then you will have more utility to deal with the retake that KRU are putting together. That's the recipe for success that Leviathan needs to use in order to defeat KRU, because right now it's an exchange of utility on the actual sites, but it's KRU that have the advantage because they're going second.
They're fully light armoring on the side of LEV. All 5, and they had the money to do it. Or they had the money to invest full if they wanted to. This is a very similar look to what we've seen. The wall goes up, Aspas dashes out. They've gotten B. No real interest in drawing out utility or anything like that. Forget about defaulting. They just want to take this fight.
Yeah. Last time it was C-Link. This time it's A-Link. Are they going to punish?
They're both blind. They were both paranoid. King, really nice timing on the swing. And Aspas gets caught a little bit too far. They've pushed the pace. They've pushed the envelope in ways that were ill-advised. A little bit more of a 1-for-1. Common Mazzino, only 2 that remain. That Rolling Thunder's from really far back, and you see the TP out from Elser. He's managed to get high ground, avoiding the stun from the ult. Calm, waiting on the other side. They have so many things that they can do to delay this. They can do so many things to deny this, but they've run out of numbers. KRU come back from the dead to tie us up at 10.
Kesnet with the power of Neon, running all the way from C-Link, getting the trades onto A-Link. That was the winning factor of the round.
And honestly, it felt like they pushed up a little bit too far. You're right, Kesnet was there, but you've already been able to alleviate a lot of that pressure coming in from Link. Pushing past that is what got him caught.
Yeah, sometimes when you zone in a little too hard on one thing, you get punished from the side of the head. And that's exactly what Kesnet did. So fixated on that A-Link kill because that stun connected. I get it. It's right there. It's right within your grasp. But sometimes it's a little too greedy, like you mentioned.
And so we talked about how well Leviathan have been doing at defaulting. The previous round that we saw in round 20, there was none of that. There was just a full send B. Now it seems like they've resorted to what they were previously doing a little bit more. A little bit of noise made towards C. You've got the cam up mid. And that's enough to draw rotations from KRU. They've got 4 members here on this side of the map.
Yeah. That's all because nothing was shown towards A. Just now, that drone is going to clear MTA off the A line.
And now what's the response here? As soon as the drone is called, look at Kesnet already rotating back towards A. They invest the ult out from Melser to make sure that's where the hit is.
And I love this proactivity right now from the side of KRU. MTA and Kesnet, they're getting active right now. They're going to know it's not A, and this is going to allow those players in A-Link right now to already lean towards C, to get there, to help out Shy. He has full utility. Same with Melzer. This sight hit might be disastrous from the side of Leviathan, and this is such an important round, Doug.
You're right, they're ahead of it. The paranoia is already here. Do they have time to flip the map again? I mean, you've got a little bit of space up garage from Tex. They're going to try.
You got to go, and you got to go fast, but sometimes in the heat of the moment, it could be so devastating for you. And KRU, they look so collected. MTA sneaking through the smoke. He gets traded out.
They've got enough resources here backside. Aspas on the swing. There was a stun. He's able to get him 1. 2 remaining left on the defense. 1 of them backside with 10 seconds left. They managed to get enough breathing room to commit to getting the spike down. Shy's going to have to win this out on his own. In the face of 3 members from LEV. Desperately trying to push his team into a lead. And the respect that LEV are showing into this is so clean. Look, the one way he's going to have to deal with, all of the space he's going to have to clear.
That's brutal.
Surely there's no way Shy's able to pull this off.
No, there's no way. And also Mazzino and Calm are using their utility. There was a dart being held out, a stun being held out. There's no way Shy can pull this one off. He should just save. Save that weapon, bring it into the next. He's the only one with the economy not thriving right now. He needs to get out of here.
It's a tap.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's all it'll be.
That is such an impressive round win for Leviathan, Doug. I mean, talk about down to the wire. They had nowhere else to go. They had to commit to be there. And I thought KRU were the ones that were going to weather that storm, but it was Leviathan in those fights on the site with the trading. Aspas, he had a lot of targets to look at when he slid back site, but the fact that he was still able to get 1 on that, that was a W for his squad.
And I mean, this swing up from Aspas was really nice, but I mean, this round was set up because of what the triple pump fake that they hit at the beginning of the round. They started C, they drone out A, they try to go back C, they end B, like,
yeah.
That was playing the map to its fullest in every way you possibly can, and yes, they burned that candle down really low. But you'd argue it was right on time.
Yeah.
Kesnet with the op. They've given him an aggressive line down short off of the stun from Heat.
That allows the lean. fast reaction from the side of Leviathan. Ooh, Tex gets taken out, walking into the crosshairs of Kesnet. Just not aware that he could have that line, I guess. It is the first time we've seen Kesnet pop that operator out in this series.
Yeah, but you gotta expect when there's a stun out from Link like that, that
it could be a possibility, and the economy as well for the side of KRU, right?
And so they've made a lot of noise. See, it seemed like they were gonna try to freeze, and they did, but now doubling down on their efforts.
And it's gonna be a late lurk here from King as well into Garage. Hunter's Fury invested very early on, not connecting onto any players.
Mizzino stuck, and I don't know that they know. Aspas is going to be the first fall. Calm finding value off of his Hunter's Fury as King tries to take Garage, and he can't. Mizzino's still here. He was never dealt with. He's going to fall. He almost finds a second, but Heat's on the trade. A 2v2 now for the site. Heat playing back plat. What do they have? They have a paranoia out from King. They don't have any shots. They don't have anything else like that to play around, but they do have spam. And that spam might be enough. They've got to see the Tracers coming in from high ground. Melser with 8 HP. Can Calm guess right? Can he find the right target? He dropped the weapon. He's fumbled the bag. The Red Bull clutch for KRU.
Oh my goodness. Heartbreaking for Leviathan. Mizzino, he did so much to bring that one back. But Calm, he's had such a great map so far. That was the only moment this map that he fumbled like that. Oh, even the kill on Kesnet was so clean from him.
One enemy remaining.
I didn't see if he was out of bullets, if that's why he was looking for something else.
Yeah, he was. He was trying to find another rifle on the ground. The rifle of King. That's tough. That's so tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. But you have to bounce back. It's not over yet. It's 11-11. And that's why you see the timeout. And he knows. He tells his team, yo, my bad, guys. He'll bring it back. He has to now. And yeah, I mean, that round came down to the wire. And yeah, he made a little bit of a mistake, but you cannot deny the fact that he's sitting at 20 kills at the top of the scoreboard for his squad. Him and Mizzino sitting at 20 and 21.
Back into the action we go. KRU have won 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and it's, I mean, some have been real squeaky, but they've managed to get through it to tie us up at 11.
The retakes from KRU have been so nice, so impressive. When KRU do things together, they really are a team to be reckoned with.
What do we see in this round? Aspas 1 point away from his ult. Heat's halfway to his. A faster start from LEV.
Yeah. And the 1-3-1 again, it allows for so many members. Ooh!
I think they really wanted to commit to that. They dropped a smoke back there too to conceal what they were trying to do, but thwarted in their initial efforts.
Look at how many members of KRU are here, Doug.
This is going to be a mess. They've got 4 members here. The only one who's not by a shot. He's playing all the way back towards C, but Melser keeping him back on his own as best as he can alongside Heat. They run into a brick wall. No space is found.
I have the spike.
Calm in a position to make up for the previous round, but a difficult task, a 1v3. He's got a no shies waiting around the other side. He's gotten it a little bit closer, a 1v2 now. With dart in hand and drone to play around, spotting one, not realizing the second was closer. Very well done.
Yeah, he picked the perfect spot to hold that off angle from. That dart did not connect onto him whatsoever, so there's no way for Calm to know if he's there holding or not. Kesnet, the only one tagged in that moment. But yeah, the fast flood, it's too much. It's been too much for Leviathan to handle. They've had no answer for this. I would say only on the C site has Leviathan done a good job of freezing the actual site hit and then following up with more utility or holding for those fights. But just like that, we're sitting at match point for KRU.
LEV on a light buy.
And look, just look at the mini-map, Doug. KRU have not changed this default. I mean, maybe one round with Kesnet opping A short. That was the only one.
With power and numbers, you're right. They like to rotate fast. LEV seem to be committing onto this, so Aspas has popped his ult. Another attempt towards A. What do they have to flood out with?
I mean, they got everything because they didn't decide to go out right away this time around. KRU, they picked the right time to play all the way back and do a full 5v5 retake.
Heat doesn't have a stun, and it's pretty early on in the round. I imagine he used it right at the beginning, so might be a few more moments before he gets that back up.
Good stun to compensate from the side of Kesnet, though, Doug.
Mazino's on the swing, able to clean up MTA. Oh, he wasn't able to get the ult off! Tech still playing back here. He drops his ult at the worst possible time. It's Calm again in a clutch situation. The stun spotting the first. He's healthy, and the members of KRU are not. Do they dare swing? Do they force Calm to take the fight on his terms? Shy with 3. The defuse will come through. KRU take Haven.
And just like that, we got a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 in maps. Both teams winning their map picks. And the way that KRU won this one, Doug, they earned it. Kesnet 27-20 with 5 first kills.
Yeah, he had a ridiculous performance. We talked so much about Shy and the value he was able to offer. Think about how many meaningful 2Ks, how many meaningful 3Ks. The fact that he was able to open things up on the pistol. Even both times, the way he denied space and capitalized on it was just so beautiful. It kept LEV on their back foot the entire time. Sunset on the other side of this break. It's LEV's map pick. We'll see if they're able to walk away with it. We'll see you guys soon.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
And
Here's your wireless contract.
do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative switch.
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
El movimiento de Musera y el castigo ahora en contra de King. Muy bien, Tex respondiendo. ¡Yeah! Vamos, tú que tienes armamento, buscar la retoma, sangre y fuego, lo que sea. ¡Melzer y Kesnet! Y ahora aparece Melzer.
I am joined by KRU's Adam after a map 2 win. Now, Icebox didn't go your way. Tell me how you guys organized that map 2 comeback, and why is it the inflatable gator?
Yeah. Well, we tried to play one kind of map pool the last time we played against LEV, and this time we're trying to face in a different way. So I think our Haven play goes the way we wanted to. Now we go to Sunset. Now we are like warming up with Neon, so I think we're going to surprise them.
All right, hopefully it's heating up real good. Best of luck in the match.
And KRU manages to fight back. They grit their teeth, pick up a 13-11 win on Haven. And now we're guaranteed to get a bid. So you guys are quite happy about that one here. It should be quite interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think that throughout the course of that series, you're looking at Leviathan, you're looking at Aspas make absolutely unbelievable plays and moments. But it's just that it's KRU just constantly fighting back every single time, and I know that there were some rounds you guys wanted to talk about as well.
I specifically wanted to start at round 18 because I think everything before this, fraudulent from KRU. And then suddenly, the comeback towards the end, it was on. They started flood defending really well here with this smoke on A. KRU could not find a way through it. And also the pinches on B were lovely too. Round 19, they push out Garage and they catch people in mid here off the back of the breach ult, allowing the other people to come in. They applied tons of pressure and actually looked better than LEV in those final 6 or so rounds.
On map 1, I think one of the biggest issues for KRU was going for a lot of defensive aggression, trying to get these opening picks and conceding opportunities to Leviathan. Despite playing a comp that I think is actually really good for going for a lot of those like opening gambits, a stun, a fight into A with your Neon, I think it was the right call for KRU to play a lot of these rounds more passive and really build their game plan around the flood retakes, which I felt was really clear that they put a lot of prep into. They looked clean.
Yeah, that's pretty evident, I think, as well, even from their last time that they played Haven. I think Kesnet is either debate on the piece of stick as well, just trying to set up somebody else for a trade, or he's the one himself who's actually going to be trading people out or empowered by a lot of that util that they throw out for him. So that was a great showcase, I think, from KRU. It was sloppy from LEV, I think, at times as well.
At the end there,
especially. To let them back into this as well. But that's exactly what you need if you are KRU. You're going to need those kind of like weaknesses to show, I think, the cracks in the game plan for a team like Leviathan to actually take it to them. And the question is, are they even going to be able to do that now? We're heading into Sunset, another map. I mean, it's best of 5. They've earned themselves at least the honor of playing them on Abyss. That will be something that we can look forward to. We haven't seen LEV play that map yet. Yeah. There's definite possibilities, but we don't really know. Sunset seems like an unlikely one.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, let's go ahead, though, and hear what Coach Itapata has to say as we get ready for map 3.
I am here with Itapata just to get a little bit of information on that map 2, not going your way, but Icebox looks so good. What do you think was missing from that map 2 besides KRU playing well and getting back into it?
I think KRU started playing well because we kind of led them to. Because the way we were fighting, it felt like people were on different pages, and we just weren't fighting together the moments we had to play the most together.
All right, Ito, thank you so much. Best of luck on Sunset.
Fascinating, to say the least, hearing him say, like, hey, we just weren't playing together, but it's like, here we are, lower bracket finals. Like, this is the time, right? You got to try and, like, button those things up because Champions is right around the corner. Your opportunity to win Americas is right in front of you as well, Sideshow.
Yeah, they've definitely got stuff to work on in their Haven. It was only the second time that we've seen it. Another thing that's coming up, very similar to last time, Stage 1 playoffs, lower bracket final. They played against G2.
Yeah.
Biggest reason they lost, they won 1 out of 10 pistol rounds. LEV have still not got a pistol in this series.
They've been allergic to it.
That's why KRU were even with them and able to overtake them towards the end, because they were winning pistols, winning the follow-up, winning a couple of eco rounds here and there.
Yeah.
It's not to do with the gun rounds right now. It's about being able to start the halves off well.
Sure, but I also think on those gun rounds, the fundamentals need to stay clean. Because like you were mentioning, Bren, we started to see more of those mistakes from Leviathan towards the end of that map. And on Sunset, if you remember the last time these two teams played, LEV stomped. They're yet to lose this map this stage. This is really comfortable territory. I think their coordination on this map has been really good. So if they go back to those fundamentals, I do think this is a good place for them to rebound.
On the side of KRU as well, if I'm paying attention to their perspective with this one, I think those are the only win cons they've really got going for them, right? They need to keep stringing together these pistol rounds against LEV, assuming that they aren't getting them themselves to get that early advantage. And I think there was a lesson to be learned from Haven, definitely just trying to play together as well. If the discipline's there and LEV are constantly trying to take these solo fights against you, that's incredibly punishable, as evident. It was incredibly close on your own map pick. Don't get me wrong, the 13-11, but these are the only ways that I see KRU being able to drag it over, because they're not winning versus them in those one-on-one head-to-heads. Icebox is evidence of that.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm brought back again to your narrative that you didn't want to begin at the beginning of the day.
I've sowed the seeds.
But unfortunately, it looks like you're about to reap the harvest as well. Because what I'm seeing again, it's the same thing to end Haven as what ended 100 Thieves here in Americas.
Yeah.
Is that run towards the end of a map where crew get the rhythm and then look unstoppable in the last like 6 or so rounds. If LEV are going to choke in bracket games in big matches, then you don't, like, your opponent seems to step up in those spots.
And crew have a tendency to do that too.
Yeah.
They're under pressure.
You've got to slam them like they did on Icebox, because it feels like if you give crew any opening, they start to believe.
Yeah.
They must crush hope.
And this, I mean, this goes back to your thing around the pistol rounds. If you're not winning the pistols, if you're not starting half strong, games are slipping away from you. It's
By the way,
egregious.
how did they win both pistols on Icebox and lose 13-3? I swear, if anyone else can find a map where that's ever happened, I'd be so baffled. It's just almost impossible.
Yeah, I tell you what, just seeing the way that this series has played out has been fascinating, but there's still plenty more series left to play as we get ready for map number 3. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. Once again, it's Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Sunset, a map that we've seen these two teams dance on very recently. And again, it didn't really go the way of crew, but Haven told us a very different story. And I think it's a lot of the conversation that Brandon and Josh were having is if you give crew a little bit, they're gonna take the whole thing. That's what they did on Haven.
They're so used to playing from behind. It's ridiculous at this point. You could never count them out. That used to be the saying, right? It probably still is now. But either way, if crew can do what they did in the last map on this composition, they might have a really good chance of having a way better showing this time around than what they did last time. Because, if you guys all recall, it was a 13-4 stomp from the side of Leviathan. It wasn't even close.
No, just a few minutes away from Agent Select. We'll see what kind of comps they're running. I can't imagine there's going to be very much difference for really either side. I think, we're going to see the Neon, we're going to see the Breach from both sides. And there was a lot that crew did really well on, again, either activating Kesnet to be bait, as Brent said, or him just swinging out and diffing people by themselves. And that was something that was missing on map 1. That was missing on Icebox.
And also what I really liked about their Haven attack side specifically for crew was they stopped doing this like 4-1 approach where they would have MTA just like solo fake droning. I really hope we don't see that this time around on this map, because every time they do that, Leviathan have a hard read on what they're doing. So I'm hoping we see more 4-1s with Shy being the solo side and MTA being more with the pack and not trying to feint with the drone and actually just using it for the actual execute.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. I think I saw a sign back there that it's somebody's birthday, so happy birthday to whoever that was that's choosing to hang out and spend a birthday with us today. You chose a good day to do it. It seems like we've got a series on our hands as we turn our attention over to map 3. Crew on the attacking side. Again, can they get Kesnet active? Can crew continue this streak of winning pistols? They've won 4 in a row, now looking to push it to 5.
Winning every single pistol would be absolutely massive. That's a good start to do so. Kesnet takes out the head of comm through a smoke. Now it's left up to King and his devices. He's got Osbos and Mazzino flooding in with him soon.
One bullet was all it took. They've managed to get into the post plants. They've gotten the spike down. And again, they're playing really far off. I think we see this so many times on Sunset. This is very common. They get the spike down on B, they take a big step back, they drop smokes, and then you're just kind of hoping and praying that your bullets land, that you're able to hit this spam through the smokes.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's exactly what we're gonna get. Additionally, we often see LEV or defensive teams forced to fight. They have to flood into the smoke. They want to try to disrupt some of this spam setup. The paranoia through it. Now we're starting to see the flood come in, but Aspas doesn't even get out. Not even able to fully clear the smoke. Mazzino's left alone. It seems like another pistol to wave crew. That's exactly what it is.
5 pistols for crew. And Kesnet with that opener. That was massive. And also, what else he did on the site, he was the only one. 4 players went back after that spike was planted, and he was just there to feint that they were playing in the actual site. It made Mazzino use his breach fault line on default box. Nobody was there to reciprocate it. So baiting out all that utility by acting like you're actually playing in the site and then just playing the post, Shy, just spamming away. That's what the ghosts are so good for in that post-plant position. So an insane pistol round win from the side of crew. Already adaptations being made in their Sunset. Perfect stun. Connects onto 3 members, but there's 5 here, Doug.
Oh, a little bit of noise. The game's being played. I mean, you're just waltzing into a slaughter. Calm able to get a couple in exchange. Another shock dart invested, and Kesnet dashes and slides around any sort of threat. Heat cleans him up. Mazzino, the last to stand with the frenzy. And there's really not much footing to be found there. KRU get their second.
2 very decisive rounds. No hesitation from the side of KRU. Weathering the storm of all 5 players of Leviathan in that B main. We've seen a lot of funky stuff happen towards B main, you know, most notably Superman and EG using a little smoke there, getting free picks at players that are trying to push through that. But it's so different when you're running against this Neon who can just slide through all these stun lines. Even if he gets stunned, he can get out of it.
I think the important thing here for KRU is, again, if they start slow, things get really rough. We've seen them win pistols, and then we've seen them get eco'd in the next round. So for KRU, again, that's a big step, and it seems like an easy one, but it's been a problem in the past.
This game is so punishing when it comes to those plays, when it comes to those thrifties. Tex, he's trying to finesse in the backside right now. He's going to be met by multiple players.
His positioning is really nice, but he's not able to capitalize on it. Kesnet's able to clean him up, and now LEV on the attempt to push back. The flash timing is gorgeous. Wow, getting 2 with the frenzy there.
That was insane, Doug. How did he connect those shots? And now it's up to King in a 1v3?
Again, all of them playing back in main. The Cam's going to tag him on the first, and they're going to try to swing ahead of it. He's able to clean up 1! He's gotten it down to the very last target, and that's often the hardest. Heat drops him as KRU win the bonus.
Swinging together in the post plants, even the entries onto site, swinging back site. Even if Kesnet drops in that moment, you got the follow-up. When KRU are playing like this, when they look so coordinated and like they're on the same page, yeah, they could beat anybody, Doug. And right now, from the side of Leviathan, we've seen Tex play that back site before and finesse like he does usually, but there's always follow-up. This time around, he's on an island for way too long. Where's the follow-up from Mazzino to help him out? The flashes, the stun, or anything? Even a body to help him from Calm or anything? Nobody was close enough this time around, and Tex, he just dropped for free right there.
Right here. It's a bold start to the round from LEV. To get Calm into that aggressive angle, to get the orb. 2 steps away from his ult now.
And the last time these 2 teams faced and a default like this was used, it was Aspas showing really way more aggressive into the actual B main, and the reaction from the side of KRU was to just speed up A. So already I like the approach from KRU to not just play off of what they see and feed into the hands of Leviathan. As I say that, I don't know how King gets that kill right on the cross. So what? 1-for-1 trade now.
A deep smoke up towards mid. And KRU, if they decide to go on to this is going to be really tough. Aspas is playing close by. You've got Mazzino who's playing in the smoke with full util. But he's not even really interested in it. This is a really dangerous spot. They're all waiting on the other side, but the paranoia is so nice from King. That causes a swing for Mazzino, but it's only 1 found. Now Aspas arrives at the scene, and he's instantly dismissed. Instantly dealt with.
30 seconds left.
It seemed like KRU were the ones who were trapped. They were the ones who were stuck. But they're the ones left standing.
Now it's all up to Tex with his stinger. The spray and pray didn't work for 2 of his other members, but it's working for him right now. And he's not sitting too high and mighty himself. 29 HP to his name. He gets instantly deleted.
Tex might do this.
7 seconds left.
Shy gets enough space to get the spike down, and this problem just got infinitely harder for Leviathan. Tex with no real weapon to upgrade either. 79 HP. And all of the doubt creeping into his mind. Where does he go? Is there anybody holding a line? Can he even get safe passage across to try to get this rifle? I don't know that he can. So he has to take the fight to Shy. He's got the Stinger forward. It's the right weapon if he can swing out and punish, but he can't. Fancy footwork from Shy as KRU get up to 4.
Yeah, and it's just too tough in that moment when Shy actually creeps all the way in the back there by that screen area. I mean, he could be anywhere at that point. He could even be flanking you.
Yeah.
Who knows? But good on Tex to bring that down to a 1v1 in the first place. Keep in mind that was a thrifty buy. And yeah, the Stingers just couldn't quite connect. Usually we see the spray follow through. That gun can be so deadly, but a little bit of RNG going against the side of Leviathan. And those 2 kills that could have been acquired by Aspas and King. make it so it was a 3v1.
5-1 for Shy. We continue to sing his praises. Winning the clutches, winning those high impact moments. KRU up to 4 now. And at least for now, it seems like the stomp is going the other way.
Yeah, what a hot start from KRU. First time all series this has happened. Perfect timing for them as well. I think they have a good understanding that Shy used the cam from this positioning. Oh, I say that, but King might get... Oh no, he doesn't get peeked in time. Shy trying to get out of here. But it's going to be a re-clear on B main. So honestly, probably good on Shy to get out in the right timing. He would have gotten cleared here. And it's going to be a walk contact play onto A. Good reactionary play this time from KRU.
LEV playing really far off on the site too.
Yeah.
It's his good reaction, you're right. I also think they're benefiting from the fact that LEV are playing a bit soft here.
Yeah, and also benefiting from the fact that they're not blowing all their utility to take this space. Something they struggled with last time around. The threat of contacting, I mean, that could have been a kill right there. That's why Tex has to give. King might get spammed here.
Oh, almost read it. King's the one who kills him. Now Melser repositioning. A very bold swing there. But no target found. Comp tried to peek on the other side of smoke, but he was hit by the stun. He had nowhere to go. And so LEV continued to slow walk into Melser's crosshair. It's another round for KRU.
And you could feel it in the arena. The players could feel it in the server. It's full momentum the way of KRU. And a breakdown on the side of Leviathan. They're not peeking together. It's one's going through that Omen smoke right there. The coordination just isn't quite there. Something happened in the last map. There needs to be a timeout. This needs to be talked about. Because it's slipping away right now from Leviathan. Man, yo, he's fired up right now, no cap. he was spitting something, bro.
You see Aspas take his comfortable position, often indicative of a timeout, and that's exactly what Leviathan have done. Down 5 here. We haven't seen this, I mean, in a really long time. Getting pushed around this way, not really able to find any success. And you're right, the breakdown in what was so strong for them on map 1 is non-existent here. And I think it was most clear in watching them swing out of that smoke in ones and giving Melser free kills.
I'm getting flashbacks from Shanghai right now on this specific map. This is where it kind of all fell apart for them as well in Shanghai when, you know, we saw solo peaks top mid and etc. Now, you know, keep in mind it's on the B site, it's on the A site, but still. This is a team that takes pride in playing together, swinging things together. If you have a disconnect like that and that's one of your biggest strengths, it's no wonder why KRU are up 5-0 against you, because they're doing all those things right now.
Aspas has a Guardian light armor and is one away from his ult. Do they try to force the matter here to get him the ult and then hand the Guardian over to someone else?
I think maybe if he can get a pick off a contact trying to catch the lurker out and Shy, maybe that would have been the cue.
Oh, Tex is going to get a shot at this.
This contact style, it's so deadly. Yeah, Tex takes that shot, doesn't connect.
Kesnet pops his ult. Mazino's. Oh, he was looking at the wrong target. I thought he had him. I know exactly. He did too. Really nicely handled by Aspas, but again, Shy is on the trade. And so whenever it seems like Leviathan have found something that they can hang their hat on, it's instantly snatched back.
Shy on the lurk as well, catching out King. Tex left to his devices. He's alone in spawn. Yeah, this has been a crazy attacking half from KRU. All things considered, last time around, they got barely any rounds on their attacking side. Now, Leviathan aren't out of this by any means. Don't get me wrong. I think it was the first time these two teams met in which KRU won the attacking half 8-4 and Leviathan stomped them the following half. 1 out 13-8. But KRU, they're putting themselves in a really good spot right now to get a big buffer.
I mean, there's a lot that has to go wrong here for LEV to kind of claw their way back into this. Look at the money that KRU have. They've got so much. And they have a couple of ults that they can, I mean, depending on how they use them, balloon and continue to apply pressure into the next couple of rounds.
And the timings that they're finding as well, it's just, they're so perfect. Like even there, right? Kesnet slides in. He decides to go into that market garage area. Then Mizzino's trying to go wrap behind him to get the trade. But he meets him. It's just like so insane. It's a game of timings right now.
Omen smokes traded. Kesnet taking space B main. There's a lot of help here too. But KRU have been making noise like this a couple of different ways. Often it's Kesnet, sometimes it's Shy who takes a lot of space.
But
then they reset, and now instead of focusing on this B main space, he was all the way at mid.
Yeah, I mean, he really took the fastest timing possible to get up mid. And there was a gap there. There was no trip, to be fair. Tex, he was just too aware in that moment. Maybe there needed to be a little bit more pressure somewhere else, maybe towards the A main.
King with paranoia out here. Switching over to the smoke, refreshing that one way. And he knows that that's where the fight is coming from, but there's no swing. All this does is buy time. It's actually KRU who tried to accelerate. KRU who tried to take the space, and the fall line from such a distance is so well timed.
Yeah, A main is on complete lockdown. Finally, Leviathan have an advantage in one of these rounds.
A notable one too, and it seems to be growing. Zeno with a couple of parting shots onto Kesnet after finding lethality.
He was making sure, you know, he had to make
you just
sure.
never know. Yeah. So MTA and Heat.
30 seconds
The
left.
only two that remain is Lev seem to be on the doorstep of finally getting on the board here on Sunset.
And if KRU can make this one a little bit scrappy, get a couple guns out, might work to their favor in the following round.
Yeah,
Some players of LEV will have to be on light armor. That might be just the difference they need.
Yeah, I think that's the only way they can really deal some damage here. It doesn't even matter if they die. They're going to have so much to buy with, but it's a flawless round out from LEV.
And LEV need that. LEV needed this flawless round for sure to start building up some of economy of their own.
There were two members who didn't take any damage at all. So as you think about, as you were mentioning, building up the economy, not having to buy armor matters a lot.
Yeah. And also, at some point, you want to get that operator in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah.
We saw how deadly he's been in all these series with that operator. It's been a big part of Leviathan's success in the 2-0s that they've accumulated throughout the Stage 2 season, a little bit of the beginning of the playoffs as well. So they still won't have the operator online now, but they have a chance now if they can string some rounds together to get that online. And interesting choice of timeout now from the side of Adam. They're up 6-1. They've only lost one round. He doesn't want this one to slip away whatsoever. And he's trying to ice any type of momentum that Leviathan have after just winning one round. That's a cold decision to be made.
It seems a lot more verbose than just trying to ice, man. It seemed like there was a lot that was being communicated there, and I don't know if it was what he saw. Maybe it was off of Shy taking that aggro timing mid, or something that he feels like was necessary to address in that moment.
It might have been. I mean, that was a big gap.
Yeah.
Had there been a couple more players there with Shy, and that's traded, you have the entire middle of the map. All of a sudden, the defenses are stuck in their extremities. I mean, if they want to come face check you, re-clear, that's a chance to punish them as well. So I'm wondering, yeah, you might be right. Maybe that's going to be something more towards top mid right now from the side of KRU.
What's Mizzino doing on the minimap there?
Mizzino's hanging out in the back of B site right now. I'm not sure why he's not facing the correct way.
He's waiting for the dart, maybe?
Yeah, he's looking for a lineup, perhaps. Some prep work being done, and we've seen Kesnet do this before, tap the spike and get out. Didn't work last time around. And I mean, you can hear the Neon running away.
But there was enough to draw out utility. Aspas used his stun. And I think there was a little bit more there. The threat, you have to respect the threat, even if he does slip back out.
Yeah, this time around as well, it was an instant walk into that A main to punish King. Last time they did this exact strat, there was too much hesitation from the A players on the extremity.
Again, a tap to draw utility out. But now Aspas filling in on the space. He's got his ult. He's got to kill. Calm investing in with it. A brutal duo that they're going to have to navigate around, but somehow the road has been cleared. MTA getting a couple here, giving the numbers advantage to KRU, but Mizzino instantly snatching it back. Now two's apiece with the spike not quite in hand yet. Mizzino single-handedly clawing this thing back as LEV get their second.
Yeah, he played that to near perfection. Sitting on that default box, taking pop shots left and right, isolating targets. He's so good on this map. He's so good on the breach. And that's why this was a great start to the round from KRU. But the retake flood was too much to ask for. Tom, he got a kill with that Hunter's Fury, and then the trade right here on the Shy. Great cleanup from him. That's 2 rounds in a row now for Leviathan, but that was a great start to the round from KRU.
And Aspas has the op. You mentioned it in the previous round. When would it come online? You know how good he is with it. Calm holding his early line. Oh, that's such a dangerous jump. And the thing is, but the thing is, they have that smoke they can tuck into. If it's not for spam, they're gonna get out of there every time.
True. No space gathered in actual B site from the side of KRU. That neon wall was infested. A couple shock darts as well.
But I mean, I love how KRU are playing this, because think about how many times if they made a ton of noise B and then they go explore different areas of the map. This time they freeze. They've stayed. And so look at the response from Leviathan. They're so concerned about the middle of the map now. Aspas has been holding that with the op. Now Tex has joined him. They're both so concerned with that because that's how KRU has conditioned things. The thing is, I'm afraid they might be missing their timing.
Yeah, there's gonna be 4 members to face them right here, and even an operator. But I don't think any set utility will hit Aspas in this little corner. He might be able to snag a kill here for free, maybe slide out if he needs. Oh, great drone.
Dashing away, but the second hit of the stun might be what punishes. It is! Kesnet chasing him down, but Mazzino on the swing. The timing is so nice. The spike is now on the ground. Calm is there with him, but Kesnet pushing the pace.
I know exactly where.
Forcing them off the site. And now ult's invested with 13 seconds left. He gets the spike down. No ult to speak of here on either side. Shy tugging as best as he can. Getting his 1 kill. Calm! What a response! Getting him down to 1. Can Tex win the duel out against Kesnet, who's been so hot these last couple of rounds? Every single bullet is a threat. Every single shot is missed. It seems like nothing is connecting. And Tex wins the war of attrition.
What an animal! The constant back and forth, the pre-firing, and he saves the operator on top of it. That was insane from Tex. What an outplay in the 1v1.
Seconds left.
And you take a look at it one more time again. Kesnet did such a good job of pushing the pace back side, of dealing as much damage as he could, of forcing LEV into uncomfortable positions, but that right there was the difference maker. And then obviously Calm getting his 3 to even get him into a 1v1 like that.
Yeah, that was filthy. Man, Tex in these 1v1s, he looks so good. He's so confident in his decision-making in those specific scenarios.
It's a different look here from KRU. Way more noisy, if you will, towards A.
And another key difference here is last time around, it was Kesnet still too far ahead, peeking these corners against the operator. You remember him getting picked off an elbow.
Yeah.
They wait this time. He waits for extra utility.
Do they have anything
backup?
Do they have anything to push him off this line, though?
I mean, this is a line that Aspas hit a crazy clip from.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a flash or a smoke or something of the sort, but...
Maybe a stun. Remember last time, Kesnet went a little too early when that stun came out. This time around, he should wait. There it is, he waits for it.
And the smoke, too.
But Aspas is still disrespecting this. He wants to go for it.
Of course he does. I mean, why not? Meltzer still backside. The op shot rattles off, doesn't connect, but Kesnet does. They've got to cut their losses. They can't fight this anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, it's just so hard to actually hit that shot
Spike planted.
and confidently get out without a dash. They're going to go for this, though, Doug. It's a 2v4.
Opting to go for the rifle. Can they convert this? I mean, this would be a miracle if they can pull this off. But it doesn't seem like they're fully invested into it either. I don't know if it's just a threat or what it is, but with every step they take closer, it seems like they're keen on taking one back, and they might not know Shy's here, man. This sucker punch is going to be devastating. Forget about Shy. It's MTA with 4.
Unreal right now from KRU. Not giving anything on that post plant. What kind of discipline are we witnessing? It's like the duality of this team of KRU. 2 days ago, they're completely obliterated. They're just not connecting at all. Now they are that hive mind that I speak about, and when they are like this, the level of play that they are able to achieve is insane.
I'm out of here.
This is the team that went 5-0, what we're witnessing right now in stage 1. And yeah, MTA wasn't a part of that, but now that he's accustomed to the roster and he's had more reps, he's been getting better and better.
Really nicely handled by Shy there. That one way that the Omen drops can be devastating from the defensive side, but he drops the cage to counter it. Nicely done. And then instantly rotates back towards A. They've found some success here before. Com's going to be off the play. It's just one rifle, too, in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah, I think they sniffed out that there's way too many members of Leviathan on this A side, so they're going to backtrack now. But Com, he has them contained. This is something we keep seeing from the side of KRU. They'll take space really aggressively at A site or in B main, and then freeze the round and do a rehit.
This is a very delicate dance, though. They've sent 3 back off of A to check mid while Com is filling in behind it. He's gonna have the trip, keeping him back. Instantly spotted. The fault line turns around. Forget about the site. They're just gonna deal with Com.
What was that from Heat? 180 fault line. Forget the site. Let me help my teammate out.
KRU committing to getting the spike down, reasonably so. Aspas still has that rifle in hand. But there's no real way to get back into the site here. King's already been dropped. Oh, smooth little 2K for Heat there to clean things up as KRU gets 8.
Oh my God. What are we witnessing right now?
In the half. I'm out of here.
That round from Heat. The flick fault line.
Gotta go.
I mean, I know Aim Labs helps you out with your aim, but I didn't realize it helped with utility as well. Oh.
Yeah, there was that turnaround that you mentioned. As soon as the trip gets caught, an instant response. Covering MTA, who was mid-ult when that swing came through.
And even the fight together in spawn, you know, 3-4 members all geared up, aiming there with a flash from Heat as well. Now, I said in the past, Heat has really struggled playing against this Leviathan roster, but today, he's making a statement.
Com getting a little bit of info to try to invest the ult, but doesn't connect on much. And so KRU narrowly avoiding disaster there. King on the swing, though, getting the best of Heat, the hero from the previous round.
Yeah, nice double swing. Too many targets for Heat to actually acquire, but wow. I mean, you talked about disrespecting the one-way. It could be so damaging to you.
Aspas getting his one with the Guardian, dashing back away. Mazzino there to help. Meanwhile, Melser creeping his way forward. Little leg spotted. They understand Com is there. And it's not without damage dealt. 8 HP now for the controller.
That'll have Com and Tex grouping up on the actual B site. They're going to be met by 3 players here.
KRU just invested the paranoia into spawn, thinking that's where the pressure was going to be coming from. So now they don't have that to get out onto B. And if they think they can continue to push into spawn, you're going to have to deal with Aspas, who's already been dealt with. But then Mazzino, too. Both crumble. I mean, is this a ridiculous round out from KRU? This was a 2v4.
They found my wire.
And again, Melser with 8 HP. They've snatched this thing back. Unbelievable from KRU. Com with so much left to do. But again, remember, Melser weak. Can he pull this off? Only finds his one. Melser gets 3 as KRU get 9.
He was sitting so low all around. But he got so many kills, sitting at what, 8 HP? The kill on the spawn, and the start was great from LEV. But the disconnect on the actual site, even Tex getting that kill in the market, that was great.
Yeah, I think King on the really wide swing there was very costly. But then, yeah, you're right. I mean, even with that in mind, that was a 2v4. They had them fully corralled, fully controlled, and fully convinced, had us fully convinced that the round was going to go their way. But again, heroics from KRU, a 9-3 half and a quick break. We'll see you guys soon.
I'm Jin here with Safita, who you guys might not know, but he used to play for LEV back in 2021. And that's my question for you. What is the differences between playing and now being a streamer, a viewer almost, and watching the team go with the back and forth?
Y uno puede estar mucho más relajado, viendo el equipo, no tiene tanta presión. Ser jugador profesional requiere mucha disciplina y mucho tiempo dedicado, y como streamer puedes relajarte un poco más y disfrutar de ver cómo juegan los chicos, que siempre es un espectáculo.
He's telling us it's a little bit more relaxed, it's a little more chill when you just get to watch the game and watch what the guys are doing. Instead of when you're playing, you need a lot of discipline, you need to be on top of the game. So now when you're just watching, you're relaxing a lot more. And I want to know, what is it like for the personalities of the players here? Because you know them very well.
Bueno, a los que más conozco son a Mazino y a King, que son más jodones, viste, mucho más confianza. Y la verdad, el que más me sorprendió cuando llegué acá es Corbin, que es una de las personas más amables y simpáticas que conocí. Y bueno, Tex y Aspac son como con los que menos hablé, pero también son muy copados. Realmente todos los chicos ahí adentro son buenas personas.
He's saying all the guys are great. King and Mazino are the guys that he knows the most, but also one guy that kind of surprised him, how fun, how chill he is Calm. And then you'll have as well Aspas and Tex, who are always great. Everybody is great in the team. So the vibes at least are good. We're gonna see if they're able to close out and come back on this map of Sunset. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Shin. Yeah, the vibes may be good, but the score doesn't look very good for LEV right now. Down 6. This is a crew that I was absent in their previous matchup. This is a crew that seems a lot more decisive. They seem a lot more confident. They're shooting together. And this is causing serious fits for LEV. I mean, they haven't been able to solve them since map 1.
Yeah, and they're doing the little things right. That's the biggest thing as crew. In their post plans, I think they went 8 and 9 on that attacking half. Not I think, they did go 8 and 9. And on the last map of Haven, they went 6 and 9 on their retakes. If they use that recipe right here and play retake a lot on this map, B or A, doesn't matter, we've seen how good they look on it.
Shot to clear any trips that might be there, but they waltz into crew again. And so this seems like it's going to be another pistol that they can snatch back. It's just Tex and Mazino that are left. The perfection that they've been able to execute on this is ridiculous from Mazino. 3 on the round, again the frenzy. And Melser in a 1v2. But look at the health bars on the 2 remaining members of LEV. I mean, what, 38 HP amongst both? This is going to be so difficult to deal with. 20 seconds before Melser gets another smoke up. He's got the paranoia. Finally, LEV get a pistol.
But at what cost? No, I'm kidding. That was insane from Mazino on site with the frenzy. That was ridiculous. We saw that happen on Icebox, but what happened? Crew clutched it out this time around. No room to clutch. Tex insting, even though they were lined up. It's a real world in which Melzer, he gets that collat kill, and it's another pistol around the way of Crew. So now, Leviathan, they have a chance to climb back into this game, lower that lead that Crew have accumulated, and just start building some of this momentum back by doing things right.
Mazino feels like one of the few players that we see run a frenzy and a pistol. And I mean, when he's doing things like that, it makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, and on Breach of all characters as well, you see a lot of Breaches usually go for full utility in a classic.
Yeah. But it seems to work. A gun advantage here for LEV, resulting in a kill already with the way of the attack. Melser gone, so now Snoat, no smokes to play around for the defense. As Mazino commits to getting the spike down, Kesna tries to find a really good timing on Aspas. It's Shy who gets the kill, but again, the timing is great. Unfortunately for them, though, that's great here. It's either going to get traded out, LEV get their 5th, now Crew with weapons.
Yeah, good post plant from Leviathan. They're able to build up to that Breach ultimate Mazino. Back-to-back rounds. And that's a crazy ultimate to have going into this bonus round. If you can cook up a nice strat here and steal this one away, you win the bonus, all of a sudden your economy is insane. I mean, you're talking about a 9-7 already.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll be willing. I wonder if they're going to be willing to invest around it to really shore that up, because you're right. When you've got it round 3 and you want to use it, it's such a strong tool.
Oh, they take this elbow control with no utility invested at all, no fault line, no anything. Maybe having a hard read on what the setup is of Crew from the start.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, that's so risky, I feel like, but you must be confident that Crew are a team that doesn't like to fight that too much. Really aggressive play from Melzer and B main. Usually we see Omens do this at the A main. and then they TP out. Oh.
He's got 2 seconds left to have that smoke online, so now it's up, but...
Cover going out.
This is all to delay. I really like what Melzer's doing here. He's making Leviathan have to invest more sets of utility to clear out all this space. I mean, had this drone been used to hit the actual site, who knows how the round goes.
Yeah, he was playing it on a knife's edge, though. Manages to stay alive. And now LEV decide to swing all the way back towards A, where this round started.
There's a lot of unique trips being put down here from Shy. They're both on like that front default box, nothing in the chokes. So this is all to try to catch Aspas out, or maybe even King on his TP on a default box.
30 seconds
They're
left.
able to get that, pop that cage, get a free kill onto Aspas. That could be a great opening into the retake for them.
It's a really nice setup here. You're absolutely right. I like what Shy's doing. Now the second cage pop, the cam's still up. Now finally cleared. And there's the ult that we were talking about. With 13 seconds left, they decide to invest it.
10 seconds left.
They're gonna get the spike down. Can KRU pounce back? This is a dangerous game you're playing. This is really aggressive. The flash on the other side. He's right next to him. Kesnet getting 2. Mazzino takes a step back, as does the rest of LEV. Can they weather this? Can they keep them back? Ham is the only one playing on the side as the smoke goes up. Mazzino goes down. The spam through from Melzer. This is so decisive. Forget about a bonus. In the face of the Rolling Thunder, KRU stand.
The timing on the retake, complete disruption, like you stated. I mean, we were on Aspas's POV the whole time. He was clearly holding a little off angle there, looking at the ground to line up that stun. But Kesnet was too quick to it. Look at this. Pairing that up with the flash timing.
One enemy remaining.
And it's what you said. They're so much more decisive. They're not hesitating at all. That's what's making them find these windows of opportunity to punish Leviathan in these post plants. And this KRU team has been such a pleasure to watch this series. It's just night and day from what we saw first time around.
So LEV had a chance to do something there to win that bonus, unable to convert. And now they're trying to get really pacey here towards B. A lot of damage onto Melzer, has to TP back. But they should be comfortable in taking this space now. Or at least threatening that they've taken it, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they paid it out. A stun as well from Kesnet. So they're aware that Neon Omen are towards that B side. Same thing with Sova. That dart got so much info. Tex is acting like he's the solo lurker here. He's going to meet Shy in a 1v1.
But there's a lot more behind this.
And it's going to be explosive if Shy drops early here.
They've got to know at this point. They've got to understand that it was not just Tex. The paranoia is out. Shy's still in a really good spot, though. He's buying his time as best as he can, but now falls at the hands of Tex. Heat on the swing, not able to connect. 4 fall the way of KRU. Now, what does Melzer do in this? They don't even commit to getting the spike down. They decide to hand it over to Calm, who's now going to have his ult online into the next.
Spike planted.
Yeah, great macro play right now from LEV. And that was that firing squad just coming out of elbow and the drone timing on the split. That was awesome from Leviathan. Melzer, he has to save this rifle going into the next.
Yeah.
Kesnet sitting at $50.
Yeah, 1000%. No real choice but to save. So LEV will get to 6, and again, Calm's going to have his ult online. And a couple other members from the attack that are close.
Shadows traveling.
I really like how LEV have played out some of these defaults at the beginning of the round, Stray.
Yeah, that was a sick one. Taking all control of B main, denying complete info, keeping 2-3 members there, and then acting like it's only Tex that's creeping up into elbow, but it's what you said. So much more following up behind it. There was no place to really hide on site because of that drone from Calm coming through lane.
And even if it's just like half a second of hesitation of, hey, we saw Tex, just that half a second of, oh, is there going to be more? That's all the time they need.
Yeah.
When you've got all 5 there, a hesitation is death.
I know. And he almost got caught out too, just trying to escape. Yeah. Remember, he went away from that with like 30 HP. So Leviathan are still in this one. Doing a lot of damage to the economy of KRU, and now maybe putting themselves in a spot where they can shorten the gap. String a couple more rounds together. There's 2 Guardians right now for the side of KRU, sitting on Melzer and Shy. very quiet approach across the map right now.
Yeah, we saw the cam spotting Melser at the beginning of the round, grabbing that orb. And so, it's, I mean, reasonably, you understand Tech's playing a little bit more carefully here, has a trip to cover him. But LEV haven't really decided where they want to go on this yet.
Yeah, and a bit of a lurk smoke here as well for Leviathan, just splitting up the site.
Also, I love that cam from Shy. Unfortunately caught by the drone, but you have to swing out so far if you want to try to clear that out. And that's often where you get punished.
Yeah, this time they don't get punished at all. Still so slow, so much doubt in the minds of KRU right now. They do have the A line though, that allows for Kesnick to kind of lean towards this top mid area. He might be able to crunch these players in market.
This feels like a split out towards B, but the problem is they're going to have to deal with all of Shy's utility, and there's nothing that's going to be covering the market crunch, like you said. The smoke comes out towards main, but it's already too late. Mazino's going to get the best of NTA. They've invested the Hunter's Fury as well. Shy buying his time. A perfect swing. He's there with him. And now with 13 seconds left, Com can't get into the site. It seemed like they had everything they wanted onto B, but a beautiful response from KRU.
It was a perfect swing, but it was more so a perfect setup from the side of KRU. Too many crossfires and delay on the actual site. That's all because Shy, he used his utility so far back. The shock darts didn't really get value from the side of Leviathan. Mazino, he had to invest the breach C's towards the back site to break that trip, but nobody was able to clear it. And that fast blink timing, I mean, everybody, you saw everybody from the side of LEV try to turn to deal with that.
And it took everyone, and even then, that wasn't quite enough. And so KRU punched back, a little bit of a tit for tat these last couple of rounds.
But if it keeps going back and forth like this, it's in KRU's favor because that 9-3 half they had.
Yeah, that map doesn't add up. Uh-oh, he's spotted. Manages to TP away, but not for long.
Yeah, or so we thought.
Yeah, Mazino chases him down.
That's a big first blood from the breach player.
And then again, this is where LEV thrive. They get a pick or they make a little bit of noise, and then what? Nothing. And so the defense is completely starved of any information.
It's just so crazy. KRU did the same game plan yesterday against 100 Thieves. When they're down 4v5, they just commit to their setup. And we saw them. That's how they basically closed out that Ascent map. There was a pick in B main, and there was 4 players on A. This time it's 3 players at A. Kesnick gets the first. KRU gets the follow-up.
What in the world did KRU just do to LEV? Forget about being down in numbers.
You don't expect it, Doug. You get a pick at B, you expect the defense to compensate, maybe lean at least 1 player over. You run into only 2. Why is there 3 members of KRU fighting A that far up? There's a gap in top mid. There's a solo player on B. But KRU, they found big success in these mid-round gambles when they're down numbers. They can feel it, they know. It was a hard read.
They gambled, you called it, they gambled. And the gamble pays off. So LEV now decide to call a timeout in the closing moments of Sunset. KRU up big. Yeah. Winning 3 of the last 4, so confident and so comfortable. Again, the fact that they decided to leave 3 towards A is risky. It's super risky. But man, when you're guessing right too, that's hard to beat a team who's doing that.
Exactly, and honestly, they have 11 rounds. Why not? I mean, if you 50-50 it most of the time, you're bound to at least get 1. And now, because of that, they're on match point. I mean, they could literally do this for the next, 6 rounds. At some point, if Leviathan don't keep using info, and they just decide to run and execute, they might run into a stack. And that's all because of that big buffer they were able to get by winning 9-3, getting to 11 rounds in the first place.
KRU went from winning 6 rounds the last time these 2 teams played
total
to now being 1 round away from having a 2-1 lead. I mean, what a subversion of expectations. What an entire turning of the tide.
Yeah, and just to give the viewers out there a stat, KRU are 5 out of 8.
I'm going to hold you on the stat. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The Rolling Thunder's out, and they're going to try to flood in behind it, but Melser trying to keep them back, not able to do so. Mazino on the swing and on the punish. Now the smoke backside, but it's been fully disrespected by the defense. It does not matter. Leviathan mow over KRU. And that was on a lighter buy. They invest Aspas' ult. They had stingers. They did everything. And that was what it took. Whew. Now they're going to try to hunt Kesnet down, get the op out of his hands. And that's risky. They don't have very much as far as guns go.
Yeah, they need to be very careful right now. And I think that's why you see now the little cut. They can't afford to lose anything more because their economy is not looking too hot whatsoever. But that was a very convincing round win there. This time around, after getting that first blood, that punish, they just decide to fully commit into it. No second guessing themselves, no going back.
Well, and that's where, I think that's where you see a lot of the success of an attack side that likes to freeze and cut noise and slow things down. Is you're almost, in a lot of ways, you're kind of lulled into like a sense of confidence and a sense of security.
Safety, yeah.
Where you go, okay, they made some noise, now they're gonna freeze, right? And then all of a sudden you just get punched in the mouth.
Go, go, go.
The problem is that works really into your hand when you're in the lead. Now, having to do that in a comeback standpoint, I mean, it's risky. It's some risky business you're playing with here. That being said, Leviathan do understand that KRU have an operator on the field. And Melzer right now, I don't know what gun he's going to get, or if he's just going to sit on a classic. I guess he's just... Oh, he's got a Spectre. Okay, somebody bought him up last second.
It's got a little bit of a buffer, too. You don't have to invest a ton. See LEV trying to clear that door.
Melzer has been playing front B, even with that punish in the last couple of times. He's still doing it. Yeah, that's complete and utter confidence from the lad. This time he's backing up a little bit.
Shy is the only one who's currently on site, but Kesnet is quick on the rotate, and he's got the op. Remember the punish that we saw 2 days ago of Aspas onto Kesnet in this exact line?
Calm does have drone, though.
Not used! He exposes his body to do a dart! And he gets picked because of it, and now Shy! He has free reign on the site, Doug!
Aspas down, the ult used from Kesnet, it's just Hexamazino left. That has been enough in the past, but can it be enough here? Look at Tex! He's managed to avoid the Rolling Thunder, but stays alive for now. The paranoia out, it's gonna be a Tex by himself, and he will fall too. Kesnet. The rest of KRU stand strong on Sunset. What a response, man. 13-7, the way of the LATAM representatives.
63% win rate in 4v5s on this map, Doug.
That's rough, man. You can't let a team be winning that many of those. Not when you're down in numbers like that.
And also, what a time to win the first map of Sunset for KRU. Lower finals to basically secure the top 2 seeds if you win it all. Representing North America. How does this team always do this at the end of the year?
Hey, it's almost like they just play better when there's doubt. They play better when nobody believes that they can pull it off, when it seems like they're done and they're dead. I hate to bring it back to this, but again, I gotta remind you guys, 6 rounds the last 2 times these teams played. And now they have a series lead, Abyss to potentially decide it all. We'll see you guys soon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
And Leviathan are trying to recover after dropping Sunset to KRU. KRU is up 2-1 in this lower bracket final. And I'm going to be honest, those are not words that I thought I would be saying, given what we saw with KRU and Leviathan the last time these two teams met. But it seems as if today, KRU, they're finding that next level. That win against 100 Thieves, Mimi, seems to have catapulted them. And then on top of that, they're playing pretty damn good after that icebox.
Yeah, both these last two maps, the team has come alive. You see it in the reactions when they're playing. They're popping off. They are confident. They are feeling it. And Bren, you brought up the LEV choker narrative.
You brought it up.
The sowed seeds.
You're
me when I reap what I
little.
sow. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, they might be choking. Genuinely here. I don't think too much has changed in terms of the way that KRU are playing. They're still sticking together, making sure that they try and take fights together. And they do have some cool setups in terms of just trying to empower Kesnet and other players.
And one of the things that they did really nicely on the bonus round here was to set up Kesnet aggressively, then go for a flash. Look, this flash, as it pops, Melza swings through the smoke, and he's able to power up from this flash and gets a couple of kills out the back of it. I think just having activity from KRU is a big difference now as we get later through the series. Choking can come in many different ways, and to me, one of the things I'm noticing from LEV is that they're not doing enough. They're not being active enough. They'll get aggressive in certain moments and then forget to fall back, or they won't come up with early round plays. Aspas only took 3 first duels in the whole of that map. He did go 2-1, but you're not even getting the value from the Neon.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, it feels a bit slow and sluggish and lacking opportunities to go and take hold of the game from LEV.
Yeah, they don't, compared to other teams who have been really indexing into this Neon, you think of the best Neon teams, you think of maybe a Team Paradox when Mini Boo's playing the role, and you see so many set plays around the Neon, re-clears with the stun, forward ideas with the breach, things like that. I feel like we've seen so much less of those kind of ideas from LEV. Instead, playing a lot of these really slow, more basic rounds, and it's also cropping up in their post plans, like we can see in this round, where I feel like they're, like you're talking about, not getting quite active enough to put themselves in a winning position.
Yeah, here, they have actually control of the A site. They didn't need to breach ult here, I think. They could have tried to tap plant, then go for a breach ult to catch KRU. But then once they get into this spot, you gotta recognize LEV are about to go for the retake. They get full caught by that flash, and Kesnet rolls them over. That's the kind of spot where you want to fake as if you're forwards, pull out the utility, but be backed off in a safer position. And if possible, just contact in and get the plant down so you can breach ult in the post. These are things that LEV are not quite doing today.
And to me, it's really reminiscent of the G2 series, where I feel like Leviathan is lacking a lot of preemption of how their opponent wants to play, what the next logical step for their opponent is, and they're getting caught off guard by those plays that I think are the most likely outcome, but they're not quite ready for. And KRU, I think, ran away with that combined with the pistol rounds to now be up in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, looking ahead at Abyss as well as our next map coming up, KRU have actually got game time on this map as well. That gives you a lot of opportunities to solve maybe things that went wrong with it last time. And for Leviathan, there's a reason it's kind of been floated to this point. Either they're hiding stuff, which I think is, I mean, there's potential there that they're hiding stuff, but I think it's more likely that they're just not as comfortable playing that map. And the fact that it's drifted to this point here, KRU have pushed them. And now we're going to get a live look at this map and what Leviathan have prepped on it, whether they like it or not. And that's going to be the real test for them coming up.
Yeah, I honestly do. Look, for Abyss and for Leviathan in this particular instance, I think the saving grace for them here is that they're going to be coming in on the defensive side, so they can try and maybe, see what KRU wants to try and cook up so that they can try and play around that potentially.
For sure, and we know that it's a good map for op players. So Aspas is going to be getting that into his hands almost assuredly. Set him up, only spend 400 credits on the pistol round, so even if you lose, you get glass cannon op round 3. If they can make a snowball off the back of that, fine, all well and good. But I think there's enough cause to be worried here that KRU are actually the team that's thriving under pressure, whereas Leviathan are not. And that's before we even get to Bren's points, where he's talking about Abyss being such a wild card pick.
Yeah.
It's cool, though, that we've got to this point. Yeah. Because what a clash, what a difference. When we started on Icebox, I was, right, we're going home in a couple hours.
Yeah. It's like, text my wife. I was like, quick day at the office, honey. It's going to be good. And then out of nowhere, KRU goes on a run.
And for Leviathan, I think you can't help but remember that last lower final they played in against G2, where they had a lot of opportunities to close, where they were losing every pistol round. That slipped away from them at the end of the series. They went out early there, ended up having a disappointing showing internationally again. I think proving you can recover here, that you have a good read on this new map and can beat a team like KRU, I think is really critical if LEV is going to show up to Champions and have a good performance.
Definitely.
Yeah, that actually... if history repeats itself here, it would be bonkers, but there is a possibility for it. There is precedent for it. That being said, though, this is it. Can Leviathan force that map 5? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, much like Josh, Dre, I didn't think we would get to this point. I was really excited to see Abyss on the rotation. Then I saw it was map 4, and I thought, well, we're not going to get to see that. That kind of sucks, but holy smokes, have KRU surprised and impressed to get this far in the series and to do so the way that they have.
Yeah, complete team play. Yeah, there's pop-off moments from individuals, but it's the swinging together, the retaking, being down 4v5, going back to that contact style. That's what allows you to crawl back into those rounds. You drop a man early. So it's been really impressive so far from the side of KRU Visa. And if this is the team and how they play when they don't really have as much pressure on the line, man, they look like a phenomenal team. They look like a team that could beat almost anybody.
And they're beating, I mean, they're currently beating one of the best teams that Americas has to offer. We got to look very quickly at the Agent Select, because I think given that it's Abyss, given that it's a brand new map that we've seen globally, I mean, what, maybe 8 times? And that honestly might be on the high side of things. It's interesting to see how teams decide to approach this. For KRU, the very standard ascent comp. You kind of know what you're getting with it, but I'm actually really interested to see how the Harbor plays on Abyss. I think this map lends itself to walls, and we haven't really seen a Harbor lean into this here.
Yeah, and the rechargeables can be so good. Not only can you cut out the sights in half with that Harbor wall, but it comes back again for the mid round. So you can really feint with it. You can do many different executes, and a team that played this map recently that I was really a big fan of was G2. Keep in mind, they ran the Viper and Astra, I believe, instead of Omen Harbor, but it's the same concept. Aspas, he's going to be comfortable on that jet.
And he was far from comfortable on that last map. I think I looked up at one point and he was like 6 and 16.
Yeah.
He had a rough map.
And something I've been keeping an eye out this entire time has been the difference in operator kills in this series so far. Last time around, Aspas had 16 op kills, Doug. 16. This series, he has 2.
That's a stark difference. KRU on the attack side. If you are just joining us for the first time and you're watching Abyss for the first time, yeah, the minimap's upside down. We're working on it.
All good.
This cam is so cheeky. I mean, you have to commit really far up if you want to try to clear it out because it's behind the box.
Yeah, it gives you so much info of all of mid.
And so this is where I think the walls are so good, is it denies so much of this early mid space. That's often an area of the map that has been kind of ignored as teams figure out how to play around the map.
Yeah, and look at how annoying this is as well with that Omen one-way on top of it. I mean, if Mizzino really wants to, he can invest this wall, delay further. Camera's not flicked yet.
But they hear it. They've got to know it's there.
Right there.
Oh, this could be disaster. Couple of shots not landing from either side, and Melster's the one who falls at the end. They've gotten in through spawn. They're going to try to get out towards B, but you've got reinforcements. You've got help coming from the defensive side very quickly. If you want to win another pistol, it's got to be soon. Shy's left alone. A 1v3 now. Down to 2. Tap of the spike is now being committed. He has a trip. He has a cage. And he's got a ghost. With a cam to make sure nobody's pushed him yet. The dart lighting him up for just a moment. Position given away. Location betrayed. Now how does Shy navigate this? A sheriff in the hands of Aspas and Calm. I forget about it. It's just Calm now. One tap. It's all it took. But Calm responds with a tap of his own. Lev, get the pistol, the second of the series.
And it's coming down to the wire on top of it. The mechanics are showing from the side of KRU. Shy, he had a good chance to win that 1v2, but Calm, he was too sharp to it. My goodness, what a start to the round. What an interesting strat from the side of KRU to push up mid like this. And wow, that right click RNG was not in Melcher's favor whatsoever, bro.
Low-key, the left click from the Ghost was not either.
Yeah, but the Ghost has 15 bullets for a reason. That's why.
Yeah, just like me out here, man. That's crazy. 2 outlaws in the hands of Lev. Then a couple of Bulldogs and a Stinger for Tex. Meanwhile, for KRU, this is not a nothing buy. They have 3 Sheriffs here.
Right here. Early shock dart to try to get some chip damage onto a main. Doesn't connect, and a free orb is gathered. Onto MTA, I believe. So he's slowly building up to that Hunter's Fury. I mean, if they commit to this B site, there's an outlaw matching you site for utility. This is going to be very, very hard to break through. Even middle, all of mid is controlled by Osboss right now, and he's confidently going to take those angles. King gets thwarted off the line.
My camera is
the cam has been cleared too, and that's a big one. You've got to understand where the hit's coming from now. I'm really surprised that LEV are not sending everyone back B, given what they've seen. I guess it's just a matter of time. Tex perhaps overstaying his welcome, but the switch out onto the Classic is able to get him a couple more kills. The paranoia timing is gorgeous, and the hold from LEV is even better.
Yeah, good supporting utility, good supporting cast for the side of Tex. We were a little bit wary because the rotations hadn't come through yet, but the delay there from the Cypher utility and all the smokes that were coming through, paranoia from King as well, it bought more than enough time for these members of Leviathan to get in there and flood and help out Tex.
He just saw a foot.
Spike down.
Hey, he needs more scoped weapons in his hands. He's too disgusting with them. Now going into this bonus, there's 2 outlaws on the field, and there's 2 players with light armor on the side of KRU. One of them being the main duelist of Kesnet. He needs to be careful now and actually have to wait for utility to go in, because if he gets picked off early by one of those big cannons, it's over. As I say that, LEV, King, he's pushing all the way behind. He doesn't get the kill though, Doug.
Look at that harbor wall mid. He applies so much pressure and then gets right back out. And you're right, he doesn't get the kill, but and you can feel that crawling up your neck. And so now KRU, so concerned, so paranoid about what's behind them, still have to try to divide their attention and lean in towards B. Kesnet trying to keep him back. And the counterpunch from King could be the decisive measure. Now remember here, this is a bonus. It's a weapon upgraded for Tex now. Another Bulldog in hand. And the ult's invested round 3. As things slow down. Oh, Heat.
No way.
He's gonna find the timing, isn't he? Oh, he does. Tex dead. And now flashed by a little bit more time on top of the paranoia, though. What does Mazzino have? He's got a cascade he can play around. Where does he invest it? They're not playing off site here. They're playing this really aggressively. Refusing to relent on the space, trying to dig their heels in. With the help over the top, Mazzino's gotten it really far back. Shy can't settle the shots. A 1v2. He's been electric for KRU. Can he do it again? One found. Is Mazzino going to stick it the whole way? He's got the cove on the other side. The bluff has been called. LEV walk out on top.
Wow. The call to do what Mazzino just did. He heard the footsteps right next to him. A lot of players get off in that moment. This was that early aggression. I don't know how MTA lives in that spot, but it didn't matter because King makes up for it coming back here. But yeah, it's all because of that harbor wall in mid. That's so unique. That's so cool. What a... What an insane approach, I was going to say.
Well, I think the kicker, too, is I don't believe KRU saw that wall.
No, they didn't at all.
So there's a real good chance we see it again, but this time, not concerned about antics with the wall. They're getting very aggressive out towards A, splitting through the middle of the map with Stingers and 1 Vandal in the hands of Shy. They invest the Reckoning. Ospas teeing off with the op. That's another onto your count. And every single one of them lit up the Wisps, giving position away. Numbers the way of the defense.
Sheesh.
And now Meltzer left standing by himself.
Cover going out.
A smoke to cover one area, but what do you do with the other 3, the other 4 that potentially contain threat?
Spike planted.
Perilous positions, the paranoia out, and the walls closing in. Meltzer falls as Aspas gets 3, and that's another round for LEV.
Cool idea from the side of KRU. Trying to go mid to be fast on that catwalk, or mid to A, apologize, fast on that catwalk, and man, that harbor, we're seeing the benefits of running something like this. That on-the-fly wall was enough to split up that attacking approach, make it awkward, allow for Ospas to get these picks and get out of dodge. It was the supporting cast that was helping Ospas out after he would take those shots and have to leave the angle that I was impressed by.
I killed more than last map.
Early timeout called here from Adam as you see all smiles and all vibes ahead for Lev. And honestly, I have to go back to the conversation Sideshow was having on the desk. When Lev start hot, it seems like KRU don't show up. And this is exactly the kind of start that they want to avoid. This is where it's been disaster for this team.
And it's crazy too, because it's not like the rounds are just a wash, right? Except for that last one. They've been very, very close, right? Even on pistol round came down to a 1v1. With the first gun round comes down to a 1v1 as well. Shy in both of those. And had they go the way of KRU, maybe that's a 4-0 now for KRU. Who knows? That's how the series has been. It's been this big swing of momentum based off the first 4 rounds. Now, can KRU actually answer back here and stop this, you know, this bleeding of okay, one team absolutely obliterates a map, now the other one obliterates it, right?
This is just something that they've struggled with so much. I mean, against this team in particular, against a lot of teams, to be honest with you, when they're on the back foot, they never stabilize. They're just wobbly the entire time.
They're gonna have to fall back on those fundamentals, maybe make it so it's not a 1v1 anymore. Make it so, you know, it's decisive.
Note here again.
Planet. Yeah, go ahead.
A note here again, the op in the hands of Aspas. As you were mentioning, I want to call back to what you were saying a couple of rounds ago, because that does seem like a pretty big win condition. Where are you going?
What a sick rollout.
An aggressive line taken already. There's no way. You're expecting this. The cam might give it away. No, it's been cleared instantly. He has no idea. He legged him, though. Shy dances with death and somehow stays alive. Now they're seeing this harbor wall mid, too. Just now getting cleared out, but they have an idea of what's waiting on the other side. Meltzer's taking so much space. You've got the trip to provide a little bit of safety. Nothing really to follow up behind it, though.
And he hears all these footsteps. He knows there's so many players lean towards B. Surely this is a call back all the way to A site. You have all the info in the world that 2 players rotated into that B site. There's no way they face check this still.
They might try. The knife is out, the harbor wall's up, and Kesnit is in. I mean, a relentless approach, I guess, but it's just not working out in their favor, though. The 1-for-1 might be enough. They're fully committing onto this. The spike is just not getting its way out onto site, and there's really nobody else there. The defense has held the line. Stalwart in their approach. Shots not landing for the attack. Come hell or high water, they were gonna try to go B, and it did not work out.
Yeah, they just ran their head into a brick wall. Absolutely face smashed in. King, he was just finessing around the edge of that smoke, but he had a teammate with him the entire time, so it was just a crossfire. Multiple players, wow. Shot him right in the leg. But yeah, it was an overcommitment onto this B site from KRU. Melzer, he heard everything. I'm so shocked they still committed fully.
Me too. This is now, what, the 3rd different harbor wall we've seen mid? And oftentimes it's off of King taking space.
Lower. He usually doesn't push catwalk like this. He might find the timing on the Shy. Is he that crazy? Is he a madman, Doug? Shy saw him. Doesn't matter.
Snaps from King are so clean. They try to increase the pace. They try to accelerate towards B. Paranoid's traded. Aspas has to dash back and then still lands a shot onto Meltzer. This feels a lot like what we saw the first 2 times these teams met. This feels a lot like what we saw on map 1. And I don't know where the breakdown comes, but it seems like it's arrived for KRU. Kesnit in a 1v4. How much more can he do? A Guardian in hand. The op-trained King on the flank. No shot for Kesnit. None at all. 6-0 the way of Lev.
King has pushed down mid relentlessly. This time finding value on the Shy. Now, KRU, they have to be worried about this every single round in the future when they see a harbor wall come out, or even if they just hear it.
Yeah, that quick scope from Aspas was filth.
Yeah, just straight out of the paranoia. His teammate basically calls that the Omen TP'd up top. Reactionary quick scope from him. He's so good with the operator. He makes it so oppressive to play against.
Blades for Kesnit. And the need for a spark. 2 and 6 from the duelist currently. And it's the same harbor wall. I mean, the denial of space mid is just been so good to watch.
We had 2 players of KRU dialed in on that for good reason.
Cage triggered.
Aspas holding his own little off angle into A main. And it's a re-clear of mid right now from the side of KRU. No one to be met here.
And this is part of the effect of just putting up that harbor wall to begin with. You have to re-clear this.
They do a bit of a half re-clear. They don't go all the way up to clear out library or break that trip.
But look at where King is right now. I mean, he's essentially in their spawn. And so he's going to get a fast timing back behind them, regardless of where they commit.
So insane how he just creeps up into all these spots.
He's just finding the tiniest of gaps and exploiting them, making them massive wounds. But KRU turning towards A. The paranoia is out. Aspas has already gotten the best of Shy. Maybe a little bit too cheeky there. On a second swing, a second approach. Oh no. Well, there he goes.
He's off the map, ladies and gentlemen.
Meanwhile,
wait, he gets a kill!
How? Oh, we've got to see that back. What? Either way, a 2v3. Melser committing to the ult. King is dead.
Where's Kesnet?
Mazzino's behind. He's still falling somewhere. I don't know where he is.
Is he still falling?
Yeah, he's still going down. Finally. Meeting his death. Mazzino's going to be on the defuse. He's gotten it to half the mollies in his lap. He has to get the space back up on a swing. How much more can he find? He tugs behind the cascade. You've got to challenge him. He gets it down to 1. Not able to control the second. KRU are on the board. I've got to see what Kesnet did. I don't understand.
That was so ridiculous, Doug.
Oh, he's still laughing. It's got to be good.
I mean, great entry. Great dart from MTA.
What?
How does he get this? No shot!
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you told me that you nerded out in a custom game, and it takes, what, 30, 40 seconds for Jet to fall off the map if you float all the way down?
Yeah, it's like 33 seconds. It takes forever. I mean, it's a third of the round. And he plays his time to perfection, I guess.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Unfortunately for KRU, it's the only success that they've had.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them as well, Aspas has another operator pick.
And so the round slows down for just a moment. Just long enough for Aspas to reposition and strike fear into KRU once more.
We were so hyped over what happened with KRU. We forgot that Lever's still sitting at 6-1 with Aspas having an operator to his name. That economy is so deep. It was getting slowly withered down, but now a new chance to build it up once more. And Mazzino, he's showing a lot of disrespect.
MTA maybe contacts his way out, but Mazzino's holding the line.
Whoa.
He's weak, though.
What good awareness from Mazzino to just crouch right there.
Yeah.
So aware of the only angle his little tiny head could be spotted from.
You're not alone. Cascade goes through. MTA choosing not to take this fight.
Yeah, maybe just secure this Hunter's Fury, bring that rifle into the next round. Or not. Worried about a flank right now, and I mean, rightfully so. It's 4v1. Leviathan are feeling it. Surprised he doesn't grab that orb, though. But it's okay. Maybe he'll grab it in the next round. A little bit of an AD fault there. Drop the gun to Kesnet. Use your Sova utility to set him up.
I mean, again, the maps that KRU have been able to, or excuse me, that LEV have been able to win in these last couple of matchups, we've had this score, I think, every time.
Yeah, it's actually reminiscent of like the first series, the first map even.
Exactly. It's a 6-1. It's a 7-1. It's something dominant like that. Wait, did he do it again? Oh, this is from...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's still so insane.
Taking somebody with him, huh? Oh, he even updrafted. He lasted longer. That's insane.
Ridiculous.
But again, very reminiscent of what we've seen the last couple of times. Whenever we see this score, it's often with the timeout, too. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing one, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is an interesting way that KRU are countering, or at least trying to counter this Harbor util by dropping a dart mid on the other side of the wall to make sure nobody's pushing. So we're starting to see these little micro adjustments, this rock, paper, scissors of how they try to figure out and counter one another.
And yeah, it may deny the push into mid, but it's too scary to put a body to go past that Harbor wall. You're too worried. And if Aspas connects on this, this will be a 6th first kill.
Kesnet's a little bit deeper on this angle. If he was playing it tight, it'd be right between his eyes, but...
Oh, they know something's up. Good drone to get Aspas off the line.
Risky too. And now they understand there's a little bit more here. The Paranoia is going to push Tex off the angle as Aspas tries to re-peek, but between cages and smokes, nothing lands. And now Kesnet's the one who's gotten really aggressive. They've gotten so much control on the site. They've got members up in heaven on both sides. But Aspas with Aspas with blades. MTA, the only one with the rifle. But they've gotten this far, and again, the Reckoning, giving everything away. No position is safe. He's got to know. MTA falls, and that was the rifle. It's just Sheriffs now. The one benefit is they do have the spike down that one way. Fully disrespected.
One enemy remaining.
Aspas has his 4. Trying to hunt down for the ace. The last blade will not connect. But Com's left alone in a 1v1. This is very winnable for Shy, and he connects. The Red Bull clutch for KRU.
Shy, he lost the first 2 1v1s he had. This time around, he connects. He secures it to give KRU the second round win they have of this half. But what was that from Aspas? Making something out of absolutely nothing.
I mean, it wasn't
5
enough.
HP.
It wasn't enough of a something, though. I think that's the big takeaway here, is it was off of the heroics. I mean, the fact that they got into what it was, a 3v3 or a 3v5 to begin with. There was just such a big advantage for KRU that LEV weren't able to erase.
That's a big round win for KRU as well.
Huge.
Being only their second in this series. Now Kesnet, he picks up that operator from somebody in the previous round. I believe it was Shy who saved that for him. So now it's a different approach. Are Leviathan aware that there's an operator on the field? By the looks of these walkdowns in mid and jump spotting, I feel like they might.
Remember, the big stick in the hands of the defense. That's one holding line here. If this spike continues to lean that way, there's a chance at this. Surely you flash through this. You don't just tank this, right? Meanwhile, the middle of the map is denied once more. King is so far up. There's a trip to keep him back now, and Shy's aware of it. That dart's gonna get a lot of info.
3-player scan in A main. It's going to be an A commit here with KO ultimate.
You're right, but the smoke is already ahead of it. I don't think they can make their way out of the smoke. I think they're stuck on the other side. They're going to have to flood out through this if they want to take a shot. That's exactly what they do. MTA on the bold swing as Melser continues to push. But the op tagging of Heat not able to find safe passage out from the site. The spike committed. Melser on the site by himself. And things come to a screeching halt. With Dash procced, the line is taken. Melser is the trap, though. Keep an eye on him. What do they have to clear him? Can they do anything to clear him? Do they even know he's there? I don't think they do. Tex, a sucker punch to get rid of the controller, but now what? They've got to continue to push this pace. Aspas on the tap, you think it's somebody else holding the line, not even able to get it to half. Oh, no, another. King plummets to his death as KRU get another round.
The retake was looking fruitful for Leviathan. The one-way isolating everybody behind it in A main. They really could have honestly gotten half at least on that spike, held the one-way together. But this map, it can be so tricky. You could fall off of it. The only map like it in this game. And we've seen it take so many souls. That's that sucker punch you were talking about. Yeah, that one-way was great. I don't know if he was trying to commit a TP onto that or just trying to jump fully past it. Maybe just hasn't played the map long enough to know that it's a hard jump to make.
It's interesting now that we're actually seeing the timeout come out from LEV. As we're up to 7-3. Remember, we talked about that 7-1 scoreline and how often we've seen it. But now it's LEV who are trying to throw the brakes on this thing.
Yeah, and you can kind of feel it, like in the middle of the rounds, like it's just a swing of momentum fully. KRU, they just look in these last couple of rounds like they're piecing things together. They're getting the trades.
Honestly, this is one of the funnest parts of watching a new map like this too, is how we see teams kind of adjust to one another on the fly. There comes a point where you kind of have to throw the playbook away because you don't really know what's expected.
Yeah, there isn't a clear defined meta on this map of Abyss quite yet. lot of it is what you said. You have to just react on the fly or just stick to your game plan. And if your game plan's not working like it was for KRU, keep in mind they were down 7-1. You gotta make those changes, and it's cool to see so.
Do they invest the dart again? Yeah, but this time instantly cleared out. And a shock.
Some big damage on a Melzer with that one as well. They're so worried about mid, they have to. King, he's been so devastating on that area of the map. But this attack operator KRU, it looks really good for them. It looked really good for them against C9 as well. It kind of makes the defense play a little bit more scared, a little bit more into spots where once your entire team kind of walks up into it, you can explode onto them. And this back right little double box has been a big point of success for the defending team at B. No pick gathered there, but info that there is a stinger on the B site.
There's got to be a smoke that's headed towards mid right now.
Yeah.
If they continue to try to creep up, there's the smoke. The thing is, there's a trip on the other side. Look at Mazzino's position here. If this is what they try to hit on, this could be a problem.
Oh.
And there's the ult. This is perfect. Heat falls, and they still haven't gotten very far. You still have King here. You still have Mazzino who's here.
30 seconds left.
And King, he's stuck in a corner with a stinger. This is exactly what he wants. This gun is so good close range, especially against players that are tagged up.
The spike on the ground, the second swing comes through. It's traded, yes, but Mazzino stands on top, and the spike is well out of reach now.
It's a save. You have to. No time, the spike is gone.
10 seconds left.
These mid to Bs, it's too hard. There's too many nooks and crannies around this map that you can hide under. So many angles that you have to face check and clear. Utility just doesn't do it here.
And so LEV will get to 8. You see KRU, again, trying to adjust on the fly, trying to make these adaptations. Like, as you mentioned, trying to take up mid. They've been trying to use the dart to control that area of the map, but this trap setup was so good.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury was near perfect.
And again, it was a Hunter's Fury off of the trip. That's what was the cue to go.
That alleyway, that connector onto that B site, it's so small. Hunter's Fury gets the entire pathway.
Still an op in the hands of Kesnet. Currently sitting at 5 and 9. You're mentioning how it was good against 5-9. It feels like he hasn't had a ton of impact this map.
Yeah, he wasn't able to make use of it in that last round. He whiffed that shot onto King, who did give him an opportunity. For Osboss here, he should have an idea that MTA likes to walk up here and drone, so he should back off here. Oh,
there it is. One found
off early. That's a very risky play from Khan.
Punished for it too.
Oh, Osboss might get punished because of that. He's just stuck back sight right now.
Oh, King is deciding that there's plenty of misery to be had, and if you're gonna have it, do it together because he's joined him. And King's actually the one who was able to get one with it, but Shy, a great take onto the site.
Yeah, just a flurry of kills going back and forth, but it was the trading game from Shy that came out on top. It's a 3v1. Text is being uploaded. Say hello to the camera.
Tex has been relatively quiet. See if he's able to pull this off. Kesnet's very weak here. I mean, 7 HP, but he's playing so far off. He's going to have to deal with these smokes that just got refreshed. You've got Shy on one side, and then you've got Melzer on the other. Forget about it. There's no way in. KRU avoid the 9-3 with a really nice round. Again, off of Shy.
Yeah. And because of Shy, they find their own way into this game because it was looking dire, Doug. It was looking like every other series that we saw them have. The 7-1 score, bringing it to an 8-4. What a great comeback from KRU. Shy 13-8.
Yeah, 13-8. I'll take that any day of the week. We're going to throw it to a break, and then the desk will break down what they've seen in the first half.
Clearly, Leviathan looking very prepped on this map, but I got a chance to listen to the comms, wondering if this team was going to crumble and choke, but actually the atmosphere inside the communication, very light-hearted, jovial, fun even to begin here on Abyss. Perhaps it's because it's a brand new map, or maybe because they're so confident. Perhaps Irapada had a word with them in the break beforehand. But you had stuff like even in round 4 where Aspas overtook the amount of kills he had on the whole of Sunset, celebrating almost, you know, making a joke out of it in that moment. The atmosphere does not sound like a team that is choking after being the heavy favorites. Now, some of that is leading to looseness within the team from the look of things, and King's trying his best to rally the troops back together and keep them tight and focused headed into the next half. But just having listened to the comms, this definitely feels like a team that's willing and trying to push it all the way to map 5. My big question is, are they still going to have that kind of atmosphere if the squeeze gets on them in the next half? It's very easy to feel happy when Aspas has got 17 kills after round 12. Back to you, Doug and Baby Bay.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good when your duelist is dueling. It feels good when you're up 4 rounds at half. I mean, you're absolutely right. And I think that is the question to be had. I think on the other side of the equation, we've got to ask something very similar of KRU. Is there going to be enough for you to bring this comeback into fruition? Because as we've talked about a number of times, they fold when they're down big. This feels like the most competitive we've seen so far.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to climb back and get a little bit of momentum in their favor, winning 4 out of the last, 6 rounds they played, they put themselves in a really good spot, a spot that was looking absolutely dire regardless.
Mid-map focus for the attack.
Yeah, with that harbor wall, this time on the attacking side.
Ooh, and they clear the wall too, or they clear the door, excuse me.
And you're not expecting this many players behind this wall. I mean, Kesne might get caught out here.
A deeper smoke, a pushing of the utility, and now they understand there's a lot of foot on the other side, but Kesne is waiting. So close. I thought he was going to strike, but he's buying his time as best as he can. Now on the prowl, now moving forward. And do they understand the threat that's behind them? Do they understand what's nipping at their heels? Kesne now striking. Aspas dead. And yeah, the spike's going to be planted, but are they going to be able to hold it back?
It's a 3v3.
Kesne with Sheriff in hand, continuing to push forward. The molly to clear out backside. Nothing found as all members of LEV tuck behind. Try to get away. A dangerous angle, and Kesne decides to take a blade out at the most inopportune time.
Right there.
And now numbers the way of the attack. A tap of the spike, and it's just a bait. It's just a threat. Melser, a very bold approach, a very bold swing, and another pistol the way of LEV.
And that might be the most clean mid to B we've seen on this Abyss map in general, out of every region. And it's all because of that harbor wall. As soon as it starts coming down, you see the Omen smoke come out, and the timing on the split was perfect. Tex, he's the solo guy in B main, and he finds the perfect timing for the only spot that Shot can be playing in backside. A beautiful mid to B.
And so if I'm not mistaken, LEV have just won only their 3rd round since that Kesne fadeaway blade. As he was falling down. I mean, momentum felt like it heavily shifted back that way. It was all LEV up until that point.
That's so insane.
That's also now 3 pistols in a row that LEV have won after all of this dialogue about how they are inconsistent in that, how they aren't able to get that monkey off their proverbial backs. Finally making something happen.
Better late than never.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right about that.
A little bit of contact made here. Not too much of a commitment from the side of LEV. This is looking very familiar to Icebox when they just freeze after using an initial set of utility.
Dude, I'm loving these dynamic harbor walls, man. It's so difficult to navigate around. To be able to just on the fly decide what you want to deny makes it look effortless.
Denies so much info. Allows you to gather so much space. It allowed that drone to get all that info because it was blocked off. Nobody could pick it off early. Now it's all up to Mazzino wrapping around backside. I say that, but he opts to go for the plant. Does he know that there's players this close to him?
Surely. He's got to understand. Yeah, they had crosshairs trained on it, but the kill's not coming through quite yet. Now Mazzino striking 21 HP as he double dips, tries to triple, but it's Tex who gets the kills. Shy with a classic, Kesne with a Marshall. At such a distance, at such a disadvantage. He's gonna try to make something happen here, but really not equipped for it. Didn't have the weaponry. Tex gets his 4th. LEV get to 10.
And he doesn't get to upgrade to a Bulldog that was back sight because it falls off the map, but still, a good conversion onto this round. A great late flank in mid from Tex. Now all of a sudden, KRU have to be worried about that in the mid round. Is he going to be behind the harbor wall? Is there going to be the entire squad behind the harbor wall? This harbor pick puts so much doubt in the minds of KRU already, and we're only 2 rounds in. I mean, this entire map is their playground right now for Leviathan. I mean, King has a real good opportunity here to just keep finessing. I mean, look at this. Same dart, same wall as last time around.
And the same clearing of the door. And so now, if you're on the defensive side, all you can do is ask questions. Are they going to split us to A? Or are they going to split us B? There's nothing to really confirm either way. And this is gorgeous. They're just tucking behind the dart. They don't even bother clearing it. They've spotted one on the other side. They know that there's a little bit of threat towards A. And that seems to be enough to draw some of the rotations over.
Yeah, and so much info gathered from the side of Leviathan. They cleared out all of heaven with that drone. They're also able to cascade to get Calm out of this position. And then they get a 2v1 onto Kesnet.
Yeah, man, he was stuck. He had nowhere to go. And so off of all of that, all of the mid-threat, all of the presence A, they decide they're going to head back towards B with the Reckoning. There's nobody on the site, but if there was, I mean, they'd be lit up.
Yeah, absolutely bombarded. And yo, do you want to face check a harbor wall? I guess a flash will give you the confidence to do so.
That's what they're going to try, but there's so much structure on the sites where you can tuck behind. It's not even really a way to threat. And as soon as the cascade, as soon as the harbor wall goes down, the cascade goes up. But there are so many members on the side. Also keep a close eye on Shy's position. Tex wisely punishes him. He's left alone now. A beautiful retake from KRU. Off of Shy's timing, off of his positioning.
Yeah, and that was looking dire, especially after that first blood on Kesnet. I feel like Kesnet definitely overstayed. I know he was stuck having to pick and choose his battle. Okay, am I going to commit to the top catwalk fight, or am I going to go for the peak in the lower? He ran into a blender of Osbos coming off the top ropes and somebody under. But still, having some life into this retake. MTA and he getting the initial entries, allowing Shy to creep up. 10-5 for Leviathan. They did a lot of cool things in the middle of the map in that last round. This time, looks like they're going to go for A main control. Something they haven't really done so far in this half. Keep in mind, only 3 rounds in.
Revealing area.
But it is a cascade invested, a lineup dart as well. All this space is cleared and gathered for free.
Yeah, but look at the middle of the map and what's being taken and gathered for free from the defense.
Where is
Oh, that was unfortunately a little ill-advised.
Yeah.
But there was a gap there that they tried exploiting.
This is the difference, though, when you're not running the harbor that can block off some of the angles. You know, you kind of have to face check everything. And you just saw right there, Kesnet. I mean, he wasn't ready at all. MTA, he almost gets picked off as well by Tex. But now Tex, instead of going for that late lurk through mid, he decides to reconvene with his team. And it's going to be a 5-man B execute with Osbos on the top ropes.
Shy again, having to deliver for his team. Able to clean up one, not able to find anything else. Thwarted by the overwhelming presence from the attack. MTA spam through, and at this point, this round feels very difficult to win back. You're going to have the post plant down. You're going to have a ton of spam utility that you can get through. You've got harbor walls. You've got omen smokes. This is tough, man.
Yeah, this is so impossible to retake, it feels like.
And then Calm is on the flank, too.
He's so deep on the flank.
There's
Perfect
no way
timing on it.
There's no way they know. I mean, MTA, 1, 2, 3, every single one spotted. That's all right, even if the kills are a little bit messy. As you said earlier, better late than never. Calm gets his 4, Lev get to 11.
Something I gotta point out with why it works was that, you know, Telestrator, that Sideshow did. He shows with the main pack, but then he goes back. Whereas before in the past, it was just an instantaneous flank. It was set up from the start of the round. So Leviathan are doing a really good job of masking that, you know, it's showing Sova with them. As soon as that spike gets planted, now Calm is taking that opportunity to do what he does best, catching those timings in the late flank. And you know what? If KRU are going to keep somebody there the entire round to hold him, that's a W for Leviathan as well. So even if Calm falls with how Lady is flanking, you're keeping a guy there the entire time to hold and watch you.
Yeah, that gives you the numbers advantage on the site. And you know, you may be sitting at home going, well, I mean, if you see that he's been darting, and then, I mean, given what you've seen the last couple of times, don't you just continue to think back the other way? But it's so difficult to parse information like that in such a small amount of time. I mean, it's all of the comms that are happening as well. Like, that little adjustment that Josh mentioned that you just talked about is proving to be really successful for LEV.
It's insane, and that's why you've seen him honestly put up big numbers once again. I feel like he was hitting a little bit of a slump, but ever since Shanghai, he's came back and he said, yo, I'm feeling better than ever. And he showed it in the server. We've seen so many of his good Sova ults. I guess in this series, it's kind of lost the plot a little bit in that aspect. But I mean, that trap play, he started bringing it back on this map. And now, Leviathan are at 11-5 right now. Looking very dominant on this map, making Harbor look amazing. Look at what happened when Shy was finessing. Yeah, he took out Osbos, but that little cove that Mazzino was able to use and sneak into, giving him the cover, giving him the ability to not get spammed even when he goes for that spike plant. Once you get that spike planted on the B default, it's so hard to retake into.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah, it isolates the entire site. Blocks off the top right as well. Gives Osbos a little leverage there as well. That is so unique.
A little bit of utility though, giving his position away. Mazzino trying to find some comfort in the cove and commit to the plant. Has to take a step back as the paranoia is through. There are a lot of members of KRU here, and LEV don't have a space anywhere else on the map. This is dangerous. They're gonna have to brawl their way through this. And as the fisticuffs go up, the kills come through. A 3-for-3. Osbos very weak here. The spike so far out of reach. I mean, technically, they can try to TP through and scoop it up, but they've lost this duel. They've lost this fist fight. It's gone the way of KRU. They get to 6.
Yeah, just the duel's backside. But KRU, a different look this time on the B side. Using a lot of utility. Using that KO ultimate to have it so Leviathan can't put up another wall, can't put up a cove. No more cascades on the site. The problem is you only have that ultimate a couple times a half. You gotta be able to string some more rounds together to build up to another one.
And I wonder how much of this will continue to be the approach for KRU. As soon as you see the controller utility go up, just go. Throw your body at it and force LEV to try to navigate through that. We saw it was a problem in the previous round.
With no KO ult to dissuade any type of utility being used, it might be very hard to make that work. This is something we saw in the pistol round, a walk behind the harbor wall, but this time a split. 2 lower mid and 2 into the vents. Complete map control is being gained right now from Leviathan. They're gonna crunch these players.
If they're not careful, the crunch may be the other way. A 1-for-1. Osbos settles the shots, controls the spray, and gets the kill. Now the map is wide open for them.
Yeah, and now surely you know, after getting 2 kills towards A, there's only 1 more there. If you go towards B, it might be tough for you. Do spot that Cypher's not playing in sight. That might give confidence for Tex to creep slowly up.
That's big.
Yeah, that's a big kill from Kresnet onto Osbos there. But like I said, all that was happening, Tex was able to sneak into B site. So this is a free site for the side of Leviathan. And keep in mind, this was a thrifty buy.
Yeah, the only rifle they had was in Osbos' hand.
What is Monster doing? What is Shy doing? Oh, Texi can't connect.
30 seconds left.
It's disastrous for Leviathan.
They cut their losses and try to rotate away. This map is really big. Are they going to be able to get back in time?
No, there's no shot. The spike should be able to go down. But with the gun disadvantage, I'm not sure if KRU can actually...
This is going to be close.
LEV can actually win this round, sorry.
1 second. They managed to get the spike down. Calm is taking a really aggressive angle. And he's got a rifle in hand. Takes some damage though, has to take a step back. All this is buying time. Now they've got the harbor wall they're going to deal with. Kesnet pops his blades. Understanding the need to convert this round, given that they're down 5.
Yeah, and also understanding the need for speed in this moment. If they wait too long, that Hunter's Fury becomes a viable option.
Calm has his dart. Goes up, connecting onto 1.
It's coming down to the wire, Doug. This might not be good for the side of KRU. They got to get half, and they got to get it fast.
More harbor utility going up, a kill going back and forth, but Shy gets his third on the round. Melser's gonna get the defuse as KRU get to 7.
And that was cutting it close. 6 seconds on the defuse. If the trading game goes a little bit more in favor for the side of Leviathan, makes the window of opportunity for Calm to invest that Hunter's Fury, but you won't have to. This was a very cool look at the start of the round. I just really wish in this moment Leviathan would have actually committed to that convergence onto A site after getting that trade with Aspas. It's unlikely that there's another player in heaven at that moment. Maybe there's somebody stuck at A. But in these high pressure moments, and in the moments when it comes down to the wire and it's split decision thinking, sometimes it's just hard to make that read.
LEV have shown a lot of diversity and a lot of cool ideas on how they play the middle of the map around this harbor that we've talked about. But KRU are starting to make some of these minor adjustments to counter it. I look at how much presence they have here now.
Yeah, look at the re-clear info. Smoke on the top catwalk, a drone to clear out anything lower. Understanding that there's nothing behind this harbor wall this time. But the cool thing about harbor is they can do that again if they want to in 10 seconds. What is that?
He TP'd and King was tucked. I thought he was going to wait for the channel to come through, but wisely for Melser, decides not to commit to it. All just for info. This is all a fake, by the way. The Reckoning is out, the Cascade is up, the drone is through.
And it's a perfect call. Look at the mini-map right now. Oh, Kesnet. He understands. He's second-guessing himself. He's the only one towards this A site. King has crept all the way in, Doug.
This timing is really tricky, and you've got to get hot to trot here. KRU, though, still seemingly convinced that it's another play by LEV where they freeze, where they cut noise, and then they re-hit. Unwise to the fact that they've been had.
And the setup to this round has been so insane because Aspas is holding this midline the entire time with the operator. Now he decides to go back. MTA will get a pick onto Calm with that Hunter's Fury.
How much further up do they scale? As the smoke dissipates, the wall goes up.
I mean, Kesnet's going to be able to dash into a smoke here. Tex might get caught out in the mix.
I think he might be in a tucked corner. I don't think they know where he is. Now repositioning, taking a step back. Tucking behind the cave. MTA gets 4!
Oh my gosh. Doug, it was MTA that brought KRU back to life on that ascent map against 100 Thieves. He gets 4 into this round. All of a sudden, it's 11-8. And the economy for Leviathan is not looking nice.
The same old tricks.
That's an operator gained as well that can go into the hands of Kesnet.
What a round.
Yeah. Kesnet having a rifle in that round actually worked to his benefit because he was able to dash out and spot Tex out in the close right corner, wait for his team to use utility, and it was a free kill onto him. Aspas, he got stuck behind those smokes. It was a cool setup to the round from Leviathan, using that wall to take control of mid, not over peeking when the drone came out in the re-clear. And had anybody actually shown on the mid cross, maybe, you know, skipping a couple steps there, he would have gotten a kill and cut off the rotation. But everybody rotated through the spawn, and it kind of denied the fact that Aspas had that operator in his hands. That's a big investment to do on the attacking side. And now, like I said, that operator goes forth into the next round, into Kesnet's hands, or anybody else from the side of KRU. They don't even have to buy that, so their economy is looking really good right now. Even if LEV gets on match point at some point of this half, KRU should still have the economy to bring it back. I mean, Leviathan are committing into this round. This is it. If they don't win this round, KRU are able to come back and bring it within at least one round.
They're probably going to tie it.
It's looking likely.
Yeah, given the financial advantage that they have.
Yeah.
The op that you mentioned.
And this is a set play. I think Calm's going for a Sova ult somewhere, some kind of cheesy lineup with the knives dashing in at the same time. They're going to try to make pandemonium. They're going to try to create chaos onto the actual site. What can Kesnet do?
The drone the first out. Aspas with blades. Whoa. Oh, I thought he was going to hit that. Kesnet has to know as that bullet whizzes by. Not connecting, but look at how aggressive this is. Is he going to try to do it again?
I swear if he does,
no,
this is insane.
He doesn't have the utility to do it. He doesn't have an updraft. He doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have anything like that. So he's gone as far as he will go. Now taking a step back. There's the ult that you mentioned from Calm. As King tries to keep him back, Shy. Really nicely done, but Mazzino from up top brings down 3. Kesnet with the op. Opts to go for a rifle. He's going to make a run at this. In the face of 3? I mean, maybe he finds one and then tries to double down, but no target is being given.
Everyone's so far back, and Mazzino cleans it up with 4 to the round. The jump on the top default box, catching 2 players off guard. The collat, the follow-up kill as well on a Melzer with the ADS. That was too clean. That was a big investment into this round for Leviathan. They needed this. This was a must-win round, and now they put themselves at match point. That Hunter's Fury from Calm catching heat in A heaven. That was huge. Kesnet, he just couldn't connect any shots onto Aspas with those knives. He took 2-3 op shots. None of them going his way, but now Aspas is meeting Kesnet head on. A risky peek from Kesnet.
This is unfortunately the crew that we see when they fall apart. Decisions like that. We're just gonna swing, and I think I'm gonna diff Aspas.
Yeah, again, here we go. Ooh, almost another kill. Oh, punish from the side of Leviathan. Tex, the 1-2 punch with Aspas in this A main, and all of a sudden, full info gathered. This is gonna be so hard for crew to win.
That's nicely handled. The Darko's out. Oh, MTA is still on the side here. His position's given away, though. Somehow gets 3! Keeping it close, keeping it competitive, and now Melzer's in a really good spot. I don't think they know he's there. Aspas down to 70 HP. The paranoia is going to cause so many problems. Melzer trying to will him over the line by himself, but it's coming to 1v1! And Shine keeps crew alive!
MTA! What is this man? He's so clutch in these moments. He gets 3? He's alone. MTA is having a phenomenal map right now on Abyss. The start was everything for Leviathan.
It was a 3v5.
The Cypher ultimate too, to find out that he's here and he lines you up like this. I mean, the first kill was also through a smoke. No chance for King in that moment. And the Spectre kill on the Aspas. Sometimes it can be so hard to hit somebody that's full running. You're so used to getting swung by a rifle in that moment.
Standing ahead.
Where is that dart going?
Oh, it's a missed lineup.
I don't...
Oh, no, it's for backside A, actually, I think.
Yeah, that's a very nice lineup.
Oh, a nice wall to deny information with the drone. They can creep out here if they decide they want to from the side of Leviathan, but that proactive paranoia from Melzer to check it.
It's early, though.
Good bait out. Wall and drone for 1 paranoia. That's going to be good for Leviathan in the mid-round.
1000%.
Yeah, they might be able to lean back towards B side here. They will be met by Kesnet here, though, who hasn't been too hot with the op on this defensive side. Keep in mind that last time at A, he did whiff a couple shots on the Aspas, but Aspas did have the knives and was doing some crazy stuff, jumping around with updraft. Some of those shots can be very hard to hit.
Drone just cleared out mid-map, so they turn their attention back towards B, and as you see the Omen smokes go up, you have to understand that's where the hit's coming. He peeks ahead of it aggressively with the dash proc, has to give the space back. An early show from LEV draws out a lot from crew.
Yeah, and Tex took so much space on Catwalk, but he might get timing by Heat. What? He wins that 1v1!
Falling down. Ridiculous. This has been so careful and so cautious and so effective for LEV. Remember the paranoia, then the Hunter's Fury. With 10 seconds left, they're gonna get out onto A.
10 seconds left.
Can MTA, can Kesnet do something about this? In the cove, recklessly pushing into 1. That's all he finds. MTA with 5 HP has to somehow convert a 1v2, and he's got it down to 1.
He knows. He heard Tex.
A tap of the spike, a shock, make that 2. As Tex is jumping, he's baiting him into the swing. Now bullets given away. He understands where he is, and he hits a shot anyway. Heroics from MTA once more. Montita does it again.
Mission is nice.
He's got to be the most clutch player in this server right now.
21-16.
That's ridiculous.
He played Tex like a fiddle.
Also, Kesnet, Doug, just running in there with a shorty.
I mean, you have to do something. 5 HP. And that's all it took.
LEV are kicking themselves in the leg right now for what just happened.
Let us hunt.
It's another dart lineup. Keep an eye on Comp's positioning right now. Remember, that's the one that goes backside. But it hasn't really found very much. The last couple times I've seen it.
I think this is a lineup that's supposed to be for A main. I think it's just missing because it's not tagging anybody on A side either, Doug. And he did this earlier in the half. Remember, it landed to clear out A main with the one-way, with the cascade. It's going to be an A-pop, though, for sure. Two players are very up close and personal. This might be a punish.
Oh, they've got to understand what's here. They've seen the molly, they've seen the paranoia, now they've seen heat and cleaned him up. Everyone here, Aspa stashing forward, trying to find some cover in the cloudburst, getting aggressively in the face of Meltzer. Wraps around him.
What is that from King?
That's another one the way of Lev. Shy and MTA, yes, they've been good. Yes, they've been top fragging for KRU. But surely they can't deny this, right? Surely they can't convert a 2v5 when the spike is down.
Right here, deploying drone.
The drone comes out, it's cleared instantly.
I never saw Ospas as well underneath. Ospas gets a third kill to the round.
Shy's left by himself with every single member of Leviathan still surviving, still conniving, and taking us to map 5. 13-10 the way of Lev. This gets decided on Ascent.
What an unreal map of Abyss. One for the books for certain. Ospas, he took things into his own hands. 8 first kills. He got 2 in that round by himself right away with no answer back. The dash around the back and then the follow-up. Leviathan were able to close out that map of Abyss. But my God, the performance MTA put up in those last couple of rounds was something else.
It was ridiculous, both him and Shy. That's how Kesnet fell.
He falls in the middle of A site and wraps all the way back around.
Yeah, and then
That's unreal.
that fadeaway into text is just disgusting. We saw Gravity get the best of a couple of members, but I want to remind you guys, KRU won on Ascent last night to survive, to stay alive against 100 Thieves. Can they do it again here against Lev? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
And we're going to map 5, baby. Oh boy, what a series this has been. And I totally agree with that air horns. Because here we are, it's happening. Yes! Wow, what a series has been. What a map Abyss was. I mean, hell, we almost saw KRU will themselves into a comeback courtesy of MTA just clutching up. That was certainly a fascinating conclusion to that game because LEV almost let that one slip from their fingertips.
Dude, they were up 11-5. I was getting flashbacks to the way the 100 Thieves were eliminated. MTA activates Sleeper Agent. Someone whispers the code in his ear, and he just starts killing
Becomes
everybody.
a Winter Soldier out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, guys, absolutely insane. That being said, though, they don't really get that opportunity to close it out. But I do know that there were, we were seeing some really great things from Leviathan, with the composition, which we were a little, perplexed by in the beginning because the Harbor showed up.
I'm a LEV hater. I'll say it.
Wow.
Straight up. I'm a LEV hater.
You're wearing blue.
I wanted KRU to win that map. I'm straight up. I'm wearing blue. I don't care if I'm wearing blue. It doesn't matter. They're not supposed to be dressing us how we're predicting, are they? That is how it goes.
I'm voting for Loud today.
Mimi, you were making some good points when we were talking about it while the map was going on as well. But in general, I just think this map does not trend itself towards the style of play that these teams are going for, where they're trying to work the map and work these mid looks as much. The Harbor does help you do that. I think they need to go fully exec heavy, but the map's over. I mean, forget about the map analysis.
I think what was cool about the Harbor, there was a few rounds I wanted to look at, is the way that they were conditioning mid control on their defensive side. They had a lot of different looks for these forward Harbor walls, where a player, usually Mizuno, was walking up off of it and taking a lot of space. This forced KRU to play a much slower attacking side, where they had to be really fixated on either re-clearing mid and getting that space, or being set up in a way where they can have some kind of containment, be that a Cypher cam, be that a player bottom mid. It forced this area of the map that a lot of teams just kind of want to ignore and go for hard hits to be a real threat, which I think is part of the reason why KRU had to slow down, play so many of these rounds where they were trying to figure out what was going on. And on top of that, I think the Harbor is actually pretty strong in the retake, using the Cove to get out through chokes on the flood, having walls to fight forward. I think there is merit to this comp, but I'm not sold on it being the best comp.
I also liked that Aspas was sometimes hard anchoring one of the sides, but often playing as a rotate floater in the middle of the map. That's very different to how he plays when he plays the operator on Bind, for example. And it allowed him to get much more active. Aspas had 3 times as many first duels on this map of Abyss as he did on Sunset.
Wow.
So he was able to be involved a ton more.
Do you think that's a product of the map?
By the way, in first kills to first deaths.
Is that a product of the map that he's able to do that on Bind, for example, move across the extremities a bit more, or is it just like?
I think it's partially how you set him up and like where you get the read of the where the attacking team is going to come into you.
This kill was silly.
That was a silly moment.
But the map is a good op map in general, just to finish that point. And the next map is as well, Ascent. And you'll see him be very mobile on Ascent too when he plays the defense.
Yeah, I'll agree with that as well. I think the way that the Leviathan team, they play this composition with the Omen and the Harbor necessitates you have those 2 controller players playing separately and anchoring as well on the defense, just because they can't really globally smoke. These numbers, though, are telling a very different story. I mean, if you looked at this, I'd be thinking, okay, I mean, LEV surely should be winning, right? They're on the cusp of a 3-0, correct? But
no.
Not the case.
Where we are.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Kesnit has exploded in certain maps. I mean, his performance on Haven, for example, was incredibly important to push them over the line. So, in some sense, I actually don't care about like what's come before. It's all about how the 2 players step up in the final map.
Yeah.
And I think that what we are seeing is honestly really similar to the 100 Thieves series with the comeback for KRU, where it has been the other players stepping up and winning clutches. I mean, we were talking about it already. Those last 2 MTA rounds made it look winnable to come back in.
If you get to 11 rounds up, just have a strat to get yourself to 12. Like, please don't. Have a strat to find MTA and either run away from him or throw every ult at him.
But this was kind of like, I feel like another example of a chronic LEV problem of like petering out at the end of maps, having really good game plans and ideas to get started and get a big advantage, and then towards the end start to make some mistakes, it snowballs, and they didn't choke it this time, but it was way too close, honestly.
Very close, man. Like I said, I'm a LEV hater. I was praying on a downfall that map. I seriously was. I'll say it, man. I'm supposed to be impartial, but nah, I was praying on it. I really do hope though that we see this KRU team as well. I hope they're not really, their confidence hasn't been knocked too much after losing Abyss in that fashion.
Yeah.
Definitely made it more doable, I think.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be very
Just
fascinating.
nothing but hate coming from your mouth.
It's radiating from me.
So much hate, couldn't even finish his thought. In any case, now, this is it, folks. Map 5. Winner moves on to face G2 Esports in the grand finals tomorrow. Right, Games Arena, I hope you're making a lot of noise for this one. It's going to be a good game. We're going to Ascent. We're going to see a Jet duel. Let's go ahead and send it over back to Baby Bay and Doug for the call.
Thank you so much, Chibi. I honestly love the fact that this ends on Ascent. Given what we just saw KRU do on this map, what, 24 hours ago?
Yeah.
Maybe even less than 24 hours ago. But honestly, what I love about this map, Trey, is that fundamentals get exposed on Ascent. You've got to play the map correctly or you're going to get punished.
And the thing about the series has been, it's been a back and forth with who has the better fundamentals and who's been getting exposed. I mean, keep in mind that last map was a little bit of both teams just running their head into a wall. But wow, the deadlock on Ascent.
Yeah, we've started to see this deadlock Cypher combo a couple of times, and it was very successful at the beginning, and teams are starting to figure it out a little bit. I personally love it. I'm excited to see how they decide to go about this because, I mean, we saw it on Abyss. LEV come into maps with really cool ideas.
Yeah. And to make this composition work, you have to be dialed in on your teamwork and your coordination on the executes. Having the wall in the right spot, having the deadlock nade in the right spot. All these play a factor, and the timings of it play a factor as well. It has to be near perfect. We've seen a lot of teams, including Sentinels, try to run this composition, and even they couldn't make it work. Are Leviathan gonna be the team in North America to make this work on Ascent?
Now note here, LEV are going to be starting on the attacking side. This comp feels at its strongest when they get into post-plant position.
Yeah.
If they can get there consistently, then they have something to play around here. But if KRU are able to keep that back, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, that wall can isolate so many floods from the side of KRU, and we've already seen that KRU like to play a flood style on a lot of the maps that they approach on. Fast drone in mid, but this is going to be met by Heat. Those footsteps. Oh, the flash is perfect. Tex, he gets taken out on accident. He didn't even mean to be the forefront right there.
Clean little right click. The net coming through. They're going to continue to try to push their way in through the middle of the map, and it might be a problem because they have so much still here. I mean, Heat, who started the round, has not moved, has not left.
That being said, this will be a free A site because of that reason. No rotates here. Garden will be walled off. So retaking from that area is something that Leviathan do not need to worry about. But it's the flank around from Cat that might be very deadly. And I'm wondering right now if that stun actually hits all of Heaven if you make noise. That would be so crazy for a post plant.
I would think so. Left to sit back on the other side of this wall.
This dart.
I mean, they're funneling them exactly where they want them.
There's a flank in A main as well. If
it just got
Heat
cleared.
finds the right timing with this dart, he might be able to pick Osboss off. Ooh, Osboss drops at the right timing.
There's the sun that you were just referring to. It does go off, so it buys a little bit of time. They now understand where the hit is coming from, or at least a better idea of it. And now the knife confirming that everything around them has been surrounded. They've been put in the cage. Leviathan trying to keep them back. It seems like the cage might be their comfort unless Kesnick can pull off a 1v2, and he cannot. Again, the post plants are where success is found on this comp. LEV have already done it once.
Yeah, there was so much delay with just that stun alone into Heaven, let alone the follow-up dart. And Osboss, I mean, there's a real world in which he gets picked off there by Heat, but he somehow just has the intuition to know to drop. All right, I gotta give this spot from now on. Let me just drop, play my life, wait for these players to jump out of Heaven. And it's the classics reigning supreme on the actual site hit. That was great.
One enemy remaining.
Look at the right clicks from King. It's so insane. Sometimes this gun just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that was so far away, but all three bullets connected onto Kesnet right there.
An early net, A main to make sure that nobody's pushing. This should allow them to farm the orb, yeah. No, through that very successful pistol, Mazzino's now 2 away from having his ult.
That's exactly what I was just about to point out. Yeah, he's getting that for the bonus, guaranteed. I mean, even if he gets a kill and dies, he'll have it. Even if he just drops early like this, he'll probably get it in the next round on a default of some sort. It's going to be a contact in the mid. Shy gets picked off for free.
Yeah, trying to run across and get involved in the play.
That's the second time he's kind of gotten caught out in the open there.
What is that wall? Kesnick getting 2 massive kills, but look at where the rest of the team is. They're sectioned off of this wall that was thrown from the middle of the map. They knew where the rotations were coming through from, and with 50 seconds left, they can choose to fight mid or flip the map. But every single kill is going their way. Melzer's left alone in a 1v3. I mean, they can hard freeze. They don't really need to take this if they don't want to. Melzer does a lot of damage. 2 dinks there, but the round goes the way of Lev.
Yeah, a lot of the important guns will be acquired from the side of Leviathan as well. We're keeping that Outlaw into this round. We keep the Vandal. We keep the Bulldog. Kesnet, this second shot was filthy onto Vecino. But yeah,
gross.
That wall completely blocks off the rotates. So that's what we're going to see a lot on these executes. And it's the timing that has to be near perfect from the side of Leviathan. Otherwise, I mean, let's say that's an even number situation. KRU broke that wall by the time anyone was making any moves into the actual B main space from the side of Leviathan. So they're going to have to clean that one up if they want to convert more of these rounds on the attacking side.
Dart coming in from spawn, really, back A. And they had an aggressive sound sensor, but it gets cleared out.
Yeah, this util exchange for the A in main. No one is actually in it. Just now, Leviathan decided to take that space. This is a complete fight for extremity control from both sides.
And I think one of the things that LEV are doing here that we didn't really see 100 Thieves capitalize into a lot was denying some of this utility, right? That the defense is setting up. They've cleared the turret that's B. In the previous hunt, we saw them push towards mid and clear the alarm bot. Those are things that forces the defense to have to respect different areas of the map. Otherwise, your hit is telegraphed. And so LEV are playing this a little bit better.
Definitely a hard read watching previous VODs, but Heat has a timing of the year right now. I don't know what his Vandal's doing. This guy's he's got some kind of new weapon in the game, but regardless.
Heat's on the timing, he's on the swing, you're right. Oh, that's your teammate, brother. Little jump scare, all good. The dart back sight, but nothing's been cleared for Heaven. It wasn't being watched. Can Aspas and Tex win this bonus? They've got a wall that's concerned on one area of the map towards tree. You've got the sound sensor too. They've gotten into post plants, but this is a tough post plant. When you're down in numbers like this, it's not that simple, but Tex just picks them apart one by one. 4, 5, 4. The iBuyPower ace and the bonus for Lev.
Tex had no business doing what he just did. He had a Guardian. That was his first 5 kills of the map.
Follow at iBuyPower on socials. They'll be giving away a free PC every single time an iBuyPower ace comes through. Shout out to Tex. Make sure you use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win. What a round from Tex.
And it's so crazy, Doug, because I was just about to say, the retake took so long to come through. You shouldn't be giving a player like Aspas that time of day to actually think about this clutch, this 2v4, but it was Tex the one that was the maker in that. What a ridiculous play. I can't even talk.
And that's
oh
all.
my gosh.
Again, this is the attack side. This is the... gosh, if they continue to get into these post plants, they're going to run away with this half.
A 2v4 like that, that's devastating to the mental of KRU. I mean, we've seen what happens to KRU when strong starts happen against them, and it's not pretty.
And they almost exercised those demons on the previous map, but weren't able to get it past the finish line. He almost hit that shot. But it seems like they're going to have to be faced with that challenge once more. On the deciding map, no less. They're trying to get really aggressive here onto Kesnet. He's the only one playing close by. Shy's going to be forced to spam or at least tank the smoke and try to face it and capture timing, and timing has been found.
Spike down mid.
Shy finds his 2. The spike is now sitting in no man's land. A gun has been upgraded. This gets messy.
Tex is still alive,
30
Doug.
seconds left.
Tex and King in a 2v4.
Oh, the first is good for King.
It was messy, but he got it through. And Tex continuing to push towards spawn. He might catch a timing on MTA, but now he's been spotted. The timing has been found. He's bought enough time to punish Tex, and that's exactly what he does. King cannot convert. It's a thrifty round win for KRU.
Kesnet, he's been so good on these thrifty rounds. He got 2 in the previous one. This time he gets 1, and that 1 is enough to give himself, his team, an advantage into this. When the gun game is not in your favor, getting any type of pick like that opens up that opportunity for Shy to go through. Leaving it all up to Tex and King in that 2v4. It's too much to ask for. It will be Kesnet getting that operator online and early. We're 4 rounds in.
I will find you.
a big investment.
And it's a really good investment going up against a composition that doesn't really have many flashes other than that Paranoia. And Paranoia, most of the time, isn't really used to dissuade an operator. There's the first pick on a Tex. You have to try swing, though.
I mean, they've put the wall up, and now the smoke comes down market, blocking the angle that Kesman was able to punish on. Almost hits that. And there's the ult that's been used for the first time. Mazzino's able to get the best of NTA as they've gotten back out onto the site. The grab net to keep them back. The wall that they're still trying to get past market, just now TPing through, and now they've got sensors. Haven't committed to getting the spike down, though. So the round is still up in the air. It's still messy. It's still complicated. Com's able to get one, now 13 HP, switching over to the Phantom.
I have the spike.
Forced to reach back and extend beyond comfort to grab the spike. Has a dart, but can even find enough comfort to invest it. In an awkward position where there's so much paranoia and there's so much fear of what's happening around you, he's gonna have to double swing into both, and he can't. Heat cleans him up. KRU get to 2.
Yeah, that was such a tough 1v2 for Com to play in that moment.
Yeah.
The members of KRU were just too dialed in and ready. They knew where exactly where he was. And Kesnet with that opener, you're gonna see that a lot against a composition like this. It's so tough to push an operator back with the deadlock. It's just not enough utility to be used.
I saw King's smoke hit. It was just late, or it felt like Tex was jumping ahead of it. He jump spotted ahead of it. So I don't know if that, I mean, those little micro decisions that are half a second late or half a second early, we'll see if those continue to plague them.
And that's what I was talking about when you run this comp. You got to be near perfect. If you're not, you're going to get punished like that. One set of utility not in the right spot at the right time while you're peeking.
They found my wife.
You give an opportunity to die.
They've inserted King back in Wine, and they've got a sound sensor covering him too.
Yeah, it's been something that I wanted to talk about with how Leviathan are running this deadlock. They're doing a lot of aggro sensors because you don't really need to use them as trips. They're not really good at trips either. So you're going to see him holding on to them, using them to gain space on defaults, and then also using them in the post plants. It's basically just extra security for his teammates to play off of. Tex will get a spam on NTA.
And it was the counters. They were trying to punish Com for trying to clear the turret. He's paying a life for a turret. Feels tough.
Every time Leviathan get a first blood, they know to just freeze the round and hold for another push somewhere. In this case, it was Heat pushing off a catwalk, which is something that he does quite a bit.
They're going to end back B. Remember, King only has a Spectre.
Oh!
That dart not finding its mark.
Won't matter, though. They do have this site for free after all.
It's not something they knew.
Oh!
A nice shot onto Kesnet. Again, they've been investing this wall to deny the flood out from market. And honestly, when you think about how KRU like to play the defensive side, it makes sense. They love to flood out and try to lean into the chaos. Kesnet popping the blades. He's still very healthy here. Com's upgraded to an Odin. It's still just King with the lighter weaponry. He's hearing every single person come through. They're going to invest this lockdown. There's a lot on the shoulders here of Com and of Tex. If he can find the right timing here, this is going to be big. There it is. There's a timing. He gets 3 on the round. Swung onto the 4th, leaving things in a 1v1. Meltzer against Com. Com is so weak. 42 HP, a shock in his lap. Tries to swing. Meltzer pushing the matter and getting the kill for KRU.
That was such a hard retake to do, especially amongst the Hunter's Fury from Com and backside, breaking that Killjoy ultimate. Tex ran through B main. The fact that he even got traded in the first place was kind of a miracle. No one was looking at him at first. He was able to get 2 free kills into that.
Yeah.
Mazzino. Sorry, Melzer. He was too sharp on that, and he played that 1v1 perfectly. Com could not see him on any of the jump spots either. Oh, that trade came just in time.
He's fading away into the smoke.
Melzer, he had a really rough map the last time on that Abyss. It's good to see him awake here, winning that clutch. It's 3-3 right now on this ascent.
They've bought up around the blades a little bit here too. Meanwhile, Kesnet still has the op. And there's nothing to deny that line tiles here. You've got to be careful.
This will be met by an operator here. The spike is towards tiles right now, so all this A default was all just a ruse. Maybe trying to sell a fake here. That drone pushing off Kesnet. off a catch should be a good idea for the attacking side to understand what the setup is. It's a heavy lean towards B main for Kesnet, trying to show a new look.
It's a deep trip or attempting to clear out, and they do succeed. But it's just refreshed.
Doesn't matter now, though, because Kesnet has that B main line. It allows for this lean over heavy A setup. A very early KO ult. Leviathan are just having to be frozen right here. So much utility being invested by KRU.
Convinced that this is where the hit is. And I mean, everything that they've seen, every single tell has been shown, suggests that that's the case.
Yeah, but now you have nothing. All you have these KO flashes from Heat. He's not even going to be in a spot where he can use them, though.
It's the LEV way to freeze, to slow things down. Aspas finding a scout, finding two, finding all three with the blades.
10 seconds left.
A disgusting execute after freezing, cutting noise, baiting out that Omen paranoia.
Here.
We saw Mazzino using his nade in the back of Jen. Heat has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That was a sick execute, a sick freeze, a great reaction from Leviathan. And although the economy is fine for the side of KRU, that's a tough one to swallow. I mean, they had the read, then they didn't. Second guess themselves. Kesnet might not even have the chance to bring this up into the next round after clearing out back B.
Oh, I think he's pretty well concealed.
Yeah, Tex will be the only one that he gets contact with. Let's see if Tex can actually get the kill. Oh, he can.
That's all right. We, Aspas gave the fist bumps. All is good. The op was carried over into the next round. So we'll see how the rest of this plays out. It seems like we may have timeout on our hands, but I want to take a look at this round one more time. This was the crab net that you mentioned that kind of strapped him into that spot. He had nowhere to go.
No, it hits the entire area. It hits the escape as well. You legit have nowhere to go. And KO flashes in that Gen area when you're being split from Catwalk, they don't get it just doesn't hit the same when people are coming out of A main. You know what I mean? Just doesn't have the same gravitas.
Tough spot to be in.
Yeah, so it's going to be a timeout from KRU. His coach probably telling him, yo, don't jump the gun on a lot of that utility. Wait till you actually hear the audio cues of them coming out of the chokes. Then you can invest that paranoia.
Well, I think part of the problem is, though, again, this is how KRU have loved to play the defense.
Yeah.
I mean, across every map, they like to fight into the retakes, and it's been very successful for them up until this point, so it makes sense. And LEV dialing in on it makes even more sense, right? Just kind of bait them into it, just kind of lure them out, and then hit when they have nothing left in the tank.
Just map 5 things. Both teams understand each other so well. They've met so many times before. KRU have never been able to dethrone them, not this year at least.
Yeah, 3-0 the way of LEV this year. And we've had some close maps, but their last bout was the most humiliating, to be honest. I mean, LEV had their way with KRU.
Right here.
But that's far, far gone. KRU have pushed LEV, they've put him in a fight. And they've gotten it down to the 1-yard line, but can they get it over the edge? This defensive side of Ascent, you would think, is your advantage, but they're causing so many problems with this deadlock pick man.
The grav nets have been on point right now.
Mazzino's been so good. NTA's getting caught, spammed through the smoke, nowhere to go.
It's round over right here. It should be at least, but Melzer has something to say about it.
A spam connecting, Kesnet not able to land onto the shot, but that's another kill found. Try to connect onto it, but it's Kesnet somehow through all of that's left alone in a 1v2. A little bit of health, no armor to speak of. Forced to sit back and watch and take a look at what LEV are doing. I thought they were going to continue to hunt. I thought they were going to continue to chase him down. But they opt against it, tap the door, and continue to get the spike down. A weapon exchange, don't forget, now has a Vandal to work with. I mean, Tex has his ult. Does he invest it here?
I know.
Yeah, he does, and there's a dart to follow up as well, if need be. There's the dart.
Yeah, position fully given away.
And now the double up from the side of Leviathan. Can Kesnet hit both of these shots on the wide swing? Will they line up for him?
There's the swing onto both, you're right. I thought for a moment, but it just doesn't work out. He was looking the wrong way. No real idea of where they were.
I need this.
And the value from these grab nets. You know, you're starting to feel why this pick has been chosen from the side of Leviathan.
Yeah.
The patience that Leviathan have showed on this attacking half as well. Even when they have the site for free, just to hold, try to get the trades. It's been working well in their favor. Now KRU are on the back foot. Leviathan leading by 2 rounds and an operator now in the hands of Aspas.
A hero rifle for Kesnet. And that's a lot of presence mid. The idea is there. They wanted to try to fight mid, scrap something, try to get an advantage.
Yeah. And Aspas has Shy stuck in this corner. If he doesn't move or get any type of supporting utility, this walk up on Cat is going to kill him for sure. Look at this. 3 members. There's a jet smoke for Shy to get out.
And he manages to do so.
Barely.
Without taking damage, you're right. And then finally, the second blow is the decisive one. Oh, he knife out, trying to take some space.
They're getting dismantled right now.
He's starting to see these little mistakes come through.
Cracks in the shield.
And this is on the defensive side.
And then here's what we're talking about, this freeze into Garden on Catwalk. Just waiting for more re-aggression. They know that KRU like to group up in these moments when they're down numbers. Or even sometimes not. Sometimes just walk into space, walk into smokes.
30 seconds
There's
left.
no way he finds this timing.
What are you up to?
This would be absolutely ridiculous. Ah, King is too aware of it.
It looked like for a moment he was going to find the narrowest of margins to punish within. But KRU once again locked out of the site, once again locked out of the round.
Power of deadlock in full effect.
Here's that sensor, decides he has to take a different route.
Okay.
Meanwhile, that is a weapon upgraded for MTA, still has light armor. Tech's trying to punish, but it's Mazzino who cleans him up. Lev gets to 6.
Yeah, and Mazzino gets 2 off of his orb as well. Have that deadlock ult available and online, maybe even in this round if they decide to grab both orbs. This attack operator makes it very hard to play against. You want to be able to hold a lot of these contact spots, but now that you know that you could be getting swung by an operator, I mean, so much more pressure on actually hitting that shot in the moment. If you don't, you're going to get insta'd by this guy.
Yeah, you will get punished. You're right. 2 ops on the field, both in the hands of the Jet. A very passive line held by Kesnet here.
Revealing area.
On the side of Leviathan, they should be aware there's an operator on the opposite side as well. So they should do their due diligence of, you know, clearing that operator out, getting certain lines. That's why you're going to see a drone into B main. This is very common from teams to leave an operator posted on B main in the mid round and a lean towards A.
Especially when that alarm bot is still up mid. A deeper smoke, and he's got to hear that's coming. Faces it, clears the drone.
Yeah.
And then resets.
But now this is full info gathered for Aspas to take aim duels against riflers at A site. This is an Opera's dream on the attacking side.
With 50 seconds left, they could freeze, or they could accelerate A. They're all posted up on the other side of it. There's got to be something to get heat off this line, because this could be disaster. I guess that's what gets them off the line.
Exactly.
Aspas just crouch walking into it and dropping him. And that works, I guess. A smoke, a wall, and a cam up towards tree, too.
30
The
seconds.
dart back sight, the paranoia goes down.
Sound sensor up.
This should be a spike plant unless Melser is able to snatch this thing back up from heaven. Yeah, there's no access that way.
It's so hard to play against.
Shock's a little bit off the mark. And what do they have here? How do they get around this? They still have the op in the hands of Aspas, and that's what's able to hold down heaven by itself.
Yeah, the problem is you have no KO flashes. He got taken out early right there. So this heaven peak is all dry. Aspas has easy pick'ems here.
Even on the other side of the smoke, they tried smoking him off, but they knew that the smoke with the swing was coming in because of the sensor, and he tanks it. Fully faces it, and now the ult used. Not connecting. Kesnet with an Odin in a 1v3. That's 2 now. Time is of the essence. You've got to go fast. You've got to go now. Dropping down into the site, dropping down into his death.
What a great job from Leviathan to identify where the opposing operator is. That allows Aspas to have the confidence to peek anybody, anywhere on A site. He's able to lead in. 9 times out of 10, when you're peeking into somebody that's holding with a rifle, the operator wins, especially in the hands of an operator like Aspas. So for him to be able to identify that in the moment and be the forefront and peak Heat, that's why you saw that pick come through. It's so fast on Heat's screen, he had no chance at all.
Well, we're reaching into the bottom of the barrel here, aren't we?
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and if it works, and it did, then sure.
Mazzino's going for a fast trade here, and he gets it.
I mean, Mazzino's been so good, both in his utility. We've gushed about the deadlock stuff so much.
Wow, the stuns have been so sick.
But he's also quietly, I mean, well, he's got a face full of lead now.
Shadows traveling. There's just something tilting about getting one pumped by any gun in this game.
And now downgrades to the Phantom.
Yeah.
With the spike still enhanced by Com. The attack side op moving around a little bit more. The alarm bot hasn't been cleared yet, but they have done enough to introduce a little bit of doubt into the map. Take a look at MTA's positioning, having to rotate back mid.
It's so scary. Drone is used though. So info on all 3 members of Leviathan is gathered. Melzer faking a teleport, and he's actually staying here in Garden. Cover going out. Goes for the one-way.
30 seconds left.
Smoke to cover.
There's a double back into mid though. This turret will get first contact, and MTA needs to be very careful in this spot.
This hourglass is getting lower and lower. 15 seconds left. They haven't gotten a ton of space yet. The turret goes back up. They have to end B here, and they've got Melzer right behind them. Hey, this is a false sense of security, but Aspas is holding the line. He's got to understand there's a little bit of a threat now. One way to cover one side is they can focus elsewhere. Shot strikes at just the right time, leaving Aspas on his own in a clutch, dashing back, trying to buy a little bit of time, trying to buy a little bit of space. And it's Melzer with 3 as KRU get their 4th.
Oh my goodness. I thought Aspas just hit the craziest flow state after popping that dash. But Melzer keeping it calm, cool, and collective. Securing the 1v1 win. Putting KRU on 4 rounds. They need everything they can get. They need to scrape out any rounds they can. Melzer did so much work at the start of that round and closed it out perfectly. From Bucky to Phantom.
Here. Last round of the half. Kesnet has blades.
Same thing at the opposite side. Aspas has them online and available as well, amongst many other ults that'll be online. Leviathan need to secure this Sova ultimate so they can match the Killjoy ult from Shy. Hunter's Fury for lockdown is required.
But can they get to the point where they have equivalent exchange?
What kind of grab net is this? Is this for close left? That would be ridiculous. It doesn't even matter.
Aspas gets high ground and drops Kesnet.
Kesnet couldn't move.
That was just so well done.
Oh my gosh, Melzer gets spammed.
Through the smoke, picked apart, 1 by 1. And now forced to solve a 2v5 equation. And those numbers do not add up.
Yeah, you just have to flood out of heaven here because of that Hunter's Fury.
1 enemy remaining.
The arithmetic's not getting any better. It's a flawless round for LEV. Aspas gets his 3 as LEV gets to 8. That was on the attack side of Ascent.
We've seen the power of the deadlock on this map. Leviathan have done such a good job showcasing it. The grab nets have gotten so many kills for the side of Leviathan. He's got 9 assists all because of that.
It was just so difficult to try to navigate through. Again, they highlighted it perfectly. We talked about the grab nets and how effective they were. We talked about how well placed, not just well placed as far as position, but timing too on the deadlock walls. It made it so miserable for KRU to have to try to navigate. And now they're headed to the strong side. We're gonna throw it to a break. We'll be right back.
Okay, we decided to mix it up for this halftime. And they cheered! Oh, wow, they're all pointing a plan. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw there. Obviously, last map, Bren, the pressure is on here for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, but LEV are on the cusp of, well, of getting that revenge potentially. If they make their mark, if they get to that grand final, it's only a few rounds away, and for KRU, they need essentially a pistol round here. I think an 8-4 half with LEV starting on that attack side is almost insurmountable, but again, I mean, KRU have been so good at the pistol round wins, there's always a potential, I think, that they could bring this back.
And for LEV, this is a chance for redemption. In stage 1, making it to the lower finals, losing in a super messy game to G2, and then honestly falling flat at their first international appearance of the year. If they could win here in 5 maps over KRU, go to their first final as a squad, really proving why people consider this team a super team and one of the best to go represent Americas in Seoul.
Yeah, well, you know, you heard from our analysts, but I figured mix it up. Let's go ahead and hear from our crowd. Who do you think's going to win, LEV or KRU? LEV? All right. First. Who thinks KRU's going to win? I see the crews back there. They're okay. All right, who thinks Leviathan are going to win? Santissimo. You heard the people. They feel good about Leviathan. Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. It's nice to hear the only bit of Spanish that you know coming through on the broadcast. An incredible crowd. And the truth of the matter is LEV have set themselves up so well. Again, now you've got to find a way to reckon with this Deadlock Cypher comp on defense. This is where it's strong.
Yeah, it can be so hard to break through some of these setups. Even against KO Ultimate, you're able to swap, have players sit and spawn. It's going to be so tough to deal with, especially in the form that Aspas is in at the current moment. But this is it, Doug.
But again, KRU were able to pull off a ridiculous comeback here yesterday. I mean, they were able to put 100 Thieves away.
It was on the defensive side mainly, though. This one gets a lot of info for Leviathan. It'll dissuade the mass group of KRU. That's why you see a lot of players sitting in bottom mid, but he's kind of stuck here on an island. What's the game plan here?
I imagine
a late lurk. Is the KO the one you want to be in this spot?
I can't imagine that was part of the plan, but maybe they try to end that way. Oh, now we're going to get 20 seconds of watching KRU try to clear this wall out.
Infinite stall. You got a one way to follow up as well, but that wall needs to be broken.
Yeah.
Much like playing against a Sage, it could be very deadly leaving it there. Unless you play around the actual timing of it.
But it's just so much passive info that's gathered. So they clear the wall, and now, because of that, LEV are forced to keep a couple of members closer here. Meanwhile, the rest of the hit is headed towards B. They've rejoined the fray with Heat. And Tex has to understand there's a little bit of presence here. Is there enough? Is there any more utility out from Zeno? He has a grab net. Still in hand. Is he convinced that that's where it's coming from? There's a net, but it's too little too late. That shock is going to hurt. They got him all there. Only one found, though. King just recklessly jumping through the smoke, somehow claiming a life with it.
Last player standing.
Leaving Aspas in a 1v3. The dash is procced, the Sheriff in hand, swings out, spots one, able to clean him up. I don't know. Don't look at me that way, I have no idea. Still 2 more to be found. Not able to connect onto the second. MTA cleans him up, and that's a round for KRU.
You saw the protocols in full effect right there for Leviathan, but the pace that KRU put on that actual hit was too fast. The utility couldn't make it out on time. Yeah. And that pop flash from Heat into that Omen smoke on stairs, Tex was blind for like a minute. The poor guy could see nothing by the time he gets back in. Heat's already in his face. Calm gets caught out with a shock dart, but you see the setup. It was supposed to be Tex sitting at stairs. Grabnet comes out on stairs as well, and shock darts are supposed to rain through Supreme for Calm. But the pacing and the timing of KRU is too explosive. Something they're gonna have to keep doing in the future half.
Knife tagging onto Calm, a smoke deep towards the middle of the map. KRU should be able to exploit a lot of this.
Yeah, this is all conditioning. 2 rounds in a row, taking heavy mid control, clearing out all this space, trying to clear out all that utility. Last time around, they used more util to clear out Catwalk. Did a guard and smoke as well. Will be a drone into B main though to get some info. See if anyone's pushed up here. Cam gets spotted. Aspas might be able to slip right back in. Oh, not anymore after being seen right there. but not breaking that dart makes it kind of obvious you're leaning towards A now. There is a wall here, but it will get broken.
Yeah, the wall just went up, and you're right. It doesn't last nearly as long with all the weaponry on the other side of KRU. Mazzino, oh, not again. Oh.
Almost.
Really nice snap, though.
Still 2 players here.
Yeah, but I thought if there was going to be a play around it, it would be through the delay of time and then a sneaky timing through the wall, or through the smoke, excuse me. But
30 seconds left.
Once KRU were able to get past all of those traps, it should be smooth sailing at this point. Couple of sheriffs up on the defensive side. No real utility to speak of.
Very confident positioning from Melzer as well. He decides to get out of there. Rightfully so. You want to keep all these weapons that you have. This is a big investment from KRU.
Yeah, and he knew the smoke was going down, so didn't want to get caught in a situation like that. Look at that.
Firing squad.
That quadruple face.
Yeah, and this is a good moment for Leviathan to just submit to the death of the spike. Don't give MTA any more ultimate orbs or Shy. Give yourselves more of a buffer. Don't get snowballed going into this bonus round. But the buy from Leviathan, or from KRU, I mean, that's a massive investment, and they might be able to make something out of this in the following gun round of Leviathan.
Yeah, we saw this. Well, it was on the previous map, wasn't it? They fully invested into this, and they were able to convert it, carry 4 of their rifles. Yeah, I believe it was just all 4 of them, and that made their bonus round so strong.
Yeah, look at it. It's basically, it is a gun round.
It's a gun round.
It is a gun round, and they could still buy the next. Very healthy, in fact. Look at all the light armor from Leviathan. Keep in mind, for the Guardians on the battlefield, that's only 2 shots to the body. You take out anybody with light armor.
2 rounds separating these 2 squads in this final map. A series, admittedly, that many people thought wouldn't go the distance, but here we are. KRU pushing the pace mid. We've seen them do this a lot. That one-way cam cleared, but a little bit of info gathered.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's so early in the round, Dre.
Yeah, it's the conditioning. Last 3 rounds they've played, it's been fast up mid. This time they're freezing, waiting for a reaction. This is the answer back, a drone and B main, but Shy is going to relay this to his team. Oh, the one-way on the cat with the deadlock trap right there. That's so deadly if any sound is made. That basically denies any type of a cat push.
I mean, look at that. There's no easy way into A. You've got the wall main, and then you have the 2 sensors. If they somehow get past the main wall, you're going to have to deal with that too.
Yeah, and then a paranoia from supporting cast that are flooding in. It's a lot of utility that needs to be baited out.
Yeah, and then you look at the other side of the map. You have 2 cages, and you have 2 trips as well. I think so much of this relies on Heat to be able to find value with this knife. If he's able to find the right targets, then they can play around it.
I don't know if he connected onto the deadlock or not. It looks like he did because that trip did not go off yet.
Yeah.
But it will in the mid-round.
No surprise.
There's a stun. Melzer! Forget the stun. He takes out Mazzino.
Wide swinging and moonwalking his way into landing that shot. Numbers still the way of the defense with 10 seconds left. They've got to get the spike down. A little bit of time was bought. A brief moment of peace. And off of that, they commit. Now trying to fight and deal with everything that's up in heaven, and they do so. KRU get up to 7 at the hands of Kesnet and Shy.
Beautiful swinging together in that moment. A bonus round 1. The pressure is on Leviathan in this moment. KRU, when they get momentum, they string up so many rounds. Beautiful swing together at the end here to make sure Aspas doesn't connect onto anybody. And that KO knife, that's what you talked about. It needed to connect onto the deadlock. It hit Mazzino.
Different defensive look here. Look at where the sound sensor is. This is on a lighter buy, though. It's just a Guardian in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah, but this mid-default that has happened every single round, it's going to get punished this time around if Dash is not popped.
Sensor goes off, Paranoia goes through, Aspas gets the kills, and there it is, just like that.
Oh.
But it's only 1 found. They've managed to avoid it, yes, bruised, but still standing.
MTA needs to be very careful here, or he might not be standing quite more. Aspas and Tex are all swinging together. Mazzino with the follow-up.
This is disaster. This is disaster.
Spike down mid.
They walk into the trap, and they're picked apart.
Big overcommitment into mid from the rest of the squad of Crew, and now it's a 3v1 for Shy, and he gets taken out for free.
I mean, Mazzino was standing on the other side of his wall and Cat for a second. And so that was a round that, I mean, needed to go the way of Crew, expected to go the way of Crew. But again, the persistence across the middle of the map led to massacre.
It works against them this time. Good job on Leviathan to read that. Every single round, it's been a mid default off the rip with no pushback whatsoever. This time denying that, and now you're gonna have to see Crew change their game plan.
Placing swarm grenade.
You might have to take mid delayed now. Maybe be more hesitant.
Yeah, I look at all of this utility B.
This is ridiculous. There's 4 trips there. Oh, but the KO ultimate,
it's only
most of it.
It's only gonna get 1 though. And honestly, given how far away he is, I'm surprised it even hit that.
It's somehow connected onto Mazzino.
There may have been a knife go out. Yeah, it may have been a knife for something. Either way, they're still gonna have to deal with the sound sensors. Aspas is able to punish onto 1, but they're still trying to make their way out onto the site. That is a bold TP from King, but takes a step back. Is that gonna connect?
It does.
Will. Forced to sit and watch in a blue screen. They're gonna try to save him, but I don't think they can. Shy will fall. And now the 3 remaining members of Crew are huddled out onto the site, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, with the exception of Melzer, who's a little bit further off, a little bit closer to the wall, holding his 50 line. What's the cue for Lev to go? What are they waiting for?
Paranoia right there.
But it doesn't hit Melzer. You gotta be careful. He's already found 1. Can they flood around it? Melzer gets 3 on the round. He's got to get them all by himself, but he can't.
Woo. A nice controlled retake for Leviathan. It looked scrappy, it looked chaotic because Melzer was, you know, a thorn in the side of them, but they brought it back and brought it together. The trading was in their favor. What a great deadlock ult to catch out Shy. He gets caught out by that camera. Now it's a weird buy. It's a weird situation for Crew.
I don't know how he gets that many there, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Good shit, you know?
Calm hitting his best Odin cosplay.
Yeah, just Odin things.
And looking good doing it. Timeout called by Crew. Again, we're nearing the end of this series. We're nearing the end of this tournament run for one of these 2 teams. 3 in a row for Lev against Crew. But Crew now in a position to turn that tide, to turn that story.
They've already had 2 thrifties this map on the defensive side. They need this next one. They need it more than ever. Leviathan getting at 11, building their ult economy up as well. I mean, the economy now is getting in good standing for them. If you don't thrifty right here and now, it's going to be very, very difficult to close this map out for Crew.
They somehow will have to defy what's conventional wisdom and find a way to succeed more on the attack.
And look at this, there's an operator out for Aspas. We've seen how deadly he's been with this operator, specifically against Crew. A big reason why Abyss defensive side was won.
And look at where he's posted up currently. Across the middle of the map. You've talked so much about the default the Crew have been running mid. They go up, they try to clear out utility, they try to make some noise, and then they play the rest of the map. This time though, an adjustment from the attack.
Yeah, smoke bottom mid off the rip. Makes it kind of obvious that you're going up Cat. That's why you see the instant reposition from Aspas. He's gonna meet them head on here with the one-way. Oh, he gets a tag on the Heat.
Not able to find the blow though.
It's a double trip setup though, even if you make it through here.
That's the devastating part of this setup, is if you creep up and try to clear out the trip, the sensor goes off. And so you're stunned. It's confirmed presence.
Gosh. And on the opposite side of the map, there's a trip in market because there's been a lot of mid to Bs from Crew, a lot of market takes. And look at how far back Tex is playing. He's jump spotting B main right now. Omen Flash does connect.
Again, it's another leg though. A little bit more close. Now the trip's cleared. Mazzino is in a really good spot. He's playing on the other side of smoke. Aspas has to take a step back, but he's overwhelmed. He's outgunned. What can Mazzino do to counter? They're gonna push into spawn potentially. They have so much space. Mazzino and King are surrounded.
30 seconds
Tex is
left.
so far away from the play. And that's not one down. Make that both.
Placing alarm bomb.
KRU have clawed their way back into this. How much of a hero can Tex be? He's not even interested.
Save the operator. That was a must-win round for KRU. What an insane conversion, considering the fact that Aspas tagged 2 people down to 1 shot. I mean, the way that KRU just did that, just overwhelmed a player like Aspas, that is so difficult to accomplish. They util bombed him, and when they had no util, it was Melzer putting his life on the line with that Omen teleport.
Tex, they're coming for you.
He's too good with this gun. I've seen him so many times saving an operator for Aspas and connecting every single shot. Everyone, keep in mind, this was a chamber player. He knows how to op.
He's carrying the op into the next round, but KRU get within 2. This was such a nice setup. I mean, Melzer even TPing forward to try to get past some of that utility is really nice.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's just insane, the heads-up play that he just did. It's a tough one. LEV were in a really good spot at the start of that round, but Aspas getting overwhelmed, and that is not something you see every day. Tex will keep the operator into this round.
Aspas with blades. Look at how far back he is. What's your play here?
Just looking for that Omen TP off the top.
Yeah.
Go
Convince
up. Yeah.
That's where it's headed.
And this is a fast pace up cat from KRU. We haven't seen this quite yet. Still 2 trips here. And this was a full investment for Leviathan. If they don't convert this round,
it will hurt. You're right about that.
It's going to be a tie game unless they thrifty again.
The blades are still sitting all the way back in spawn. The grab net tagging a couple, a little bit of damage dealt.
Oh. Oh my gosh, he's stuck right behind this wall. He can updraft past it if need be.
But then he'd get stunned.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
My ult's ready.
almost doesn't get out.
Mazzino is dead.
I mean, you don't expect somebody right there, though.
I think he played that perfectly.
Aspas jump spotted mid. He does see Shy. That's why he's leaning towards A. He saw Shy leaning towards Catwalk.
Yeah, still back in spawn. Common's invested the ult on this. Oh. They've thrown so much into this round. They've got to find a way to convert. The blades are on the site. King is here. It's only a 1-for-1, though. Aspas with 87 HP, no armor to speak of. He tries to get over the top. The spam from MTA is too good. Whoa. Can the op connect?
That could have.
Almost does. A 2v2 now. MTA weak. 30 HP. Kesnet still healthy. How do you get into this round?
Oh, Tex wants a rifle so bad. He doesn't want to go into this retake with an operator. No body will be found quite yet.
Oh, and especially if KRU play this so patiently and so carefully, I mean, they're not going to give him anything. Spam initially not connecting, and now they're starting to funnel away out of heaven. One spotted. He still gets that. It's all onto Kesnet. A 1v2. The need to deliver from the start. One has been found. Can Tex land the shot? Dashes across. He buys so much time. There's none left. They hunt Tex down. Kesnet with 3 at the Red Bull clutch as KRU get to 9.
KRU are doing something very special right now. The way that they're maneuvering around all these trips, the way that they're finessing around all the utility from Leviathan. It is not an easy thing to do whatsoever. That kill from MTA, that spam onto Aspas was huge. And yeah, that kill not going the way of Tex in that moment. He's gonna have nightmares of that one if Leviathan do not pull this one through.
They're still down 1. There's still a lead, albeit slight, yes, but there is still a lead on the LEV camp, and they call a timeout here. That 4-round buffer that they were holding onto at halftime has, for all intents and purposes, dissipated.
And you would think with this composition, Leviathan are running, oh, it's double Senti, it'll be so good on the defensive side. But now, the lack of information, utility, the lack of flashes, you're starting to feel that effect because KRU are doing a really good job of sniffing out where the utility is. Even when it's doubled up, quadrupled up, KRU are doing their due diligence, using utility to find out what the setups are. And Kesnet is taking these opportunities, these timings, catching players off guard. Who gets stuck behind a wall right there?
Yeah, you just wouldn't expect that position in a moment like that. What's the buy for LEV? I mean, there isn't one.
Yeah, it's tough. The ult economy is not really there either. All signs are leading towards KRU to accumulate this next round at least. I mean, if Heat or MTA pop off in this anti-eco, you have a lot of ultimates to work with in future rounds. It's an A main phase here. King did invest into a paranoia. This could do a lot of damage.
They walled them off, but the spam and the nade are too good. I mean, they had an idea of the trap. It was a cool idea. And when you're down like this, you dig into the playbook. I get it.
And that's
but KRU, disciplined.
And that's a kill onto Heat as well. Now, if he's able to grab that orb, this is a really good opportunity for KRU to at least gain advantage in the ult economy.
And we've talked so much about this double senti setup, whatever. But you're right. Heat getting his ult online late in this half is going to cause so many problems.
Yeah, we saw him do it mid to B last time, and it hit everybody. It even hit Mizzino at A site. Drone comes out, tags Tex back site. He will be util bombed. It's all up to the hot hands now. What can they do?
They're all huddled in here on the side.
Oh, that's
Smoke
one.
goes down. MTA falls. It's a little bit of a 1-for-1. No real way to upgrade weapons, though. So the defense is forced. It's thrown back onto this Sheriff situation, and Kesnet wins those 9 times out of 10. We're tied.
By himself, by the way. He solo swung that. He's feeling it. It's 10-10. We're all tied up. Ults are completely in favor for the side of KRU. We have a lockdown on the field with nothing to be done about it.
Yeah, a couple of really cool ideas there from LEV. We talked about the trap into Wine off the wall. The fact that they tried concealing their position on site and get a couple of kills, it just wasn't enough. So now, what feels like the most pivotal round of this map, of this series, arguably. Tied at 10. A spot in the grand finals up for grabs. Meltzer's caught. Oh. They try to punish. Just barely getting away with life.
My goodness, while all that's happening, all this space was gathered into mid on the cat, pushing the players off of A main as well with that drone. It's gonna be a lockdown. Nothing can be done about this. LEV are gonna have to sit double back site here unless they decide to get fully out.
Yeah, there's enough of a gap in heaven here. And in hell.
A lot of utility here, a lot of traps.
I don't feel good about this. The paranoia is out. Aspot's able to get a second. Dashing around, staying alive, make that 3. Slaughter. LEV hold the line.
And they needed to win that round. They needed an answer back. The economy now in favor of them. This constant back and forth. They had a hard read onto this round though, Doug. 3 members were positioned there with 2 sets of trips. Osbos, he's just so clutch in these moments. He got 3 into that round.
22-14 for the Star. And now look at the ult situation. Mizzino has his ult.
Yeah.
A couple of other to play around. Meanwhile, Heat still doesn't have his.
Going back to a mid-esque default is KRU. We haven't seen this in quite some time, but Calm, he's looking to get some spam here.
Yeah, but what's the cue for it to go?
I think just audio. Ooh, he doesn't pull the trigger yet.
Trying to do so from safety now, a little off angle. Not really able to punish back.
Yeah, he's so worried somebody's crept up so close to him.
I mean, reasonably so. There's nothing really covering it. It's just this cam.
Yeah. This cam has been really annoying for KRU to deal with. They've had to break it almost every single round. Knife connecting on the Osbos and B main.
But I think more importantly, not connecting onto tech. So all of that utility is still up. The most important being the cam.
Yeah, and now that paranoia being invested as well.
There it is.
It was all to get this KO ultimate, it is invested. This is what it all comes down to, Doug.
The dart over the top, the flash out.
30 seconds left.
They're so worried.
Fully
So
smoked.
worried. They saw Ospas here, but he still gets one.
And that's an important one too. And now everyone else has arrived. Texas joined the fray. The spike is sitting on the ground harmlessly, and now the ult dropped. MTA is going to be lured all the way into his death. With 10 seconds left, they've got to commit to getting the spike down. Texas still playing back sight. How much more can he do? It's calm over the top. KRU crumble. LEV get to series point.
The fortification on both of these sites, it's now becoming too much of a problem for KRU. They're trying their best to not die to Ospas early in these chokes. And it's making it so they don't have enough utility when the actual site hit comes through. Ospas is playing these rounds to near perfection, the way he's baiting out this utility based off of his presence alone. Him getting tagged by back-to-back knives.
And so now we enter what very well may be the last round of the series. And for KRU, the last round of their America's run, if it ends here. And the buy is not great. A Stinger, a Guardian, light armor, and an Outlaw for Ospas.
Scanning ahead.
Such a solid understanding of the situation.
Nowhere to run.
And the thing is, there's nothing that they really have to deal with all this utility. The paranoia's out. They're going to try to swing into this, and the grab net straps them into the ground, pulls them into their death, but Heat on the counter. Forced to sit back on the other side of the wall, but the site, barring Ospas, is open. Can he punish with the Outlaw? One found, make that two! And just like that, KRU are left on last hopes, on last life. Can he bring them over the finish line? Can he keep things alive for KRU? He's been electric, he's been dynamic, but now he's been found. And as all three members of LEV start to push their way in, he will fall. Leviathan are grand finals bound.
In the face of all that adversity that KRU gave them. Man, they closed it out. What a spectacular fashion they did it in. I mean, it was hard fought. The double sentinel setups, they were getting baited out so easily from the side of KRU early on in the half.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that them winning on the attack side of Ascent was the difference maker.
Seriously.
What a performance, man.
But hey, when you need him, Ospas is always there to show up. And he had some huge clutch moments in the last 4 rounds that were honestly the deciding factor in why they won.
He goes +10 to close out the map. An outrageous performance. And again, I mean, I've got to mention it one more time. I don't think anybody expected this to go 5 maps. I don't think anyone expected the maps to be close.
Down to the wire, the last 2.
10-13 on Abyss, 10-13 on Ascent. And LEV punched their ticket to the Sunday game.
The best of 5 now against G2. Both these teams have such a crazy map pool. It runs so deep. Oh man, this play from Tex was absolutely insane.
Yeah, their teammates lost their minds too.
One of the highlights from this playoff for certain. Again, Ospas just in these moments, he was so ridiculous.
And so LEV still have the opportunity to cap off what would be a perfect end to an America's year. The roster was built for championships, excuse me. When this was assembled, it was not with the intentions of placing top 3. It was not with the intentions of bowing out on the international stage. It was to compete for hardware. It was to lift trophies. And yes, they've had to do it through the lower bracket, but they still have a shot at doing this. They still have a shot at fulfilling what this project was built to do. Unreal performance.
They're gonna want it too.
We'll see what they have to say. Riv is standing by on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Riv, take it away.
That's right, gentlemen. Great cast on the day, but I'm joined by Leviathan's Calm after they take down KRU. Grand finals on the docket now for you. I gotta ask you though, starting off, did you expect this to go 5? It seemed like you guys were pushed to the limit today.
Yeah, definitely. It was a dogfight. I mean, honestly, they're showing a lot of confidence, and you gotta respect that, especially for a team going into Champions. Definitely closer than we thought after first map, I will say, but I think we were playing like kind of shaky at first, and then we kicked it into high gear.
Talk to me about how you got rid of the shakiness, because we saw then on Sunset, you guys had such a good game last time against KRU, but KRU just didn't care. They ran through you. What were you guys able to do to recoup after that?
I think it's just a testament to what our team is. We kind of grinded through like the absolute lows where everyone thinks we're bad in Shanghai, and then now we're able to like grit our way through, even if we're playing like kind of mid. Then at the end of the day, we can show that we can be champions.
All right, where do you guys think you are, and kind of like if you were to do a trajectory, are you climbing? Are you like right at the top plateauing? Where are you guys now heading into finals, into champs?
I feel like we're on like the up and up, honestly.
Yeah.
As much as like I want to say we didn't want to lose a map going into playoffs, I think this is really good for us. Like showing that we can get through like a really tough game and like mentally get through all that, that's like huge for our team. And it's something I honestly really wanted in the playoffs.
All right, before I ask about grand finals, I wanna hear just kind of what the comms were when Tex lost his head as Kesnet was off the side of the map. What was that on Abyss? Was there actually anything, or are you guys just like, okay, that just make sure that doesn't happen again?
I don't know, we just laugh, honestly. We're trying to have as much fun as possible, and you know, it happens.
Absolutely. So, last stage, lower bracket final, was this matchup, was the G2 matchup, and that actually went G2's way. What are you gonna do this time? That series was so close, 5 games, 2 overtime maps. What are you gonna do this time to make it different?
We're gonna play as confident as possible. They have all the pressure on them. They have the 2 map bans. If they lose, it's on them, honestly.
All right, Calm, thank you so much. Congrats on the win. Best of luck in grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going right to the analyst desk with Tech to close out the day.
All right, everyone. We are now joined by Big Tex. Of course, Leviathan walking away with the dub there against KRU. Congratulations on the victory. Look, you know, let's just cut straight to the chase here. Very different game than from the last time y'all played against KRU. What was different from your perspective that KRU was doing in this matchup that they didn't do in that first time y'all met?
Yeah, they just felt way more prepared, to be honest. And they were also firing on all cylinders. Like, they had a lot of people shooting very well. And yeah, it kind of caught us off guard. They changed a couple comps here and there. I think 1 comp for sure. And yeah, they were just playing really well together.
Yeah.
It feels like that team sticks in it to the very end. Like, they don't give up on maps at all. Who are the voices within the team that keep your roster stabilized in those moments when the pressure's on?
I'd say actually Aspas has he's very encouraging throughout the game. Like if they used an ult but we lost a round, he'd be like, guys, it's fine. They used breach ult, next round. And I would say Corbin as well.
Right,
is also, of course, always a very big supporting figure for the team.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, it's all of us. Like we all encourage each other to just keep pushing.
Yeah. Now, coming from that loss against G2, which I know I'm sure stung. What was the squad feeling after that loss? Because obviously you didn't have much time because you had to think about this upcoming matchup here. Did you guys get a chance to talk about it at all? Or were you just like, screw it, let's just focus on KRU, we'll worry about G2 later?
Yeah, we just talked in the prac room after, right after we lost. We just kind of sat there and we were like, we didn't really play like ourselves today. We were way too worried about what they were doing instead of focusing on what we were doing.
Interesting.
So today we really just came in focused on making sure we play our game and just, came out with the victory.
Yeah.
I mean, you started with a bang on Icebox, a 13-3 where they win both pistols. I don't think I've seen a map like that in a long time. What was the energy like over the course of the entire BO5? I'm thinking back to stage 1 where you played another crazy long BO5 series against G2, back and forth the entire time, and you ended up failing towards the very end. So does this one feel very different, that you still had a long series, but it ended on a high note?
Yeah, personally, I was very tired during that G2 game, especially at the end. I ran out of juice. But I think we've been playing more scrims and practicing more, so our stamina kind of built.
Yeah.
So I'd say this time it definitely felt better later. We were definitely way more focused later in the game. And yeah, I'm proud of the guys.
How do you prep for that to keep that energy up? Because, you know, you're exerting so much when you're up there. The brain's moving a mile a minute. You're constantly talking, constantly thinking about what's coming up next. How do you prepare for that?
Honestly, it's all willpower. Like, I feel like in these BO5s at the end, especially map 5, it's really who wants it more. Like, who can put that extra inch in. And, you know, backstage we're snacking to get energy in and, you know, just encouraging each other to just keep pushing. And we say, like, you know, we're tired, but they're tired too. So
yeah,
we just kind of think about that.
Yeah, no, good point.
Back at the beginning of the season, when you first played against G2, I know you were very chill about it, but we interviewed some of the other players on your team and they're like, we're winning for Tex. We're out there getting revenge for Tex. How has that evolved over the course of the season? Because it's not fresh.
Hatred.
Yeah, exactly. It's either had time to fester or it's had time for you to forget about it.
So the question is, how much do you hate now?
but how are you feeling about going up against them so often towards the end here?
It's definitely fun. I mean, I love playing against them. The first time I played them, I wanted to literally dominate them in every way possible. I remember on Breeze, I just ran at them and just destroyed them, and it felt great. Honestly, after that map, I felt so happy inside. But yeah, honestly, it's the hatred has definitely died down a lot. They're still my boys. They always have been. But I definitely still want to take them out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So what is the key for you playing individually better than you did in the game against G2? Because that was a bit of a drop-off from you. Yeah. Your recent form, apart from that, has been spectacular. Was there something specifically? Was it just, again, like you'd said earlier, thinking about them too much?
Yeah, I feel like I was really focused on them and not really on my own game. And they're also, like, their playstyle kind of punishes my playstyle a bit, based on, because I'm kind of aggressive. I take my timings, and they're a very like tight and strong team where like they punish you if you make mistakes. So I'm just going to be focused on, you know, playing really well fundamentally, and I think I'll play a lot better like that.
Was that an issue with the whole team? Was everyone else worried about what G2 was doing? Because they're very good at cooking up these strategies, the mid-rounding from VALORANT, all the stuff that we constantly praise them for that you also are fully experienced with. Was the whole team worried about this?
Yeah, I don't think any of us really play like ourselves, I'm not gonna lie. And I wouldn't even say it's like a coach fault or like a player fault. It's just kind of, you know, we were just in our own head a little bit.
Yeah, no, completely fair. Well, there's a great question, actually. It came from one of our community members, Spades3, I want to say, or Spadesel, I don't know. Are you nervous going into 5 games and having to play tomorrow? That's actually a great question because you were just talking about endurance. So, I mean, my God, you could potentially be going 10 maps tomorrow. It's going to be a long one. Well, 5, 10 combined today.
Yeah, it's definitely tiring. They definitely have a slight advantage. They had an off day, probably just chilling at home, eating chips, whatever. I mean, I was fighting for my life out here. But honestly, I think since it's grand finals, I think we can really pull out the motivation and like willpower to like, you know, we're all going to be a little tired, but it doesn't really matter. We want to win so bad that in grand final, we're just going to bring everything out.
Yeah, can you speak to the motivation here a little too? Obviously, the trophy, it's sick. Being the #1 team in Americas, that's something to strive for. But you've also got champs just around the corner as well. Aspas has been there in that position before and won in Americas last year. Is he bringing that energy? Is it because it's your first time at the tier 1 level? Where's the motivation coming from to give it your all right now?
I'd say it's both. I mean, Aspas has been so like happy and energetic lately. Like this guy's literally bouncing up and down before the game, like so excited to play because he really wants to win Americas. So he motivates us. We all motivate each other. And yeah, for me, like it's my first season in VCT and I'm in the grand final. So I might as well bring it home, you know, like just to say that my first season I won, just to say I did.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, just for me personally, like I really want to win something. Either it's tournament, Americas, Champions, Masters. Because I want Ascension, but you know that's just not on the same level. So I really just want to win for me personally.
Yeah, no, I totally respect that, man. And I mean, well, congratulations on the win. You're one step closer. Let's go ahead though and take a look at where we are right now because we're now down to our final 2 squads. You got G2, you have Leviathan, BO5, #1 seed for the region on the line. All the goods. I mean, this is it, man. This is the entire journey of the year in this building, in this season, has culminated to this. Does it feel a little surreal?
Honestly, I'm so excited. Like, I'm getting a little bit of goosebumps. Like, I just want to play so bad and just hold that trophy.
Yeah. Well, we've always known you to be a very stoic individual, soft-spoken as well. So to hear you excited, energized like that, I think, you know, if that's any indication of how the overall Leviathan roster is feeling, then I think tomorrow's in for a banger game. 5 maps, or you want to end it in 3?
Let's just end it in 3 and go eat Korean barbecue or something. Like, let's just wrap it up.
Absolutely love it. Well, speaking of wrapping up, we might as well close it out there. Thank you so much, Big Tex, for the interview. Appreciate you, brother. And of course, Sideshow, the entirety of the crew. But folks, you ain't gonna want to miss tomorrow. VCT Americas is closing out the 2024 season in style. We've got a huge block party in the works. It's been building outside of the studio every day. It looks pretty awesome.
It looks good.
Our pre-show is going to start a half hour earlier. That's news to me. 1 p.m. Pacific. Looks like the call time is going to be a little earlier there, Josh. All right, well, it's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have a full hour of festivities with special guests, live hits from New York, my place, my hometown with Tarek. He's over there. It's going to be awesome. It's a watch party. It's incredible. Ton of surprises. We'll see you then, folks. Catch you tomorrow. Going into this situation, you got a crew team that genuinely feels on top of the world after qualifying for Champion Seoul when no one gave them the time of day. Meanwhile, their opponents on the other side literally created to win a championship, and they find themselves here in a lower bracket final match.
Back and forth. I mean, if you peek this, surely you drop. Yeah, it's too easy right now.
Oh, not like this, bro. Not like this. He just gear out all over him. Into this, Kesnit is weak, Shy's already dead. King snaps onto the second. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. The guy just continues to deliver. There was nothing to stop Leviathan. It was a stomp 2 days ago. Icebox was the exact same story. Aspas has already gotten out. He's in the corner. Kesnit with 3 on it. Make that 4 as crew get their third. 2v2 now on the side. Melser trying to get a little too cheeky, but again, a magnetic snap. That's going to hurt a lot, but the TP out from Melser. He tries to buy some time, manages to stay alive for a little bit longer as MTA tees off. Waiting on the other side, they have so many things that they can do to delay this. They can do so many things to deny this, but they've run out of numbers. Crew take Haven. And Shy tucking as best as he can. Calm, what a response, getting him down to 1. And Tex wins the war of attrition.
He wants to go for it.
Of course he does. I mean, why not? They might not know Shy's here, man. This sucker punch is going to be devastating. Forget about Shy. It's MTA with 4. This is a dangerous game you're playing. This is really aggressive. The flash on the other side. He's right next to him. Kesnit getting 2. The smoke goes up. Vizino goes down. The spam through from Melser. This is so decisive. Forget about a bonus. Crew stand strong. 13-7. The way of the LATAM representatives. So Spike is just now getting its way out onto site, and there's really nobody else there. The defense has held the line. Stalwart in their approach. Shots not landing for the attack. No position is safe. He's got to know. MTA falls. It's just Sheriffs now. The one benefit is they do have the spike down. That one way, fully disrespected. Aspas has his 4, but Com's left alone in a 1v1. This is very winnable for Shy, and he connects. I mean, MTA, 1, 2, 3, every single one spotted. That's all right, even if the kills are a little bit messy. Still surviving, still conniving, and taking us to map 5. 13-10, the way of LEV. The dart back site, but nothing's been cleared for Heaven. It wasn't being watched. But this is a tough post plan. When you're down in numbers like this, it's not that simple, but Tex just picks them apart 1 by 1. Fall, 5, fall. It's the LEV way to freeze, to slow things down. Aspas finding a scout, finding 2, finding all 3 with the blades. And off of that, they commit. Now trying to fight and deal with everything that's up in Heaven, and they do so. I don't feel good about this. The paranoia is out. Aspas able to get a second. Dashing around, staying alive, make that 3. Leviathan are grand finals bound.
In the face of all that adversity that crew gave them, man, they closed it out. What a spectacular fashion they did it in. I mean, it was hard fought.